transcendent thoroughly oft nefarious antagonist from a novel. Only ta confront the fact of being vanquished by the protagonist endowed with an narrative esha? Fonet, for while they the toils away in the mountains, have resolved to take preemptive action. Ishall approach his bodhi and cultivate a close relationship with his encanting mother. All the while discreet lie absconding with her treasure and unparalleled martial arts manuscripts. Subsequently, it is spat ched two seeming ailing courtesans, from the home courtyard to lie in wait along the protagonists. Inevitably path down him mountain, preparing to catch him off guard and be myself Sametamito, heroine. Madaman, Arion scathed? Before Athenian tanda legate minor, I chow you has to lie support tethagent lean alluring beauty. Fragrant and resplendent, inquiring with genuine concern about their well-being. And Yoon, Cladina black strapless gown, her figure graceful, gazed at me with chinge eyes. Despite a hint of defiance sane me demeanor, I could not conceal my heroic aura. I am enough, though I cannot fathom Thena Charif de poison those ruffians employed. Leaving feeling gutter lion well. Ash spoke, sheen twined harem with mine, as if seeking solace. How could a captivating beauty such assure, the delicate mother of the protagonist, ever anticipate that danger would assail her doorstep? Having fallen victim town's scrupulous foes wo scatterida ite powder. And Yun found herself fence-nared, her bodiah blaze with it, her cheeks flushed. Please, madaman, remain here. I shall fetch the antidotia, tonsto ensure our safety. As it turned, as util smiley inadvertent, lie graced millops. Destiny's great villain system engaging. Naaman Yoon. Widow of Lin family, mother of Lin fan, progenitor of child of destiny, extraordinary fortune. Fortune value 500. Main quest acquire fortune value. Eliminate child of destiny. Everything is well within me grasp. Have set my since the protagonist's mother Anna 500 fortune value. As in Yoon regarded my solid silhouette, she may have a harbor against. Herson Lin fan for venturing into the mountain soon accompanied, leaving her unprotected. In Thisment, she couldn't place her hopes in May, that abachits yon off society in thy soft world. You must exercise caution. An Yoon's complexion slight lifelished, her breath quickened. In a dead with Thasmal, then turned me gaze towards the woesmal thieves on a portly. One slender hose fiercey countenance betrayed a bar-like concealed deference. Theoratity tutor keen. How could they fail of in it pretense, resorting to poison, without discretion? Should thief discovered. Or if anything weritable in Yoon, would find Mijal fine a predicament. Truly, they were at worthless wretches. Calmly, I beckoned them with a finger, signaling them to adhere to the plan dinner their attack. Exchanging glances, theatered necessitate. Where did this brat come from? During to act so brazenly, thinking to be a hero rescue and jot himself? Today, you shall experience the consequence of your folly. They shouteth the archetypal villainous lines, charging towards me with fists and feet flying. Although they possessed some strength, it was clear they were holding back. Their strikes lacked internal energy and couldn't let us trained. From afar, an Yoon watched with trepidation, fearful for my sophiscious that woasalance bore down upon. Yet, Thesmile and Milops gradually faded. In the instant the lunged, I unleashed the hidden power concealed beneath me whiter robe, striking with a force full palm. In amory exchange, that port lie teeth crumplet to the ground, lifeless, eyes wide in shock. Blood spilling from his mouth, seemingly unable to find peace and death. Never had Yoon witness said such a horrifying scene, recoiling in fear, unable to bear for their whiteness. Theslender Thif, too, waystaken aback their scripted performance had swift lighter ned fatal. You. Has stammered, struggling to articulate his eyes his throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. WWHY? Hakuden lim anagif in tutorance, his licks flailing, facer din in desperation a shis gaze fikejapon. Why? Ilian closer, whispering softly in his ear, because I require our assistance saying keeping a secret. Athos words, Theslender Thif's face contorted in confusion, utterly perplexed. Adding me need note inquire further asked the villain, these was me utmost compassion. Awash grateful for the contribution oft he's a 12-flower picking brothers, yet such matters scood not be allo to surface the must perish. Heavy always believe it dean eradicating threatseth it. In the next moment, with a firm press off me fingers, Theslender Thifulsolent. Ithin cruciate bezadethum, searching for the antidote, yet I felt an invisible force being drawn from their body as in a palm. Eliminated event layer body refinement warrior, gained experience points. Eliminated Danieth layer body refinement warrior, gained 12 experience points. Host level first year yellow rank warrior, 50100 experience points required for system assisti degraded Toscan yellow rank. Warriors no Tevan at yellow rank, indeed not much experience to bagant. In this world of martial prowess, ranks are divided into heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with heaven being the strongest and yellow the weakest. Annie Havian just begun to tread the path of a warrior, far from the prodigious Lin fan. Butit matters nath passes seshas, Annie have me own means. Ishik me head, adopting a different demeanor as Ireger dead his first supporter on a journey of exploits. Oh no. Feigning surprise, Irider Nedto and Yun side, holding Gasmol Redveal. What is it? Did he out at fin the antidote? And Yun's speech faltered, herbalin swavering. Her freylandila kati peer and suisaturla captivating. Is steady dear, presenting Thevial, licking my lips as I explained. Madam, the zist poison off heartflower, alcinonast love poison, and it is incurable. The poison off heartflower? What sort of poison is that? E haven ever heard of it, though. Anyun was soon acquainted with the intrigues of T martial world, Thene me alonis of facetic conveyets danger. No antidote, could it bethatayam to meet me in Tode? Do not fret, madam old hot herius no antidote, there exists an alternative yermid for the poison off heartflower, but, I feigned hesitation, unsure how to proceed. But what? If it can save him, I will do anything. And Yoon, evidently willing to accept their fate. Bang Gonley in her 30s, brimming with the youthful vitality, would naturally not forsake yet for salvation. Since it is the case, I have no choice but a complete. Isaiah feigned resignation, shaking me head as I supported in Yoon. Madam, follow me shall remedy your ailment post-haste. Remedy? How will he out at that? You shall know shortly simply endure for a moment. Well, I am in your debt. Do not mention it for Madaman, would brave fiery and water without hesitation. With that, and Yunshi are traced, her bodia flame. Her cheeks flushed, utterly enchanting. I knew I cold no longer delay. Initially, I supped merely tour chestradia hero a crescu, Buddy Hodnett anticipated that these atwo brothers would re-employ poison, and such an incurable yoni that. Should this continue, and Yoon Sliff would being aired. If anything were to befall her, the protagonist, upon descending the mountain, would surely launch a frenzied investigation, leading to complications form. There was no alternative would have to make a small sacrifice to save a lady. Isco opened up the panicked Madaman, eliciting gastartla jasp from her. Yet, with a gentle smile upon my face, he whispered sweet no things to the tis frighten it laterabit. Navigating Thrudlin familia estate, past a garden foolable bloom, it carried here into Afragrant boudoir, gently laying here upon the bed. Chow you. Madam Ann Bitherlip, her gaze flickering. It seemed she was beginning to sense the impending danger. With a triumphant grin, I admired this ripe beauty, slowly closing the door behind me. Do not fret, Madam and I am me waiter ma die your poison. With deliberate steps, I approached her, drawing the artithebed, gently embracing her as I unhesitatingly pressed Millups ingredients. Chapter 2. The Secret with Madam. 2 hours later, Chow Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, took a deep breath, and felt a sense of relief wash over him. He slowly donned his attire while simultaneously reveling in the success displayed on his system panel. Successfully seized 500 fortune points from Inyun. Current fortune points, 500. Available points in system store, 500. You may use system points to exchange for martial arts techniques, elixirs, treasures, and abilities. Excellent. His diligent efforts had finally borne fruit, and the plan was just beginning. This fortune value explained why he was no match for the protagonist, who had left him battered and broken, ultimately leading to his demise at the protagonist's hands. However, this time would be different. Since he had traversed into this narrative and become the main antagonist, he could not remain idle. He must devise ways to siphon the protagonist's fortune. Seizing the value belonging to him and those around him, Chow Yu, behind him, and Yoon had also dressed, her cheeks flushed and her hair slightly disheveled. She was acutely aware of the events that had transpired between them and appeared somewhat flustered. Restless. Yu and I.An Yun was indeed one of the renowned beauties of Starfall City, well known in the southern region for her exquisite grace, appearance, and figure. Especially in her bashful demeanor, there was an allure that was irresistibly charming. There is no need for you to concern yourself, madam, and this is all for your safety. I could not bear to watch you succumb to poison without intervening. Chao Yu spoke earnestly, elevating the entire matter to a moral plane. He presented himself as a selfless gentleman willing to sacrifice for the sake of another, which alleviated some of An Yun's embarrassment and garnered a modicum of affection for him. It appeared that he was not merely a frivolous young master, as he initially seemed, but rather a talented youth of integrity, willing to sacrifice for her well-being. Undoubtedly, though An Yun was in her 30s, she remained a woman sheltered from the world's harsh realities. Having been overly protected by Lin Fan, she could be described as a naive and sweet soul, easily believing whatever others said. Nonetheless, Chao Yu's performance had been commendable. The demise of those two brothers had served a crucial role in their current situation. Thank you so much. Although your intentions are kind, as a solitary woman, I am untroubled. However, you are the eldest son of the Chao family and yet unmarried, if word of this were to spread. And Yun, with her kind heart, expressed gratitude even amidst her concern for Chao Yu. This genuinely touched him, revealing her to be a remarkable woman. Although Chao Yu was a notorious villain in the narrative and had a wicked disposition, he was still sensitive when it came to matters of the heart. He naturally wished to treat such a virtuous and beautiful person with sincerity. Even after having seized her fortune, he would not abandon a woman with whom he had shared intimacy. Maintaining a friendly relationship with An Yun could very well save his life in critical moments, an invaluable safeguard. After all, should he miscalculate and fail to grasp the protagonist, An Yun could stand in his defense. Surely Lin Fan would not dare to act against her? This safeguard was essential, even if it might never be utilized. With a warm smile, Chao Yu replied gently, "Then let this matter be our secret. No one else shall know," he added promptly. "However, Madam Min, the poison within you has yet to be fully eradicated. You must realize that further treatment is necessary to ensure your health. Let us discuss this later. I believe I should first seek a physician. Perhaps there are alternative treatments available." An Yun, unable to meet Chao Yu's gaze, was clearly embarrassed. After years of solitude, the presence of a man was not unwelcome. Her shyness was palpable. Despite her maturity, she possessed a youthful innocence that was captivating. "Very well, I shall not press you, but if no other remedies are found, I hope you will not hesitate to inform me. I shall spare no effort in ensuring your recovery." Chao Yu was unperturbed. Such poisons were notoriously potent and difficult to cure. Even the slightest remnant could prove challenging to eliminate, unless a true Earth-level or Celestial-level master intervened. A swift resolution was improbable that, of course, Lin Fan, the protagonist, might possess the ability to do so, but it was unlikely that the bashful An Yun would confide in him regarding her condition. "Agreed," An Yun replied slowly. Mustering the strength to rise from the bed, her face contorted in pain. "Please sit for a moment. The afternoon is nearly upon us. I shall prepare some food for you." The exceedingly virtuous An Yun moved about, albeit with a slight limp, wishing to express her gratitude to the weary Chao Yu by preparing a meal to replenish his strength. The Lin family had fallen into decline, although their residence was grand. There were no servants to assist her, and many tasks fell to her alone. Chao Yu observed her struggle, feeling a pang of sympathy but refraining from commenting further. He had pressing matters to attend to, and with An Yun present, he could not act freely. Once she busied herself, he shifted his demeanor, adopting a more serious expression, and swiftly made his way to the Lin family ancestral hall. Inside the Lin family ancestral hall, if his memory served him correctly, Lin Fan had hidden the family's ancestral martial arts beneath the plaque of his grandfather, intending to preserve it for future generations. As he recalled the plot and details of the story, he began to search the premises. Soon, he unearthed a clue. Indeed, by shifting his grandfather's spirit tablet aside, Chao Yu discovered a hidden compartment beneath it. A gentle prod revealed a white cloth strip, which he carefully extracted. Upon unfurling it, the word Xintian True Art appeared prominently, causing his heart to race. Celestial-level martial arts. No, this was an extraordinary cultivation technique created by the Lin family's prodigious ancestor. However, due to ancient secrets, the Lin family had fallen and, for the sake of survival, had to conceal their identities and relocate to Starfall City. This formidable technique had survived in fragmented form. If it were complete, mastering it would render one impervious to blades and swords. Unmatched among peers, it was said that upon achieving great mastery, one could summon the Xuanwu essence into their body, attaining a state of sanctity, immortal and indestructible. Lin Fan had cultivated this art and, later, had acquired the remaining fragments, propelling his strength to unprecedented heights, establishing him as the most formidable figure in the martial world. Even if Lin Fan never fully mastered it, he remained unrivaled, easily overshadowing even the most powerful adversaries of the demonic sect. The original narrative deemed this technique the strongest. The system indeed offered many formidable martial arts, albeit with their respective flaws, and exchanges were rather costly. However, some were quite commendable, such as those involving the arts of seduction, which were exceptional. For now, he would prioritize mastering this technique and later supplement it with others. Although it was a fragment, it would likely surpass Earth-level techniques in efficacy if Lin Fan could cultivate it. Why could he not? After all, it did not require fortune points and was a risk-free endeavor. With a smile gracing his lips, he prepared to stow away this Xintian true art, a technique that would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed. Did a villain truly need to cultivate demonic arts? While they were rapid in advancement, they bore numerous drawbacks, and a moment's lapse could lead to losing one's mind or fundamentally altering one's nature. Moreover, even the demonic sect's techniques were formidable, yet Lin Fan had still managed to keep him in check. Thus, he would first learn this supreme technique. He had successfully intercepted it. He was now, in a sense, half a member of the Lin family. It was only reasonable that he and Lin Fan practiced the same art, right? Successfully seize the top-tier technique Xintian True Art. Host cultivation will transform into an enhanced version of Xintian True Art, amplifying its power. Acquired 700 fortune points, current fortune points, 1,100. Available points in the system store, 1,200. You may use system points to exchange for martial arts techniques, elixirs, treasures, and abilities. To his astonishment, seizing the protagonist technique had yielded such a bounty of fortune points, and the technique would also be enhanced. Chao Yu could hardly contain his elation, even contemplating the audacity of whisking in Yun and this grand estate away while the protagonist was absent. How many fortune points might that garner? Yet, he dismissed such fanciful thoughts. Merely appropriating this technique was already a significant risk. Suddenly, he realized that simply taking it might be unwise. If discovered, it could spell danger. For he was not currently a match for Lin Fan. While siphoning his fortune was feasible, caution was paramount. Perhaps, if the timing were right, he could later deliberately leak news of this technique, ensnaring Lin Fan in a trap. System, can you assist me in duplicating this? Chao Yu pondered whether, without expending fortune points, the system could aid him with what seemed like a simple yet crucial detail. Affirmative, a basic scan and copy will not require fortune points. This is a fundamental function. Very well, please proceed with the duplication. After providing a brief explanation, the system initiated the copying process, storing all the textual information of the technique within its database. Having completed this task, Chao Yu heard in Yun searching for him and dared not linger any longer. Without hesitation, he promptly returned the items to their original place, placing the spirit tablet of Lin Fan's grandfather atop them. He then feigned nonchalance and departed from this tumultuous locale, eager to indulge in the delectable dishes prepared by the charming in Yun. Chapter 3. Preempting the female protagonist, laying ambush for the main character, and Yun's culinary skills were indeed quite impressive. As a scion of privilege, Chao Yu had tasted countless delicacies from land and sea. Yet, the unique flavors crafted by this mature lady were remarkably delightful. It was evident that a mature and gentle woman possesses an innate ability to care for others. A twinge of envy for Lin Fan welled up within him. However, it mattered little, for he had already begun to exploit Lin Fan's advantages. Everything that belonged to the protagonist would ultimately become his own. As they dined, he engaged in Yun in conversation to nurture their bond. It had been quite some time since a man had graced her household, and with Chao Yu's innate charm, he could effortlessly elicit her laughter, much to her enjoyment. Thus, they shared a brief yet beautiful dinner together. However, Chao Yu had other matters to attend to and could not linger for intimate conversations under the moonlight. The two bodies at the entrance of the Lin residence had long been discreetly dealt with by Chao Yu. No traces remained, and within Yun's discretion, the entire incident seemed as though it had never transpired. Lin Fan would remain blissfully unaware. Upon exiting the Lin family mansion, Chao Yu did not hasten back to the Chao residence, for it was not a sanctuary. Instead, he chose to rent a fine room in the eastern part of Xingyun City, preparing for his forthcoming crucial plans. Seated in the solitude of the room, having traversed into this world less than a day ago, Chao Yu began to organize his thoughts. He had just discussed Lin Fan's circumstances with Yun. Alongside the unfolding plot of the novel in the coming days, Lin Fan would undoubtedly descend the mountain. Upon his return, he would encounter the first pivotal plot point, the development of his story with the female protagonist. Having established a solid rapport with Yun and secured a means of survival, it was imperative for the antagonist of this tale to continue pursuing the protagonist. He must seize the opportunity to preempt the female lead before Lin Fan descends. It was crucial to note that this female protagonist was indeed the destined heroine, the author's chosen lead, and her fortune was undoubtedly extraordinary. Should Lin Fan form a pair with her? It would be akin to adding wings to a tiger, amplifying his luck exponentially. To successfully defeat Lin Fan, to manipulate him, or even to eliminate him, it was essential to thwart his ambitions. The female lead must be claimed by this great villain. It seemed that the female protagonist's grandfather was gravely ill. Even summoning a miraculous physician would only prolong his life. Upon Lin Fan's descent, he would arrive at the female protagonist's home, utilizing his acquired medical skills to save her grandfather and thus win her favor. Reflecting on the Clichd plot, Chao Yu began to formulate his strategy. In that case, he should capitalize on this opportunity to seize the fortune. Currently, Chao Yu possessed over 1,200 fortune points, sufficient to exchange for some valuable items in the store. He could use 400 points to acquire the healing techniques necessary to treat the female protagonist's father, and additionally, with 50 points, he could obtain a malicious skill. Thus, he decided to first exchange for these essential items, which would soon come into play, while reserving the remainder of his fortune points to obtain experience pills for his cultivation. He resolved to intercept the female protagonist at dawn, seizing this opportunity. Therefore, he needed to act swiftly to enhance his strength in a world where power was paramount. The unpredictability of danger loomed large. Elevating his abilities and realm was undoubtedly advantageous, albeit somewhat extravagant, according to the system's capabilities. Defeating enemies to gain experience points and elevate one's realm was a reliable and rapid approach. Utilizing precious fortune points for cultivation felt somewhat wasteful. However, given his currently meager strength, merely a yellow rank first-level warrior, he had no means to resist even a moderately formidable opponent. Spent 20 fortune points to exchange for a low-grade experience pill, elevating realm to yellow rank third-level warrior. Spent 20 fortune points to exchange for a low-grade experience pill, elevating realm to yellow rank fourth-level warrior. Spent 100 fortune points to exchange for a mid-grade experience pill, elevating realm to yellow rank sixth-level warrior. Spent. Elevating realm 2. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Chao Yu opened his eyes, began to move his body, and sensed the transformation of his inner true essence. He casually threw a punch towards the window, and even without employing his true essence, the force of his punch made the leaves outside rustle vigorously. Witnessing this, he felt invigorated and at ease. He now considered himself among the elite youth of Xingyun City, achieving the strength of a yellow rank 10th level warrior so effortlessly. He was but a step away from breaking through to the Xian rank, finally possessing a modicum of self-defense capability. This system was indeed remarkably useful. Chao Yu couldn't help but marvel. Under normal circumstances, with his innate talent, reaching such a realm would require a decade or two of arduous cultivation. Of course, this was also due to the Lin family's ancestral techniques. Typically, to cultivate the Xintian true skill, one would need extraordinary talent. Otherwise, it would be unattainable. However, with a cheat, the rules were different. If the protagonist could cheat, why shouldn't he? Yet, he lamented the dwindling fortune points. From an initial 1,100, barely 100 remained. Chao Yu felt a twinge of regret. One must have provisions to remain unperturbed. With fortune points running low, he needed to devise a means to acquire more. Otherwise, with empty pockets, he would feel a sense of insecurity. To amass fortune points, he could either suppress the protagonist or exploit the protagonist's advantages by intercepting the female lead. Though he contemplated this, Chao Yu remained unfazed. The first task upon his arrival had been to arrange for personnel to lay an ambush on Lin Fan's inevitable descent. Even if the protagonist returned, it would require considerable effort and time. During this interval, Chow Yu could execute his plans without hindrance that, of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to send someone to assassinate him. After all, the protagonist was exceptionally powerful. The assassins of Xingyun City could not eliminate such a formidable being. Instead, they would inadvertently provide him with experience and equipment, potentially bringing calamity upon themselves. As the grand villain, he was not so naive to deal with Lin Fan. He must target his weaknesses. Indeed, Lin Fan was strong and possessed the most outrageous fortune points, yet he bore a flaw that the author had deliberately bestowed upon him. He was a lecher, a penchant for indulgence in pleasures, particularly in matters of the heart. Otherwise, the author would not have surrounded Lin Fan with so many beautiful companions, allowing him to revel in their company. Lin Fan. These two illustrious courtesans, brought from the Yihong courtyard in Jiangnan at great expense, shall serve as my first gift to you as your father, he mused with a glint of malice in his eyes. Though beautiful, the two courtesans, having diligently worked in the Yihong courtyard for many years, would inevitably carry remnants of their profession, what one might colloquially refer to as biochemical motherly traits. Chapter 4. Mind your own business. The first thing Lin Fan did upon descending the mountain was not to seek out his birth mother to report his safety, but rather to pursue the female protagonist in a bid to win her favor. This was indicative of the hardships he had endured during his time on the mountain. Coupled with the allure of the two courtesans from the Yihong courtyard, his chances of success were likely substantial. Having elevated his cultivation, Chow Yu noted the encroaching night and decided not to delay any further. The Chow residence was not a sanctuary either. It was a small realm filled with perils. Returning now would afford him a semblance of security. The Chow family mansion, in the living room, as Chow Yu pushed the door open, his uncle, Chow Tian, was already seated in the main seat, seemingly having awaited his arrival for some time. With a fierce glare and an imposing presence, he exuded an aura of formidable strength. Beside him stood a youth who appeared slightly younger than Chow Yu, Chow Tian's son. Chow El, the latter seemed somewhat frail, resembling a mere scholarly youth. Chow Yu, you've finally deigned to return. Before Chow Yu could approach, his uncle's sardonic voice cut through the air, clearly prepared to pick a fight. Chow Yu was not inherently malevolent. Rather, he had fallen into darkness through his own extraordinary experiences. The two youths, originating from the same place, had become embroiled in a rivalry that was both righteous and wicked, ultimately leading to a deadly confrontation. From a young age, the Chow household had been dominated by his uncle's authority, and Chow Yu had often been bullied by him, which significantly contributed to the original character's malevolent disposition. Heavily influenced by his familial environment, however, he was no longer the original spoiled child, easily manipulated. I've returned. What of it? He responded rather rudely, turning his nose up at Chow Tian. Before Chow Tian could retort, Chow El could no longer contain himself and chastised, "Hey, what kind of attitude is that? You dare speak to your elder in such a manner?" A typical sycophant, he often accompanied Chow Tian to torment Chow Yu. "This is my attitude. What can you do about it?" Chow Yu took a couple of steps closer to confront the father-son duo. Was it a joke? Would the villain allow himself to be bullied by two minor characters? "Good, Chow Yu. It seems your wings have indeed grown strong. You dare to speak back to me." Chow Tian slammed his hand on the table, his fury igniting as he unleashed the aura of a yellow-rank third-level warrior. His piercing gaze fixated on Chow Yu. "I ask you, an unexpected large expense has appeared in the account. Over 10,000 taels of silver are missing. What have you done with it? What business is it of yours where I choose to spend my money? This is my family's wealth, and I shall spend it as I see fit. Does it concern you in any way?" Chow Yu gazed at the two individuals who dared to flaunt themselves in his home. Feeling an overwhelming sense of audacity, it is essential to remember that all these assets were bequeathed by his parents. It was merely due to his youth at the time that Chow Tian was entrusted with their management. Once Chow Yu came of age, he would be entitled to claim this inheritance. Yet, with these two holding the purse strings, Chow Yu found himself reduced to a mere plaything, a dog for their whims. Over time, this treatment twisted his character, sowing the seeds for his future as a villain. I know you must be off to the pleasure quarters to seek the company of women with that money. Aren't you?" Chow Lu could not help but interject. It seemed the other party was quite familiar with Chow Yu, the wayward scion. Strangely enough, his cousin's guess was accurate. Chao Yu had indeed ventured to the pleasure quarters, seeking 2 renowned courtesans, but they were for Lin If, and so what? I have already stated that the money is mine, and I shall spend it as I please. You two should take your leave. This is my domain. Chao Yu, weary of engaging in further discourse with these interlopers, decided to cut to the chase and demand their departure. They were always stirring up trouble, and there was no need for him to continue the conversation. One could not deny the truth in Chao Yu's words. There was simply no basis for rebuttal. Chao Tian, in a fit of anger, leapt to his feet. You dare defy me with that? He swung his hand towards Chao Yu in an attempt to strike. When words failed, violence ensued, expecting Chao Yu to submit and return to living like a dog as he once did. Meanwhile, Chao Lu watched with a sense of anticipation, relishing the thought of his cousin receiving a well-deserved thrashing. However, just as the slap was about to land, Chao Yu retaliated with a swift kick, striking Chao Tian squarely in the chest. The formidable Chao Tian staggered back several paces before collapsing to the ground. Clutching his chest in agony, "Father, what has happened?" Chao Lu rushed forward, eager to assist his father, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. A mere ordinary person could not possibly have inflicted such harm. How could this be? With astonishment, Chao Tian gazed at the now unfamiliar figure of Chao Yu before him. This was a boy who had previously appeared utterly devoid of martial prowess. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Surpassing even Chao Tian in strength, it was known that Chao Tian was a third-grade martial artist. An ordinary person should not have been capable of injuring him. "Uncle, do be cautious. Should you cause me injury or worse, the lord of the city will see to it that you pay the price for your actions," Chao Yu stated with a smile, his tone exceedingly polite. In Xingyun City, the law was not absent. Otherwise, Chao Tian would have long since eliminated Chao Yu. Conversely, he could not brazenly take Chao Yu's life either. Should they both vanish, suspicion would inevitably fall upon Chao Yu, resulting in a thorough investigation. It was imperative to have a solid rationale to eliminate them without drawing undue attention. These two were not mere insignificant figures. Their deaths would trigger an inquiry by the city lord and the Righteous Alliance, posing a significant risk. Chao Yu was acutely aware of his low standing in martial prowess, having only just arrived in this world. Prudence was of the essence. However, he hoped they would soon harbor ulterior motives, providing him with a justifiable pretext to act against them. Chao Tian clutched his chest, unable to voice a retort, for he was now beginning to comprehend that Chao Yu had been concealing his true capabilities all along. He possessed extraordinary talent in martial arts, far surpassing Chao Tian, yet had chosen to masquerade as a mere ordinary person, pretending to be inept. It was likely that he intended to reclaim his inheritance upon reaching adulthood. Now that he had revealed his true self, it was time to send them packing. Chapter 5. The drunken man's intent is not in the wine, cousin. We acknowledge our mistakes. We are family. Please, do not resort to violence. The once timid Chao Lu trembled before the now formidable Chao Yu, who appeared strangely intimidating. However, Chao Yu himself had always exhibited peculiar behavior, so he paid little heed to Chao Lu's fear. Having always lacked courage, Chao Lu had relied on his father's reputation to bully Chao Yu. Now, however, he dared not speak as boldly as before. Indeed, we are family. Acknowledging one's faults is a virtue. I shan't hold it against you too harshly. Chao Yu replied with a cheerful demeanor, taking a deep breath. Of course, he would not be lenient. In a few days, he would have the perfect excuse to eliminate the two. It is often said that family matters are difficult to navigate. Yet it seemed rather simple in this instance, merely a matter of a few swift motions to resolve. Just then, as he concluded matters with the two, a young maidservant dressed in a flowing gown approached, bearing a tray of tea, with a complexion reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom and features exquisitely refined. She possessed an aura akin to that of a modern-day internet celebrity, yet her beauty was entirely natural. "Kai Dai, what brings you here? Should you not be attending to your duties?" Chao Lu noticed Chao Yu appraising the maidservant, a smile gracing his lips, prompting him to call out sharply, instructing her to return to her quarters. Upon hearing this, the maidservant named Kai Dai recognized the tension in the air and nodded, preparing to excuse herself. Observing Chao Lu's anxiety, Chao Yu quickly interjected, "Ah, come back. You have brought the tea. It would be a shame not to enjoy it." Kai Dai was Chao Lu's personal maid, and they shared a close bond. Though she was a gentle girl today, Chao Yu appeared particularly fearsome. Nevertheless, as the eldest son of the family, she had no choice but to comply with his orders. Trembling slightly, she approached Chao Yu and offered him the tea, bowing respectfully. Yet, Chao Yu was not merely interested in the tea. He set the cup aside, taking a moment to admire the rare beauty that graced his household. In truth, Chao Yu had long harbored feelings for this maidservant, but as she was his cousin's personal attendant, he had not dared to act upon his desires. Now, however, the future villain had no qualms. "Cousin, I must say, your maidservant is quite lovely," Chao Yu remarked with a grin, turning to address Chao Lu and the still reeling Chao Tian. This left Chao Lu feeling as if he might bleed from the eyes. "Nonsense. She is quite ordinary, cousin. You jest. This woman pales in comparison to the courtesans of the pleasure quarters," Chao Lu protested, his anxiety palpable. Chao Tian could only watch in stunned silence, unable to voice his thoughts. He feared that if Chao Yu were to lose his temper, they would face dire consequences. "If you find her so unremarkable, why not lend her to me for a few months? I could use a personal maid to assist me, especially since I have been feeling quite fatigued with my recent endeavors. Having Kai Dai fetch tea and offer a shoulder rub would be most agreeable." Chao Yu was unabashedly forthright in his request for Chao Lu's maidservant. Eager to collect his dues, Kai Dai shuddered in fear, fully aware of Chao Yu's unpredictable nature. Chao Lu, too, realized that his cousin had long sought to claim his personal maidservant for himself. It was evident that this was not merely a request for assistance. "Cousin, this," he began, attempting to reclaim Kai Dai. Yet, just then, Chao Tian interrupted, declaring, "Very well. If Chao Yu desires her, let him have her for a few months to assist with household matters. Why, uncle truly understands my needs." "I shan't be polite," Chao Yu replied with a knowing smile, fully intending to assert his dominance over the situation and remind them who truly ruled this domain. "By the way, we are family. There is no need to rush. Let us take a brief respite, enjoy some tea, and then you may depart." With that, Chao Yu turned and made his way toward his private quarters. However, after only a few steps, he noticed Kai Dai lingering in place, desperately seeking assistance from Chao Tian and Chao Lu. He felt a twinge of irritation. What was this? Was she truly distressed at the prospect of serving him? "Why are you hesitating? Come along." Before Chao Yu could voice his impatience, Chao Tian shot her a glare, urging her to follow. Under such pressure, Kai Dai dared not protest further, trailing behind Chao Yu like a frightened rabbit as they proceeded toward his room. Chao Yu, unreserved, seized the young beauty's delicate hand, drawing her close as they entered the room. "Father, Kai Dai, she is my maidservant. I have never even touched her hand. How can you let that scoundrel Chao Yu have her?" Chao Lu exclaimed, filled with agitation. He imagined charging into the kitchen to seize a knife and confront Chao Yu, but he lacked the courage to act on such thoughts. "Fool, do you not grasp the current circumstances? Chao Yu is a madman, deranged. Do you wish for him to turn violent against you?" Chao Tian chastised, feeling exasperated with his son's ineptitude. Not only could he not cultivate his martial prowess, but he also appeared to lack common sense. Ensnared by a mere maidservant. But Kai Dai, enough. She is merely a woman. With wealth, one can have as many as one desires. Why do you continue to prattle on? Chao Tian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet he resolutely suppressed this feeling, swallowing it down with great difficulty. Besides, after nurturing Kai Dai for so long, it would be prudent to have a conversation with her later, allowing her to remain by Chao Yu's side as a watchful presence. Should any developments arise, she would be able to report back to us promptly. Chapter 6. Kai Dai's choice. A night passed. Chao Yu languidly stretched, rising from his bed at a leisurely pace, and began to dress. He glanced back at the enchanting Kai Dai, who was still wrapped in her blankets, seemingly yet to awaken, and a smile broke upon his face. He approached her and gently pressed a few more kisses upon her delicate lips before stepping back. According to the narrative, despite Kai Dai being Chao Lu's devoted maid, this fellow was unexpectedly a steadfast warrior of love. Astonishingly, after all these years of growing up together, he had never laid a hand on her. Such a splendid woman, wasted. Had someone else made off with her? Regardless, his household was in need of a woman. Inviting her to stay would certainly make life considerably more convenient, and their days would be filled with joy. Chao Yu was somewhat familiar with Kai Dai. Gentle, considerate, and astute, albeit possessing a timid nature and adhering to decorum. Compared to the leading lady and her rivals, she was vastly inferior in all respects. lacking even the fortune value. Logically, Chao Yu should have had no interest in her. However, given that Chao Tian and Chao Lu were embroiled in their own affairs, why should Chao Yu continue to extend them courtesy? He must seize the opportunity directly, asserting his claim and making it known who the true master of the Chao family was. Yet, to keep this woman close, Chao Yu needed to conduct a thorough assessment first to determine her trustworthiness and whether she could be of use to him. If she remained steadfastly loyal to those two and leaked secrets, that would only invite trouble. Last night, Chao Tian had shown remarkable restraint, surpassing even the legendary King Gojian of Yu. Such a person undoubtedly harbored a measure of cunning. Thus Chao Yu felt the need to remain vigilant. He suspected that he would be compelled to employ Kai Dai as a spy to monitor his actions. This arrangement was rather convenient, sparing him the need to concoct excuses for their removal. At this moment, Kai Dai finally seemed to awaken, letting out a soft whimper as she gradually rubbed her eyes, striving to discern her surroundings. "Young master," she called out, noticing Chao Yu tidying his attire in front of a bronze mirror. "You should have some breakfast soon. Don't let yourself go hungry. Your body must be feeling weak. Eat something nourishing, and leave the laborious tasks to others." Chao Yu spoke tenderly, expressing concern for her well-being. He remained uncertain about her true allegiances and the choices she might make. A normal interaction would suffice. After all, she was merely striving for survival and could not be expected to offer too much. "Understood, young master," Kai Dai nodded, signaling her comprehension of what was required. After a night of bliss, she appeared somewhat shy. Unable to meet Chao Yu's gaze, the gentleness and absence of malice in his demeanor left her feeling unaccustomed. "From now on, you shall be my personal maid, attending solely to my needs. Move your daily necessities to the room next door. It will be more convenient. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from visiting Chao Lu." Chao Yu glanced back, his words tinged with a hint of authority that, of course, he was aware that Kai Dai might stealthily return to communicate with those two. Yet, that was of little consequence. He was keen to see how she would choose. Should she make the right choice, considering their months together, he might absolve her of her servant status and grant her wealth and comfort. If she performed admirably, she could even enjoy the privileges of a favored companion. Should she err, however, there would be no mercy. Kai Dai understood. She would heed the young master's directives. This maid exhibited an unusual docility, having shed the timidity and fear she had displayed previously. Bowing her head, she seemed lost in thought. "It is my hope that you recognize the reality of the situation, that the Chao family has a new master, and how those two forsook you last night. As long as you are sincere in your allegiance to me, I assure you that you will not be wronged. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you today." Chao Yu offered her a final reminder and warning, all the while wearing a smile. After delivering his message, he hurriedly departed, leaving Kai Dai alone in the room, seemingly contemplating his words. After a moment of hesitation, she dressed and gingerly descended from the bed, striving to walk normally as she set about her tasks. Meanwhile, in a corner of the building, Chao Yu, who had initially intended to leave, slowly revealed himself. He observed her graceful figure as she walked farther away, reaching a crossroads, keenly watching which path she would choose. Would she head to the kitchen to prepare something she enjoyed? Or would she venture to Chao Tian and Chao Lu's side to share information and secrets? The choice between life and death lay entirely in her hands. After pausing briefly, as if realizing her hunger, she made her way to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Chao Yu nodded slightly, though his expression remained inscrutable. He found it rather amusing that, despite having been callously abandoned by the Chao family, she would still consider returning to serve them. He wished to continue observing her, but pressing matters demanded his attention, so he resolved to monitor her actions further down the line. Chapter 7. Seizing the opportunity after departing from the Chao residence, Chao Yu took a moment to eat a little something before swiftly arriving at his destination, the Fong family estate. The Fong family was a prominent clan in Xingyun City, boasting considerable influence both in commerce and familial power, even extending their reach into the southern region. The formidable black iron-armored warriors leading two lion-like beasts at the entrance projected an air of authority, their fierce gazes attesting to their formidable status. However, Chao Yu was unfazed. While these beasts might intimidate ordinary folk, to him, who stood on the brink of the Xian stage, they were no more threatening than small dogs. "Who are you, and why are you lurking about?" inquired the warrior stationed at the Fong family gate, his tone devoid of disdain or mockery. After all, The Chao family was also a notable lineage, if not as grand as the Fong family, yet accustomed to a life of luxury. Are you blind? Do you not recognize Chao Yu of the Chao family? A newcomer, I presume, he proclaimed rather impolitely. The previously stern-faced warriors, upon hearing Chao Yu's name, immediately broke into smiles. The reputation of the notorious young master proved quite effective. Ah, it is the esteemed young master Chao. Please wait a moment while I inform my superiors, the leader of the group said, bowing respectfully before hastening off to fulfill his duty. Regrettably, moments later, he returned with an apologetic expression, informing Chao Yu that the elder Fong was unwell and unable to meet with guests today. It seemed the elder truly could not receive visitors. If he were well enough, he would not have allowed Lin Fan to take advantage of the situation, not only ensnaring his daughter, but also seizing the entire wealth and legacy the Fong family had built over the years. Just as Chao Yu was about to assert his capabilities to treat the elder and prolong his life, a horse-drawn carriage rushed into view, capturing his attention. A young maiden with a ponytail alighted from the carriage. Her beauty captivating and her spirit lively. Adorned in a striking red garment, she was quite the sight, with red ribbons and bells adorning her feet, producing a delightful sound with each step. This girl appeared particularly spirited, unmistakably the fiery temper of a little firecracker. She was none other than Fong Chuyu, the jewel of the Fong family and the infamous princess of Xingyun City, the rightful heroine of the tale. Destiny of the great villain system detecting. Name, Fong Chuyu. Only daughter of the prestigious Fong family in the southern region. 18 years old, innocent and carefree, yet willful and headstrong. Destined to be Lin Fan's fateful partner. Fortune value, 2,000, side quest. Seize the heroine's fortune value and contend with Lin Fan. Truly, she was the genuine heroine, the fated daughter, with a fortune value of 2,000, equivalent to the combined worth of 4 protagonists' mothers. Such fortune must be claimed by Chao Yu at all costs. It could not be left for the protagonist to seize. Dr. Zhang, hurry up. My grandfather is waiting. Fong Chuyu urged frantically, nearly dragging the elderly physician along with her. Oh dear, be gentle. My old bones cannot withstand such treatment, protested Dr. Zhang, his hair and beard white, likely in his 80s. The sight of such a spirited young girl manhandling him was indeed a sight to behold. Chao Yu recognized this as his opportunity. He had to intercept. Sister Chuyu, Dr. Zhang, it's been a while, he exclaimed, stepping forward with enthusiasm to greet them. As a scion of a second-rate family in Xingyun City, he had interacted with both on several occasions. Dr. Zhang returned his greeting with a smile, while Fong Chuyu turned to him, her expression puzzled. Who are you? Why are you blocking the way? Chao Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he was unexpectedly confronted by the heroine who did not recognize him, leaving him momentarily speechless. What a turn of events! It seemed the heroine had no knowledge of this great villain. I am the eldest son of the Chao family. Chao Yu. Do you not recall the times we played together in our youth? A few years ago, we crossed paths at the Fong family's flowing banquet during the festivities. Alas, I find myself in a predicament, compelled to feign familiarity. It is indeed lamentable that I, Chao Yu, often neglect serious matters and fail to cultivate a proper relationship with esteemed young ladies such as yourself. Instead indulging in frivolities. How foolish of me! Oh, Chao Yu, was it not just a few days ago that you were reprimanded by a respectable woman, only to be thoroughly thrashed by her? How is it that you seem unscathed so soon? Fong Chuyu scrutinized Chao Yu from head to toe, playfully teasing him. She unabashedly recounted his previous indiscretions, as if reveling in the utmost delight. Swallowing hard, Chao Yu yearned to slap his former self for such indiscretions. What a fool he had been, neglecting a stunning beauty to engage in petty mischief on the streets. Lacking any ambition, that young lady possessed remarkable skills. She was a martial artist, and encountering her was nothing short of fate. It was entirely deserved that he faced her wrath, a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. I merely intended to offer assistance, yet instead, I was treated as a fool, leading to this ludicrous situation. Chao Yu quickly defended himself. Though his words were mere fabrications, as long as he could deceive this young lady, nothing else mattered. Beside him, Zhang the physician merely shook his head in silence, choosing not to elaborate. He was aware of the truth. It was his apprentice who had set Chao Yu's dislocated arm back in place. Then, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave, I must attend to my grandfather's ailments with Dr. Zhang and cannot afford to waste any time. Feng Chuiyao did not press further, instead grasping Dr. Zhang's arm as she prepared to continue with her affairs, treating Qiao Yu as though he were transparent. After all, as a second-rate scion, he lacked the talents and power to capture the attention of such a distinguished lady. Nonetheless, it mattered not. He had come today with the intent of winning over Feng Chuyo. I possess the ability to cure the elder Feng's ailment. He boldly declared a statement that left everyone present in stunned silence. Feng Chuyao's hurried steps came to an abrupt halt. Dr. Zhang stared at Qiao Yu in disbelief. What did you say? Feng Chuyo released Dr. Zhang's arm and turned, her expression a mix of curiosity and skepticism. You possess medical skills? You can heal my grandfather? Of course, Qiao Yu replied with a smile, adding mischievously, and I also hope to reminisce with my dear sister Chuiyao. Chapter 8. No hope left. Qiao Yu. You cannot jest about such matters. Feng Chuiyao's demeanor shifted from playful to serious, her expression now carrying an air of gravity that instilled a sense of pressure. Yet, as a man determined to garner her favor, how could Qiao Yu be daunted by her slight intimidation? If I fail, I shall leave my fate to you. Dear sister Chua, I would not dare object. He had expended a substantial 400 fortune points to elevate his medical prowess to a level capable of addressing the elder Feng's affliction. Thus, he was assured of success in this endeavor. However, while he could indeed heal, Qiao Yu held his own ulterior motives. There was no way he would allow the patriarch of the Feng family to recover easily. At least not until this fiery young lady had fallen for him. Dr. Zhang interjected, Young Master Qiao, you are truly a prodigy, hailing from a prestigious lineage, yet also skilled in the healing arts. It seemed that Dr. Zhang was keen to flatter, aware that Qiao Yu had no substantial talent, yet he chose to indulge him nonetheless. You flatter me, Dr. Zhang, Qiao Yu replied nonchalantly, refraining from elaborating further. Although Dr. Zhang's skills were commendable, they would falter against a complex ailment, rendering him somewhat ineffectual. Upon hearing Qiao Yu's unyielding confidence, Feng Chuyo smiled brightly and said, Very well, since you are so bold in your claims. I shall grant you this opportunity. She added playfully, however, should you fail to save my grandfather, I shall impose a punishment upon you. Indeed, Feng Chuyo's smile was particularly enchanting, her youthful vitality creating a scene of exquisite beauty. A punishment? How frightful! But should I succeed in healing the elder Feng, what will you say then, dear sister Chuyo? Qiao Yu maintained his composure, eager to negotiate terms before proceeding. This charming young lady, being the protagonist, was someone he wished to garner favor with. If you succeed, I will grant you anything you desire from the Feng family. But that is a matter for later. Let us see if you can achieve it first. Come with me. Feng Chuyo's decisiveness shone through as she accepted Qiao Yu's confidence, albeit somewhat recklessly, and continued pulling Dr. Zhang along. Dr. Zhang, smiling, regarded Qiao Yu with delight, amused at how the youth would go to such lengths for a smile from a lady. Qiao Yu gestured politely to Dr. Zhang, then followed closely behind. Several armored warriors at the entrance opened the grand doors, allowing them entry. The Feng residence appeared extravagant from the outside, but upon entering, it was even more breathtaking. Pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and waterside pavilions, all resembling palatial structures, surrounded them. Servants clad in azure uniforms moved gracefully, bowing to Feng Chuyo and her companions. Compared to ordinary households, this place could easily be mistaken for a royal palace. Just the day prior, Lady An had prepared the meal herself, starkly contrasting the decline of the Lin family. At tea that moment, Qiao Yu sensed two discerning gazes from the garden intently fixed upon him. Turning to look, he found two burly men clad in black robes, their rugged appearances suggesting they were formidable martial artists responsible for the Feng family's protection. Qiao Yu had the fortune of encountering them before. Both were practitioners of the Xian level. A brief glance caused his pupils to constrict in surprise. It seemed these two had sensed the martial aura emanating from him and were slightly taken aback. After all, he had previously been regarded as a talentless scion with little prowess, yet now he had transformed into a capable young genius. Such a transformation was indeed remarkable, though he wished to conceal his newfound strength. The skills he needed to acquire required a significant amount of fortune points, a cost he could not afford at present. Today was not a day for conflict, so he had no reason to fear them. Following Feng Chuyo through corridor after corridor, they finally arrived at the rear courtyard where the elder Feng rested. Grandfather, how do you feel? Upon entering the room, Fang Chuyo rushed to the bedside, grasping the hand of a frail old man with white hair. Her concern palpable. The housekeepers and servants, upon seeing their young mistress, promptly stepped aside, one even holding a spittoon stained with red. "Chuyo, my dear, that I fear it is too late for me. I have but a few days left." The elder's complexion was grave, dark circles under his eyes betraying his condition. His speech was halting, his breath shallow. Indeed, it seemed his time was short. Fang Chuyo shook her head vigorously, panic evident in her eyes. "That cannot be. I have summoned Dr. Zhang. He can alleviate your symptoms." Upon hearing Dr. Zhang's name, the elder's interest piqued, and he moved closer, despite his frail state. "Dr. Zhang, please do not be so formal. I implore you to examine me." The elder Fang, once a figure of authority, now humbled himself before the physician, fully aware that his survival depended on this man. Without delay, Dr. Zhang approached to take the elder's pulse, assessing his condition. Meanwhile, Chao Yu stood idly by, seemingly an observer, unnoticed by all. Yet, soon enough, they would realize that Dr. Zhang was incapable of remedying the elder's affliction. Aside from himself and Lin Fan, no one else in the city could accomplish such a feat. Under Fang Chuyo's expectant gaze, Dr. Zhang performed the customary examination, only to shake his head and sigh deeply. "Dr. Zhang, how is my grandfather's health?" Fang Chuyo was the first to inquire. "With all due respect, the elder Fang's condition is worsening. It has become unresponsive to medicine. Unless a true celestial-level expert or one with extraordinary medical skills intervenes, it would be wise to prepare for the worst." Chapter 9. Who says it cannot be cured? Dr. Zhang, who had visited before, was accustomed to delivering such grim news. The elder Fang, nodding in resignation, seemed to accept his fate. "Years ago, an enemy shattered my meridians before their demise, leaving me not only powerless but also burdened with this chronic ailment. I have accepted my fate, yet I worry for my granddaughter." The elder Fang was the cornerstone of the Fang family. As long as he strategized, the family would not falter. Outside families were ever watchful. And should he pass, only Fang Chuyo would remain to fend off the wolves. "No, grandfather. You must have hope. If Dr. Zhang cannot help, we will seek out a more capable doctor. If all else fails, we can even spend lavishly to invite a celestial-level expert." Tears welled in Fang Chuyo's eyes, her distress evident as she felt on the brink of despair. The sight of the pear blossoms drenched in rain evokes an undeniable sense of compassion. Yet, in this fallen star city, who could possibly rival the esteemed Dr. Zhang? As for the masters of the heavenly realm, they are but legendary figures, with no one having reached such heights for centuries. Where might one search for them? The elderly gentleman, while gently caressing Fang Chuyue's head, pondered the arrangements for his own affairs. Even when the time comes to depart, one must ensure that certain matters are settled before closing one's eyes. "All right, enough tears," he said. "Who says it cannot be cured? Am I not here?" Chao Yu felt the moment was ripe, and no longer inclined to observe, he spoke up, offering his assistance. Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned toward Chao Yu, filled with astonishment and curiosity. Such a proclamation was audacious. Hearing such confident words, old Master Fang strained to lift his head and gazed at him. "Who are you?" Old Master Fang squinted, his illness clouding his vision. Failing to recognize Chao Yu, who stood not far away. "Old Master Fang, I am Chao Yu, the eldest son of the Chao family. I bow in respect to you. The basic courtesies must be observed." Hence this younger generation expressed their respect with a polite bow. "Chao family, Chao Yu?" Recognition dawned upon him. He was familiar with the Chao family and had indeed heard of Chao Yu. The old man nodded, seemingly recalling what the gatekeeper had mentioned earlier. "Chao Yu, my health is failing, but if you can cure me, I shall be most grateful." As for Chao Yu's background, old Master Fang was well aware. The family circumstances were decent, and he had visited occasionally, yet he had never heard of any medical prowess from Chao Yu. Could it be that he had encountered some fortuitous event? A hint of skepticism mingled with expectation arose within the old man. "I can," Chao Yu replied simply, without further embellishment. His air of confidence left the onlookers in awe. Of course, even if he were to succeed in saving the old man, he would subsequently poison him again, ensuring that old Master Fang could never fully recover, thus relying on his own methods for gradual improvement. This way, he would have time to cultivate a relationship with Fang Chuyue. "Grandfather, he says he can cure you?" Fang Chuyue interjected, having pieced together the earlier conversation with Chow Yud It. Seemed she had grasped onto a lifeline and was eager for him to examine her grandfather. Can you truly cure my illness? Old Master Fang inquired, his tone laced with skepticism and seriousness. If you can do it, then you may deal with me as you see if is this acceptable? Chow Yu earnestly assured him, I can indeed cure you. The ailment was not insurmountable. With his current medical skills akin to Lin Fan's, a few adjustments would suffice. Very well, come and examine me. If you can truly heal me, the Fang family will surely owe you a great debt of gratitude. The old man's words were tinged with excitement. With no other options remaining, it was worth a try. A dead horse can be treated as a live one. Dr. Zhang, meanwhile, merely chuckled to himself, discreetly stepping aside. Refraining from any disparagement or further remarks, it appeared that this physician was quite astute. From his perspective, it seemed that Chow Yu, who lacked any genuine medical knowledge, merely sought to win Fang Chu's favor. Akin to a young man courting a lady, such a scoundrel was not to be trifled with. He was merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Seeing Dr. Zhang's reaction, old Master Fang's heart sank somewhat. Yet he refused to abandon hope for treatment. As long as there remained a glimmer of possibility, he would seize it. This conviction had been vital to his success over the years. Fang Chuyue, with her endearing nature, vacated her position, her large eyes blinking eagerly, seemingly urging Chow Yu to do his utmost to save her grandfather. Rest assured, I have promised I can cure him, he reassured her. Words that stirred a flicker of hope within her heart. However, whether he could ultimately win this young lady's affections hinged entirely on his ability to heal old Master Fang. After all, according to the narrative, it was precisely how Lin Fan garnered the heroine's favor, gradually leading her to fall deeply in love with him. Yet, at this moment, the one employing such tactics to court the heroine had transformed into the antagonist. Chow Yu merely recited the lines of a protagonist, seizing the opportunity. Chapter 10. The intricate scheme with thoughtful words of comfort for Fang Chuyue, Chow Yu wasted no time and immediately commenced his techniques. He began by employing a unique method to seal the old man's meridians, subsequently using his palm strength to treat old Master Fang's body, repairing his energy channels. A mere partial restoration would suffice, allowing this old man to continue living. He could not afford to heal him completely just yet. He needed to create opportunities to cultivate his relationship with Fang Chuyue, while also setting a trap for Lin Fan, ensuring the latter would unwittingly fall into it. This method and palm strength. Dr. Zhang observed intently, unable to resist stepping closer to scrutinize. To his surprise, he had initially thought Chow Yu was merely here to amuse the heroine, only to discover that this young man possessed genuine talent. Not only was he a martial artist, but his medical skills were extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing those of Dr. Zhang himself. Trembling with excitement, Dr. Zhang could not help but exclaim, "It seems my eyes have deceived me. There is indeed a master in our midst." Old Master Fang felt the changes in his body, his previously dazed expression regaining vitality, and his breathing became smoother. Upon hearing Dr. Zhang's praise, he felt a surge of joy. I can sense the life force within me rekindling. I feel revitalized. Fang Chuyue could hardly contain her exuberance, her face alight with joy, witnessing her grandfather's genuine improvement, the sole family member she cherished. How could she not feel elated? In that moment, Chow Yu shone brightly in her eyes, radiating an almost dazzling brilliance. Her childhood companion, it turned out, was an exceptional young man, embodying both strength and compassion. Fang Chuyue's heart fluttered. Having previously not paid him much attention, she now found her feelings for Chow Yu warming. Chow Yu exhaled a breath of relief, as if reclaiming his energy. I have repaired a small portion of the old man's meridians. He is temporarily out of danger. However, due to my limited cultivation, I cannot complete such a complex treatment in one go. If he is to fully recover, it will require time and further assistance from me. Intentionally providing only a partial restoration, he planned to return gradually for further treatment, thus creating opportunities to be with the heroine while simultaneously undermining Lin Fan's fortunes. As the antagonist, such actions were routine. He meticulously plotted while boldly scheming against Lin Fan, resolved to diminish the latter's luck. "Grandfather, did you hear that? Your illness can be treated." Fang Chuyue exclaimed joyfully, rushing to support her grandfather, overwhelmed with happiness. Old Master Fong indeed felt considerably better and was able to sit up. Thank you, young friend, for your assistance. I feel much improved. I never anticipated that the Chow family would produce such a remarkable talent, skilled in both martial arts and medicine. It seems the Chow family is destined for greatness. He praised Chow Yu without reservation, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Acknowledging that further treatment would necessitate this young man's help, Old Master Fong was determined not to appear indifferent. You honor me, Old Master. Chow Yu replied, feigning modesty. My initial intent in pursuing medicine was to alleviate suffering, but my skills are still wanting. I could only assist to this extent. The rest shall come with time. Chow Yu could not resist embellishing his persona. To win Old Master Fong's and the heroine's favor, it was essential to display compassion and benevolence. After all, this was precisely how Lin Fan operated. He embodied such qualities. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could garner the admiration of Old Master Fong and the heroine, Dr. Zhang could no longer contain himself. What a noble aspiration to alleviate suffering, young Chow. Your words leave me feeling most humbled and in awe. As Dr. Zhang spoke, he could not help but bow deeply to Chow Yu. What is this, Dr. Zhang? You are an elder. How can you bow to me, a junior? Chow Yu replied with an awkward smile, having not intended to engage with Dr. Zhang. However, this unexpected encounter amused Fong Chuyue, who stifled her laughter, her eyes sparkling with mirth, embodying youthful exuberance and beauty. Chow Yu found himself drawn to her charm, unable to resist glancing at her again. Cough, cough. Old Master Fong cleared his throat, as if to remind them of something. Recovering his gaze, Chow Yu pretended as if nothing had transpired. It seemed that Old Master Fong was quite vigilant. His granddaughter was his treasure, not easily entrusted to another. A twinge of annoyance flickered within Chow Yu. Had it not been for the heroine, he might have considered eliminating this old man. I won't indulge you, he thought. Yet, should he marry his granddaughter in the future? Such matters would be overlooked. After all, they would be kin, and Chow Yu would not dwell on trivial grievances. Chapter 11. Leaving no stone unturned, Fong Chuyue, ever perceptive, noticed Chow Yu's gaze. It is not merely devoid of any sense of aversion. Rather, it brings forth a certain joy. Old Master Fong gradually settled himself at the head of the bed, adopting an air of authority. Chow Yu, since you have lent me your assistance today, consider it an obligation on my part. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. What could one desire in such a context? Naturally, it would be to propose a union with your mischievous yet exceedingly beautiful granddaughter. However, to broach such a topic at this juncture would be exceedingly unwise. Even though assistance was rendered to Old Master Fong, it was unequivocally impossible for him to part with his most treasured granddaughter. Even Lin Fan, after enduring numerous trials and tribulations, ultimately secured a bond with the female lead only in the latter stages. Thus, Chow Yu was astute enough to comprehend the nuances of the situation, discerning which sentiments were appropriate to express and which were best left unspoken. I have yet to formulate any requests. I merely happen to pass by and offer my assistance. However, should any needs arise in the future, I trust one will approach the old master with them. Chow Yu refrained from making any demands, choosing instead to defer this favor for a more opportune moment to express his desire to be with Fong Chuyao. Or perhaps, when he was indeed with Fong Chuyao, he would then inform the old gentleman. Very well, I shall remember this favor. In return, you may assist me in restoring my health. As for benefits, I shall certainly not forget your contributions. Old Master Fong articulated this with assurance, emphasizing his desire for Chow Yu to restore his health above all else. Of course, rest assured, Old Master. Once my internal energies are restored, I shall promptly attend to your treatment. Chow Yu readily agreed. As for when his energies would be replenished, that was contingent upon his own disposition. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chow Yu finally extricated himself, allowing Physician Zhang to further attend to Old Master Fong's pulse, and he managed to step out of the room. Everything was unfolding as per his plans. Casting a glance at Fong Chuyao beside him, Chow Yu ceased to feign indifference. Sister Chuyao, having healed your grandfather, it is time for you to fulfill your promise, is it not? He directed his gaze toward Fong Chuyao. Seeking to extract a benefit, I must concede your prowess. You have indeed managed to cure such an ailment. However, why did you not voice your desires to my grandfather earlier? Why seek me now? Fong Chuyao blinked, her lively eyes seemingly harboring a cleverness that suggested she had discerned Qiao Yu's intentions, a hint of shyness coloring her demeanor. Old Master Fong is one thing. You are another. I wager with you, this matter does not concern him. Qiao Yu maintained his composure, questioning whether the esteemed daughter of the Fong family was unwilling to accept defeat and sought to evade her obligations. Who is unwilling to accept defeat? However, your ailment remains only partially treated. We had an agreement. Should you be fully healed, I would acquiesce to your requests. Fong Chuyao appeared to have identified a loophole and began to engage in a playful exchange of words with Qiao Yu. Nevertheless, Qiao Yu remained unperturbed. It matters not. My sole request is to have Sister Chuyao accompany me for outings, dining, enjoying the blossoms and the moon, reminiscing and sharing our hearts. We can simultaneously attend to your grandfather's health while fulfilling my wishes. He had long been aware of the female lead's cunning nature, renowned for her capriciousness. How could she be easily ensnared? You wish to invite me? Fong Chuyao leaned forward, her expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. It was well known that many young men of noble lineage sought to court Fong Chuyao, who hailed from a prestigious family and was the sole daughter, not to mention a breathtaking beauty poised for marriage. Indeed, I wonder if Sister Chuyao has any free time, as it has been quite a while since we last enjoyed each other's company. While the earnest Lin Fan had expended considerable effort to win the affection of this female lead, Qiao Yu, the antagonist, believed his advance would be far simpler. After all, lively and mischievous girls like Fong Chuyao were often drawn to boys with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing Qiao Yu's words, Fong Chuyao turned to leave without a response. However, after a few steps, her footsteps echoed with a playful chime, and she turned back to stick her tongue out at Qiao Yu. Then I shall consider it and let you know when I am free. She was exceedingly charming and delightful, making it impossible to decipher what thoughts danced within her mind. Qiao Yu smiled silently, quite taken with this endearing girl. Tio Court, such an animated and intriguing young lady, promised a life far from mundane upon successful union. He had preemptively seized the opportunity with the female lead, developing a narrative with Fong Chuyao. She was destined to be the fated companion of his villainous character, and there was no need for haste. Having accomplished all this, Qiao Yu felt triumphant and well rewarded, though somewhat fatigued. As of now, he had yet to receive any news of Lin Fan descending the mountain. Perhaps Lin Fan was engaged in deep conversation with two courtesans along the way. Thus no news had reached him. Regardless, it mattered little. The most crucial aspect was, he had successfully intercepted the female lead and possessed a safeguard in the form of an Yun, alongside the Lin family's supreme techniques. It was high time to return home and rest. With the dawn of a new plot tomorrow, he would set his sights on intercepting the second female lead as well. Ideally, before Lin Fan descends, he would seize them all, leaving none for him. Chapter 12. Intercepting the second female lead. Upon returning to the Qiao residence, both Qiao Tian and Qiao El displayed utmost deference towards him, no longer daring to command him as they had previously. Qiao Yu, indifferent to their demeanor, found himself wishing for them to act sooner, providing him with a pretext to send them on their way. As for the maid, Kai Dai, there was nothing amiss. Her condition had improved significantly, no longer resembling the morning's ailment that had rendered her unable to stand. By evening, she diligently attended to him, massaging his shoulders and legs, fulfilling the role of a devoted maid without leaving his side. This pleased Qiao Yu greatly, leaving a favorable impression of her. Moreover, it appeared that Qiao El was eager to engage Kai Dai in conversation. However, the girl seemed to heed his earlier command, merely offering a courtesy before promptly departing, saying little more to him. Qiao Yu observed this with keen interest, remaining watchful, still uncertain if this was merely a performance for his benefit or if Kai Dai genuinely wished to accompany him. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, withholding any definitive stance. The following day brought no news of Lin Fan descending the mountain. Qiao Yu, content, spent his time at home enjoying the company of Kai Dai, indulging in food and drink, leading a life of comfort. While he was eager to intercept the second female lead, or even the supporting female character, the plot had yet to commence, rendering his search futile. There was no point in rushing as night deepened. Qiao Yu opened his eyes, listening to the steady rhythm of Kai Dai's breathing beside him. Aware that the maid had likely succumbed to slumber after a long day, he rose with the utmost care. Clad in a black robe, he prepared to venture out. According to the narrative, this evening would bring turmoil for the second female lead. Originally, it should have been Lin Fan who swooped in to save her. leading to their acquaintance and eventual union. However, Lin Fan was currently lost in revelry with two courtesans, entirely oblivious to the plight of the second female lead. As the antagonist, Chao Yu, who was anything but virtuous, intended to join the fray and preempt the protagonist, intercepting this second female lead. In the southern part of Xingyun City, Chao Yu had already lain in wait. The desolate outskirts offered little of note. The sounds of chirping birds and rustling insects filled the air under the twinkling stars and moon, imparting a sense of solitude. Time passed, and soon, the quiet path nearby stirred with sounds, capturing Chao Yu's attention. Before long, he spotted a figure clad in dark attire, swiftly traversing the shadows. Close behind, a sword-wielding woman leapt into view, giving chase. Though the night shrouded her features, the silhouette hinted at a poised and graceful heroine. Despicable rogue of the demonic path, where do you think you're going? A melodious voice rang out, laced with impatience as the pursuer attempted to halt the fleeing figure. Here it comes. Chao Yu's heart surged with excitement as he activated the system to check the details of the woman. Destined Great Villain System Scanning. Name, Zhao Kuerhi, heiress of the Zhao family in Xingyun City. A chivalrous woman with a strong sense of justice, yet lacking cunning, making her susceptible to deception. Fortune value, 600, subplot. Seize the second female lead's fortune value to enhance oneself. Indeed, it was as he suspected, the second female lead, Zhao Kuerhi, as Chao Yu recalled the narrative. He concealed himself in the shadows, observing intently. Given Zhao Kuerhi's yellow-grade second-tier cultivation, she was formidable and should be able to contend with this minor antagonist. Yet, in the martial world, victory was not merely a matter of strength. Myriad strategies also paved the way to triumph. As Zhao Kuerhi leaped forward, the cloaked villain suddenly turned, scattering a handful of white powder. Completely unprepared for such a tactic, Zhao Kuerhi gasped, unwittingly succumbing to its effects. She felt dizzy and inexplicably drowsy. Humph, foolish woman, throwing yourself into the fray, daring to pursue me. Tonight, you shall serve as my training fodder. The villain removed his mask, revealing a somewhat grotesque visage, yet his eyes gleamed with a terrifying cruelty. Zayakher gazed at the frightened expression of the other party and could not help but take 2 steps back, trembling with fear as she began to curse vehemently, calling them a shameless scoundrel, declaring, "I shall kill you." Having said that, she attempted to raise her sword to strike. However, it proved utterly ineffective. At that moment, Zayakher was weak and feeble, having fallen victim to a treacherous ploy, unable to muster any strength. Her eyelids fluttered incessantly, and eventually, she could no longer withstand it. Amidst the mocking laughter of her adversary, she collapsed heavily to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the dark sorcerer prepared to approach her. Intending to use Zayakher for his own cultivation, it's about time. I should be able to make my move now. Chao Yu, witnessing the scene, no longer hesitated. He could not bear the thought of the second female lead being touched by this dark sorcerer. After crouching in the grass for some time, he launched a surprise attack. Silently, he manifested himself and struck the back of the enemy's head. It appeared gentle, yet the force behind it was terrifying. The enemy's body stiffened, bewildered, and then fell heavily to the ground, breathless. Killed a yellow rank level 1 martial artist and gained 100 experience points. Host's rank, yellow rank level 10 martial artist. Experience required for system-assisted upgrade to Xian rank level 1. 150,2000 experience points. Killing martial artists grants experience points, facilitating upgrades. This is the most expedient method. With the demise of a few more low-level martial artists, I could ascend to Xian rank level 1. This is quite splendid, indeed. Chao Yu looked at his experience points and felt a distinct thrill. Compared to using precious fortune points to level up, this method is far more economical and efficient. After all, the higher the enemy's rank, the more experience points they provide. If I were to slay a martial artist of the same rank, I believe my own rank would soar. He searched the fallen foe for any treasures or other items, but only found a worthless dark sorcery manual and some miscellaneous potions. These items did not pique Chao Yu's interest, apart from the antidote to awaken Zayakher from her unconscious state. He cast the rest aside. Having completed this, he finally turned his attention to the second female lead, Zayakher, whose figure and beauty were quite remarkable. 600 fortune points. I cannot let this opportunity slip by. A faint smile crept upon his lips. Now, Only less than 100 fortune points remained for consumption. Chao Yu pondered how to procure some fortune points for future contingencies. This situation arose. He temporarily pocketed the antidote. For it was the dark sorcerer who had rendered her unconscious, and it was of no concern to him. Chao Yu was not the protagonist. He would not be shackled by morality and need not tread lightly. A genuine villain, his disposition was far more sinister than Chao Yu's original nature. Achieving his objectives was of utmost importance. Surely, these 600 fortune points are enticing. Chapter 13. I am willing to marry you. A night passed, as dawn broke. A gentle voice called out, wake up, wake up. Zayakher, lost in a beautiful dream, gradually stirred from her slumber. The glaring sunlight filtered through the trees, causing pain to her freshly opened eyes. Ah, it hurts. A delicate gasp escaped her lips as she felt as though her body were falling apart, akin to having plummeted from a great height, unable to bear the discomfort. Are you all right? The voice continued to call nearby. Zayakher seemed still oblivious to the situation, her gaze falling upon a man of striking presence, yet with a hint of wickedness in his brow. Who are you? Zayakher clutched her head, grimacing as she forced herself to sit up. I am Chao Yu, the young master of the Chao family. Miss, are you feeling all right? Chao Yu inquired with an earnest expression, full of concern for Zayakher's condition. I'm fine. Just feel an excruciating pain all over. Zayakher replied, her face twisted in agony, unsure of what to articulate. However, she seemed to recall the name Chao Yu, immediately retorting, Chao Yu, you are the scoundrel who often bullies virtuous women. Miss, what do you mean by that? I took it upon myself to rescue you from the dark sorcerer's clutches, and yet you repay my kindness with slander. Chao Yu feigned anger, his face betraying displeasure. The dark sorcerer. Yes, the dark sorcerer. Clueless Zayakher finally pieced together the events of the previous night. She had been pursuing the dark sorcerer and had inadvertently fallen into their trap, leading to her fainting. She quickly scanned her surroundings and spotted a bare-chested man lying on the ground, his dark garb discarded to the side. The vicious visage was unmistakably that of the dark sorcerer who had ambushed her the night prior. He is dead. You saved me? Zayakher inquired, her previous negative impression of Chao Yu evaporating. Replaced by gratitude, I happened to pass by and saw this dark sorcerer attempting to go harm you, milady, which is why I intervened. Chao Yu awkwardly explained, simultaneously shedding his long robe and draping it over Zayakher. Upon hearing this, Zayakher's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, it became clear to her why her body ached so. That scoundrel, how dare he? I shall kill him, she seethed, her body trembling with rage, fully realizing the gravity of what had transpired. The esteemed young lady of the Zhao family, a pure and untouched flower, had been humiliated by a dark sorcerer. Miss Zhao, please remain calm. He is already dead. Chao Yu, glancing at the panel displaying his newly acquired 700 fortune points, felt a twinge of guilt as he placed his hands on her shoulders, attempting to console her. But at this point, Zayakher felt on the verge of tears. She had heard rumors of young girls disappearing frequently in the city, which had prompted her investigation. After finally grasping a lead, she had failed to save the girl and found herself in this predicament. Her pristine reputation was now tarnished. How can I ever marry now? Everyone will mock me. My family will be ashamed of me, Zayakher lamented, expressing her inner turmoil. Despite the fact that the man before her exuded kindness and reliability, he was nothing like the debauched rogue she had heard about, one who only bullied men and women alike, doing no good. Yet how could she not take this matter to heart? She felt as if she had become a withered flower, no longer fit to be called a lady of distinction. Miss Zhao, please do not speak this way. At the very least, I will not ridicule you. I would even be willing to marry you. Chao Yu continued to reassure Zayakher, hoping to alleviate her distress. Is that true? You truly would not mock me, and you would be willing to marry me? Zayakher seemed touched by Chao Yu's words, her surprise evident. In such a situation, any man would find it intolerable, even wishing to distance themselves from her. Yet this man appeared understanding, like a ray of dawn, instilling an overwhelming sense of warmth and comfort. Chao Yu gradually released Zayakher, taking her hands in his. Smiling as he spoke, I, Chao Yu, am always truthful in my words, and I remain unmarried to this day. Miss Zhao, you are exceptionally beautiful and possess a noble heart, as long as you do not find me unworthy. I would be honored. Matters of marriage are not to be trifled with. I cannot agree to such a proposal. Zayakur was evidently moved, yet still clung to a shred of rationality, refraining from outright acceptance. However, this alone was sufficient. The purpose of his actions was to garner her favor. Chao Yu had already obtained the fortune points, yet he recognized that Zayakur was a virtuous woman, the second female lead in the narrative. Blessed with remarkable beauty and form, which needed no further elaboration. Moreover, her fortune was extraordinary. Having her by his side would undoubtedly benefit him. Fortune is an enigmatic force. The more individuals with extraordinary fortune he gathered, the more he could counter the protagonist. Very well. Since Miss Zhao feels it inappropriate, I shall not press the matter. However, I will keep this incident confidential. No third party shall learn of it. Chao Yu feigned disappointment, sighing softly while maintaining the demeanor of a gentleman. Zayakur, filled with a sense of justice, was a true heroine. She favored individuals like Lin Fan, those of righteous character, and held disdain for characters like himself. Thus, it was prudent to maintain this facade for now. Until this woman fell madly in love with him, he must conceal his true nature. That is not what I meant. I merely need time to contemplate. Please grant me a moment. Zayakur's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Just moments ago, she had felt overwhelming despair and anger, but now she resembled a bashful maiden in love, filled with shyness and timidity. Gone was her former gallant demeanor as a heroine. Very well, I shall visit the Zhao family often to see you, miss, even if fate keeps us apart. I hope to become friends with you. Yes, I shall await your visit. Their conversation, simple yet profound, had shifted the tides. Observing Zayakur's lowered head and gentle smile, Chao Yu could not help but let a unique smile grace his lips. Excellent. Not only had he intercepted Zayakur's fortune points, but her heart would also belong to him. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, is likely still reveling in his own merriment on the road. Who would have thought that the female protagonist would have her chances usurped even by the second female lead? Later on, when Lin Fan seeks out Zhao Kuer, no matter how hard he tries to charm her, it would surely be of no avail. Chapter 14. White hair, red eyes. Zhao Kuer is rather naive. Easily swayed by Chao Yu's few sweet words, her fondness for him blossoming. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Zhao Kuer. After all, this minion of the demonic sect has indeed captured several young girls for the purpose of training in dark arts. Hence, it is only natural for her to attribute such occurrences to the machinations of the demonic realm without suspecting anyone else. With remarkable grace, Chao Yu escorted Zhao Kuer back home, assuring her that none would learn of the incident, which provided her with a measure of comfort. She found herself devoid of despair regarding the future, even feeling fortunate to encounter a man like Chao Yu, who is responsible and steadfast, unlike others. It is likely that she has already begun to harbor feelings for him, and it won't be long before their relationship deepens. Having resolved the matter with Zhao Kuer, it is time for Chao Yu to pursue the next second female lead. Stretching lazily, he felt invigorated despite having gone a night without sleep. The fatigue was, in fact, a source of happiness. Estimating the time, he leisurely strolled along the street, yet with a clear destination in mind. I recall that in the storyline, there was another second female lead near Zhao Kuer's home. As he walked, Chao Yu scanned his surroundings, attentive to the happenings around him. This book features quite a number of second female leads and supporting characters. Although the plot is rife with cliché and melodrama, the author seems to treat Lin Fan exceptionally well. In contrast, Chao Yu, the grand villain, suffers a far lesser fate. Bullied at home and tormented by Lin Fan outside, he eventually succumbed to despair and descended into the demonic path. Regardless of his efforts, he remains overshadowed by the seemingly invincible Lin Fan, never experiencing true joy until his demise. Chao Yu is determined not to share such a dismal fate. Thus, he must seize every opportunity. In the midst of his endeavors to intercept, he soon stumbled upon an unusual scene. In a secluded corner of the street, several chubby youths were picking up stones from the ground, gleefully hurling them at a girl crouched down in an attempt to evade their assault. Ugly freak. Let's stone her to death. She's hideous. Don't let her out to scare anyone. Throw stones at her. Among these youths, the eldest appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, while the youngest barely reached 12 or 13. Yet, these boys, who should be vibrant and diligent in their studies, were instead bullying a girl slightly older than themselves. They referred to her as an ugly freak. Due to the distance, the girl being targeted was concealed beneath a black cloak, occasionally letting out low whimpers of distress, yet she gritted her teeth in silence, refusing to plead for mercy. Thus, it was impossible to discern her true appearance or understand why they deemed her ugly. However, Chao Yu knew that she was far from being an unattractive girl. In fact, she was a genuine beauty. In the original narrative, Lin Fan heroically intervened, standing in front of the girl to fend off the ruffians, a tiresome and cliché trope of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress. This act garnered him a stroke of fortune, winning the girl's favor. Their story began in earnest upon their next encounter. Apologies, Lin Fan, but I shall also seize this second female lead, leaving you with nothing. Without hesitation, Chao Yu acted. After all, Lin Fan was currently reveling on the mountainside, neglecting the female leads. Should he just stand by and watch as others are bullied? Absolutely not, as a villain with a sense of compassion. He could not bear to witness such a scene. Stepping forward, he admonished, "You little rascals, how dare you bully others without even fully grown teeth?" With that, Chao Yu moved like a specter, swiftly raising his hand for a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed one after another, a simple action executed with speed and precision, landing on the faces of the miscreants. Instantly, a searing pain ensued. While .2 of the younger boys dropped their stones, bursting into tears, "Do you think only you feel pain? You little brats, bullying others without adult guidance on the right path." While delivering this righteous speech, Chao Yu discreetly glanced at the girl behind him. Strangely enough, she seemed captivated by the sight of a man with such noble intentions, subtly lifting her cloak to observe him. Just a single glance revealed that her eyes were unlike those of ordinary people. True to the original text, this girl possessed heterochromia, one eye red and the other blue. Her hair was snow white, and her features were strikingly exquisite, making her an exceptional beauty. Alas, such a distinct appearance, if placed in modern times, would undoubtedly attract admiration and attention. Yet, in this era, due to differing standards of beauty, she was labeled as an ugly freak and a monster. Chao Yu paid no mind to such judgments. A girl with such unique beauty was an exceedingly rare find. White hair and red eyes, he found her incredibly appealing. Naturally, the blue eye added an intriguing element. "Who are you, daring to strike me? Do you know my identity?" One of the youths, around 17 or 18, stepped forward, visibly displeased, jabbing a pudgy finger at Chao Yu. His opulent attire and the jade pendant at his waist hinted at some status. Chao Yu smiled, unperturbed. "Chao Yu of the Chao family. May I ask for your name, young master?" What a jest! Regardless of your status, it is inconsequential before the grand villain. Moreover, I am here to oppose the protagonist, so it matters not who stands before me. Chao family, the notorious Chao Yu. Upon hearing Chao Yu's name, the young man's expression shifted, his earlier bravado quickly dissipating. He turned on his heel, slinking away with his companions. This reaction caught Chao Yu off guard. He had anticipated the youth would flaunt his status, hurling insults and attempting to belittle him. Was it truly over just like that? After a moment of reflection, Chao Yu realized that the author had merely assigned these youths as the scions of third-rate families. When faced with someone like Lin Fan, a member of a fallen clan, they could easily act tough and boast, only to be humiliated by the protagonist. However, in this instance, Chao Yu hailed from a second-rate family and was the eldest son. In the city, he was notorious. Having faced bullying at home, he unleashed his frustrations outside, proving to be no easy target. Chapter 15. Restoring your freedom. Thus, they could only retreat in defeat, wary of provoking him further. This, in fact, spared him considerable trouble. Now that he had driven away those bothersome flies, it was time to attend to more serious matters. A quick glance revealed. Destiny's great villain system detecting. Name: Lu Mu Shui, second miss of the Lu family. A curious girl with white hair and heterochromia, perceived as a monster by others, seldom ventures outside, feeling insecure. Luck value: 600. Subplot: sees Lu Mu Shui's luck value to oppose the protagonist. A homebody with white hair and heterochromia. Excellent, Lin Fan, due to a marriage contract, wed Lu Mu Shui. Although he found her unattractive, as the protagonist and a just man, he treated her decently. Alas, her fate was tragic. Following Lin Fan led her to a demise at the hands of the demonic sect, where she was used to cultivate dark arts. Initially, Lin Fan mourned her loss, but soon enough, he was off enjoying himself with other female leads. And Lu Mu Shui faded from memory, as if she had vanished from the world. Qiao Yu wished to prevent such a tragedy from unfolding. This girl is quite precious. I cannot allow her to follow Lin Fan down that path. Since the protagonist is inept, this pitiable girl shall be protected by me, the grand villain. To leave a good impression before this second female lead, Qiao Yu naturally had to adopt the demeanor of a gentleman. Approaching her, he softly inquired, "Are you all right, miss? Are you injured? Would you like me to take you to a nearby clinic?" With a gentle and considerate manner, Qiao Yu exuded an aura of warmth, causing the girl, whose face was hidden beneath a headscarf, to glance up at him. However, upon making eye contact, she quickly averted her gaze in shyness. In that moment, Qiao Yu was truly seeing her for the first time. She was indeed a stunning beauty, and her uniqueness only heightened her allure. Ah, such a beautiful young lady. I must seize this opportunity, for I cannot allow Lin Fan to benefit from her. I am fine. Thank you, young master, for your assistance. Her voice was soft, yet it was evident she was making an effort to respond normally. As long as you are well, those children are simply ignorant. I've already taught them a lesson on your behalf. Should they trouble you again, feel free to seek me out at the Qiao family. What Qiao Yu, detest most in life is the act of bullying others. To speak such words with a sense of righteousness, as if one were the true paragon of virtue, is utterly disingenuous. Young Master Qiao possesses a heart of chivalry. I, Mu Shui, express my gratitude here. As she uttered these delicate words, the young maiden shyly crouched and performed a graceful bow. Truly, she is a refined lady, well versed in the etiquette of her station. Such an action allowed Qiao Yu to perceive more clearly the features that the other party had deliberately concealed. His fondness for her grew. How polite of her. It turns out she is the second daughter of the Liu family, a case where reputation pales in comparison to reality. The joy of helping others is my greatest delight. I am always eager to assist. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my aid. I, Qiao Yu, shall never decline. He promptly patted his chest in assurance, hoping to win the favor of this young lady. In the future, when they meet again, matters will be much easier to handle. As for Lin Fan, it seems unlikely that he will manage to cultivate any affection thereafter. With that, the young lady declared her intent to take her leave. Though she had slipped out for a specific purpose and could not linger. Then, young Master Qiao, we shall meet again. It appeared that Lu Mu Shui found Qiao Yu not as detestable as the rumors suggested. As a smile involuntarily graced her lips, moreover, while stealing glances at the handsome young master, her cheeks flushed slightly. Clearly, her heart was stirred. She yearned to retain him to learn more, yet Qiao Yu was no fool. Miss Mu Shui? Please. As long as one retains the Green Mountains, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Once he captures this woman's heart, she will inevitably return in due time. The two exchanged smiles, and though their encounter was brief, it seemed they had developed a mutual fondness, marking a rather pleasant encounter. Watching Lu Mu Shui walk further away, Qiao Yu felt a thrill of excitement within him. He had effortlessly intercepted a second female lead, thus enhancing his chances of triumphing over the protagonist. Having completed his immediate tasks, Qiao Yu found himself with little else to occupy his time. The plot had yet to unfold, and he suspected he might not even locate the other second female leads or supporting characters. For now, he would have to exercise patience and await the right opportunity. However, this did not imply that Qiao Yu was rendered entirely inactive. Any small details pertinent to the plot that were about to unfold could be arranged by him. Thus, he unreservedly dispatched individuals to carry out his bidding. Oh dear, it was still before noon, and with nothing to engage in, he pondered what amusement he might seek as the archvillain. Qiao Yu found himself rather bored without any nefarious deeds to undertake. Within the confines of his home, he could only eat, drink, and doze off. Yet, while this was the facade, he harbored his own clandestine intentions. For instance, he was curious to discern whether his personal maid, Kai Dai, had any connection with the Qiao family, and what clandestine activities she might be engaging in behind his back. At this moment, Qiao Yu was already a formidable warrior, a rarity among the younger generation. No one within the Qiao family could rival his strength. Thus, tracking someone without them noticing was entirely within his capabilities. Coincidentally, he wished to probe into Kai Dai's true thoughts, as she had been unusually quiet and compliant, executing his wishes flawlessly. This raised concerns within Qiao Yu that she might have conspired with Qiao Tian, acting as an undercover agent on his behalf to gather intelligence. However, he soon discovered that this was not the case. Even in his absence, Kai Dai would intentionally avoid Chao Elt even when Chao Tian sent someone to summon her. She would fabricate excuses to decline, which intrigued Chao Yu. This young girl had a certain depth to her. Thus, after lunch, Chao Yu summoned Kai Dai into his chamber. Assuming he desired her to attend to him, she dutifully prepared to assist him in his rest, eager to remove his shoes and socks for his comfort. However, Chao Yu interrupted her with a wave. Kai Dai, the young master wishes to share a few heartfelt words with you. Please, take a seat. These simple words bore an enchanting power that rendered her anxious. Kai Dai obediently sat beside Chao Yu, her lovely visage tinged with a slight blush, yet she no longer bore the prior timidity or fear. It seemed she had begun to notice the changes in Chao Yu over the past few days. He had become much more gentle and considerate, treating her exceptionally well. Young master, she addressed him in a sweet, girlish voice, casting a side glance at him, as if filled with expectation. You have performed commendably these past days. I have taken note and am quite pleased. Hence, I have prepared to grant you your freedom. As she spoke, she handed over a contract that had been prepared in advance. Upon opening it, Kai Dai could not help but exclaim, "This is my contract of servitude, young master. Are you truly serious? Surely, this is not some jest. After years of servitude, the ultimate aspiration of a servant is to attain freedom. Even being a commoner is preferable to being someone else's commodity. Subject to trading and discarding at will. Of course, Chao Yu's words were always binding. Besides, now that the contract was in her hands, how could there be any deceit? A smile crept upon his lips as he observed her unrestrained joy. Regardless, this young woman was already his. Treating her well was only right. Nevertheless, Chao Yu had his own ulterior motives for this act. Thank you, young master. I shall serve you diligently from now on, with unwavering loyalty. And I will not associate with the Chao family. Kai Dai promptly pledged her allegiance. After years of laboring for the Chao family, serving them tirelessly, she had received nothing in return, having been cast aside by them without a second thought, despite her cries for help. Fortunately, Chao Yu had not exhibited the previous madness. Instead, he treated her with kindness and ensured she was well cared for. A wise bird selects the right tree to perch upon. Kai Dai, though a mere commoner, understood the importance of aligning herself with the right person. This was precisely what Chao Yu sought. There was no need for her to fall in love with him. She was no leading lady, and Chao Yu did not consider himself a romantic hero adored by all. Binding her through mutual benefit would suffice. Indeed, serving me is essential. However, I require you to maintain contact with the Chao family and convey to them that you have seen the light and wish to act as their informant. Chao Yu spoke these astonishing words with a smile. Yet, despite Kai Dai's adherence to propriety, she was quite astute. Young master, do you mean for me to relay messages to them and also monitor their activities? The Chao family undoubtedly harbored ill intentions, and Chao Yu had no desire to expend energy speculating on their plans. He was busy dealing with the protagonist, so he instructed Kai Dai to infiltrate their ranks and keep a watchful eye on them. Should they engage in any tangible actions, he would have grounds to deal with them accordingly. To my surprise, you are rather clever. This saves me the trouble of explanation. Chao Yu nodded, appreciating the maid. As long as you assist me, remain by my side, and I promise that once this matter concludes, I shall make you my concubine. He made a weighty promise that caused her breathing to quicken. After years of toil without reward, she was suddenly granted freedom and the opportunity to become a concubine of a noble family, soaring from a humble existence to one of grandeur and wealth. As for why she would not be the primary wife, that was due to her status as a servant. Even with her newfound freedom, she could not claim the position of the principal wife. Becoming a concubine was already a windfall of fortune. Kai Dai vowed to serve the young master diligently, seeking opportunities to connect with the Chao family and provide constant updates on their activities. The maid harbored no reluctance whatsoever, fearing that Chao Yu might renege on his promise. She promptly acquiesced. Excellent, you are a wise individual, and I hold high hopes for you. Do not let me down. Chao Yu stretched lazily, gradually reclining onto the bed, seemingly preparing for a brief nap. Kai Dai, recognizing her duty as the future concubine, dutifully smiled shyly as she removed her shoes and socks, gently drawing the bed curtains. By evening, after an all-nighter, Chao Yu finally felt rested enough to rise and dress. That moment, a servant hurried in to report, "Young master, Madame An from the Lin family has sent someone to request your presence at their estate for an urgent matter." Upon hearing this, Chow Yu's face lit up with surprise. He had long been preoccupied with matters concerning Lin Fan's household, wondering when he might have the chance to visit again. He had not anticipated such an opportunity would arise so soon. It appeared that the poison within Yun had proven quite potent, necessitating his assistance to alleviate her affliction. Understood. You may leave now. After dismissing the servant, Chow Yu had already dressed. Turning to Kai Dai, who had tidied herself, he instructed, Kai Dai, you know what to do. I need not instruct you further on the upcoming matters. Young master, you go about your business. Kai Dai will not disappoint you. With confidence and respect. Such words were spoken, and at that moment, Kai Dai was also filled with vigor. After all, having a goal in mind and relishing in freedom, a bright future awaited her. How could one not strive with all their might? Very well, then I shall await your good news. Chow Yu remarked, not lingering any longer. Thoughts of the enchanting madam unflashed in his mind, along with pressing matters that required his assistance. If the poison in her body were to act up, it would be no trifling matter. Although most of the toxins had been dispelled, one must not underestimate it, for when it flared up, it would undoubtedly bring immense suffering. He was genuinely concerned for the lady's safety. Not wishing for her to endure any pain, he must hasten to her aid. Having departed from the Chow residence, he no longer needed to worry about any tricks the father and son duo might attempt. He arranged for Kai Dai to keep watch nearby. Should any disturbances arise, he would be informed at once. He believed he had bestowed sufficient benefits upon her, and she should know how to choose wisely. Unless she were a hopeless fool, however, at this stage, it seemed that the maid was quite astute, quickly learning how to please him. Chow Yu found himself quite fond of her. Having her by his side was undoubtedly a boon. The journey was remarkably smooth, and Chow Yu simply sat in his carriage, soon arriving at the Lin family estate. However, this time, the grand doors of the Lin residence were not tightly shut as before, but rather wide open, seemingly welcoming Chow Yu's arrival. This indeed spared him a considerable amount of trouble, allowing the coachman to return home unimpeded. He intended to stay the night, so there was no need for the coachman to wait. The sky had darkened, and the surroundings fell silent, with only the flickering candlelight from the main hall illuminating the scene. Without a doubt, Yun was awaiting him in the living room. The last time, she had prepared a lavish feast, and Chow Yu had relished every bite, thoroughly satisfying his appetite. He had long been craving her exquisite culinary skills, which were truly unparalleled. The delicious aroma wafted through the air, and it was all his favorite dishes. Chow Yu could hardly contain his salivation. Yet, upon hastening into the living room, he did not see the figure of the woman he so dearly missed. Only a table laden with steaming delicacies awaited him. Madame, he called out cautiously, feeling a tinge of anxiety about her whereabouts. Chow Yu, you've arrived? Yun's voice rang out from the back hall. Responding in kind, she stepped forward with graceful footsteps, appearing before Chow Yu. Chow Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. At that moment, Yun donned a flowing black gown adorned with subtle patterns, which beautifully accentuated her figure and allure. Her hairstyle, eye makeup, various delicate accessories, and even her manicured nails had all been meticulously arranged. A delicate pink pattern resembling peach blossoms graced her forehead. Her complexion was radiant, enhanced by a touch of rouge, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Chapter 17. Lin Fan descends the mountain. It seemed that Yun had truly gone to great lengths to prepare for this dinner. Attending to every detail with utmost care, both the hostess and the feast were a visual delight. What's wrong? Why do you look at me so? Yun felt a bit flustered by Chow Yu's reaction. Although she was a mature woman a decade older than him, possessing all the traits of a refined lady, she seemed to have experienced little in the realm of romance and was often well protected, thus retaining a hint of girlishness. Madam, you look absolutely stunning today. Simply marvelous. Chow Yu praised without reservation. She had exerted considerable effort to present herself so beautifully, radiating perfection from head to toe. If Chow Yu were to withhold compliments, it would be utterly unappreciative and a waste of her thoughtful preparations. You flatter me. I don't usually appear like this, just that you seldom visit, hence you perceive it this way. Yun beamed, her face alight with joy, though she remained quite humble. Her words seemed to suggest that Chow Yu's absence over the past few days had left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Indeed, I have been remiss. I have been rather busy these past days and neglected to pay you a visit. Qiao Yu replied with a warm smile, hoping to lift her spirits. Clearing his throat, he continued, but rest assured. Should you require my assistance, I would come hastening without a moment's delay. You are indeed thoughtful. It would be a pity if I had gone through all this trouble preparing if you had not come. And Yun expressed her relief. She was unsure whether Qiao Yu would keep his word, but in her moment of distress, she had reached out for his help, having faith that he would not disappoint her. Since you have called upon me, how could I possibly refuse? The thought of you suffering from poison weighs heavily on my heart. I must come to assist in your treatment, Qiao Yu asserted nobly. Walking forward with a smile, Haha Qiao Yu, you truly are a gentleman, always considering my well-being. It's quite touching. And Yun felt her fondness for him growing. It seemed that misfortune had brought her unexpected fortune. Though afflicted by poison, it had led her to encounter such a delightful man. The once dull and monotonous days now held a glimmer of hope and interest. How do you feel now? Madam, do you need me to treat you at once? The poison in your body is no trifling matter. Qiao Yu inquired with a look of concern, stepping closer to assess Yun's condition. He swallowed hard, feeling parched. Yun was truly a beauty, in her 30s, ripe with allure. I was indeed feeling unwell earlier, but I have endured it for quite some time, and I am much improved now. Yun replied truthfully, though she waved her hand dismissively, let us eat first. I feel somewhat guilty for having you help me so much. Madam An was still very particular. If one were to request assistance, it was only right to offer something in return. A tea the very least. She wished to treat Qiao Yu to a good meal before anything else. Regardless of the Lin family's current decline, they remained a prominent family, and Yun, as a lady of grace, knew the importance of etiquette. Then please, madam, let us enjoy this dinner together. After we have dined, I shall tend to your treatment, Qiao Yu replied. Feeling a bit hungry, he had been busy all afternoon and had eaten nothing. Moreover, Yun's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, and he genuinely wished to savor her dishes. Failing to do so would surely disappoint her. Very well, I shall pour you a cup of wine, Yun eagerly offered, lifting a warm jug from the table and began to pour for Qiao Yu. Her devoted demeanor stirred something within him. How wonderful it would be if such a woman could be by his side every day. Alas, that was not yet possible. He needed to bide his time and devise a plan to win the principal character first. Let us share this cup, madam, and he poured a cup for Yun as well, but after doing so, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace. In the moonlit night, how could one savor fine wine without a beauty by their side? Qiao Yu, what is this? Yun's face flushed as she felt a pleasant warmth, even before taking a sip of wine. Madam, you are truly a great beauty, Qiao Yu remarked as he drank from his cup. Leaning in to kiss Yun, to savor wine was also to savor beauty. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Xingyun City, a striking young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in a white brocade robe, rode in with haste before the city walls. Pausing briefly, he gazed at the grand characters of the city gate, seemingly lost in thought. It has been half a year. I, Lin Fan, have returned to Xingyun City, he murmured to himself, filled with vigor and radiance. One could tell he possessed an exceptional demeanor, standing upright with righteous spirit. Perhaps it was the nerves of returning home. He had ridden swiftly, fearing he would arrive late. Yet upon reaching the city gate, he slowed his pace, no longer in a hurry. Regrettably, it was getting late. Despite his master's instructions to head to the Fong family at the first opportunity after descending the mountain, it seemed inappropriate to do so at such an hour. Lin Fan shook his head, ultimately dismissing the notion of visiting the Fong family. Though Fong Chuyao, the daughter of the Fong family, was his fated partner, the woman destined for him, Lin Fan longed to see the enchanting heroine who haunted his dreams. However, he had been delayed for 2 days due to encountering 2 exquisite maidens in need of assistance on his journey down the mountain. It is my fault for allowing such matters to interfere with my priorities. I ought not to have let this happen. Lin Fan chided himself as he made his way homeward. Nevertheless, despite his words, a smile crept onto his face, revealing that he bore no regret. Though his time with the 2 stunning beauties was brief, it had been the most joyful period he had experienced in recent days. The days spent in asceticism on the mountain were indeed arduous. Not only was the fare meager, consisting of simple tea and plain rice, but Lin Fan also found himself isolated from the world. Seeing no one but his master, however, with the company of 2 enchanting beauties, indulging in wine and laughter. He felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It is likely that had he not been compelled by pressing matters to visit Xingyun City, Lin Fan might have lost track of time, remaining on the mountain for a year and a half without a second thought. Alas, it was time to return home. Dear mother, your son is finally able to come back to see you. As he pondered this, Lin Fan's mind was suddenly filled with the image of his mother's gentle and beautiful visage, prompting him to quicken his pace. Chapter 18. Our home has been burgled. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, he arrived at the Lin family residence, standing before his old home. Lin Fan had returned. He initially contemplated knocking on the door, eager to witness the joyful expression on his mother's face upon seeing him. However, he reconsidered, feeling it inappropriate for her to run all the way to greet him. What if her excitement caused her to stumble in the dark? Thus, with his exceptional agility, Lin Fan leapt gracefully over the high wall and entered the Lin residence. Yet, he nearly lost his footing upon landing. His body felt weak and unsteady. It seemed he needed a good period of recuperation to fully regain his strength. Once he steadied himself, he began to call out, "Mother, dear mother." After a moment's wait, there was no response. Where is everyone? He wondered. The hall was still lit, so could it be that she had retired to her room for the night? Lin Fan found this perplexing, as his mother was usually quite regimented in her routines. After dinner, she would often stroll in the backyard or embroider in the hall. It was rare for her to retire to bed so early. "Mother!" Without further thought, he called out as he made his way toward the backyard. As a martial artist of considerable rank, his senses were exceptionally acute. Just a few steps closer to the backyard, he discerned some commotion emanating from his mother's room. A thief? Sensing something amiss, he heightened his vigilance. But at that moment, no further sounds emerged. "Mother!" he called out uncertainly. That Fanner. Came a familiar voice from within the room. Lin Fan immediately recognized it as his mother, and Yun. "Mother, are you all right?" he inquired with urgent concern. "I'm fine. I just accidentally kicked something. And no need to worry," she replied, and suddenly, the room brightened as oil lamps flickered to life, casting her silhouette in the doorway. "Oh, not come in, dear. I will be out to see you shortly." "Yes, mother," he responded respectfully, feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing that she was unharmed. He patiently awaited her outside. At that moment, however, Lin Fan's ears perked up. He seemed to hear movement above the roof. "Who dares to cause trouble in the Lin household?" he bellowed, preparing to pursue and apprehend the intruder. Just then, Yun, her hair slightly disheveled and hastily donned in a robe, burst through the door, grasping Lin Fan's arm. "Fanner, you have returned. I have missed you dearly." Her grip was firm, revealing how long it had been since they had seen each other. "Mother, please let go. Our home has been robbed. I must go after the thief." Lin Fan's gaze was fixed on the figure atop the roof, eager to capture the intruder. "What thief? You silly child, it's pitch dark. Not even a rat could be found," and Yun teased, her face obscured by the shadows, showing no intention of releasing him. Lin Fan was at a loss for words, and Yun, being an ordinary woman without any martial training, was oblivious to the situation above. During this brief delay, the figure on the roof, evidently skilled, had already made their escape, vanishing without a trace. With no other option, Lin Fan relented. "It's nothing. Perhaps I merely imagined it." Ultimately, he chose not to elaborate further, fearing it would cause his mother undue worry. After all, he was now home. If a thief dared to come back, it would be tantamount to courting death. After uttering these words, it seemed he recalled something of significance. "By the way, mother, I am a bit hungry. Could you prepare something for me to eat?" "Of course, dear, I will prepare something right away. You go to the living room and wait a moment." And Yun replied, visibly relieved, her cheeks still flushed. She glanced at the spot on the roof where the figure had been, tugging at her collar to maintain her composure. Realizing it was late, she thought of the leftover food from dinner, planning to heat it up for Lin Fan, saving a grand feast to celebrate his return for the following day. After Yun left, Lin Fan hurriedly made his way to the ancestral hall of the Lin family, moving with remarkable speed. Upon arrival, he respectfully paid homage to his ancestors before swiftly searching for something of great importance. He pulled out a white cloth. "Phew, the cultivation method is still here. The treasures of the Lin family must be preserved." He exhaled deeply, having nearly been consumed by worry moments earlier. it appeared the intruder had merely sought to pilfer some valuables, a petty thief. Allowing them to escape was not a grave matter. Chapter 19. The Child of Destiny. At this moment, in the Chow family, having enjoyed himself too much, he had lost focus. Back in his room, Chow Yu sat in a chair, sipping water without a care in the world. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan, the protagonist, would return at such a critical juncture. Originally, he had intended to remain away from the Chow family for the night, even dismissing the carriage driver. Yet, Lin Fan had thwarted his plans. Although the two courtesans had sent him messages via carrier pigeon in advance, Chow Yu was unable to receive them promptly while at the Lin residence. He had nearly been caught in the act of indulging in his secret affair with Yun. Of course, Chow Yu was not afraid of Lin Fan, the main antagonist. He was well aware that the protagonist was his sworn enemy. A realization he accepted. However, he did not wish for his trump card to be revealed at this moment. His relationship with Yun was a matter of utmost importance, serving as a means of self-preservation for future use. System, please pull up Lin Fan's character panel once more. I was not paying attention earlier. I hope I did not misread it, he commanded, sitting up straight. Chow Yu was now preoccupied with more pressing matters. During their earlier encounter, he had taken a moment to glance at Lin Fan's personal panel, and to be honest, he had thought he had made an error. Thus, he was eager to review it again for a closer look. Destiny's Great Antagonist System Detection Result. Name: Lin Fan. Child of Destiny. Lin Fan, 18 years old, destined protagonist, possessing immense fortune, consistently averting calamity, and experiencing various extraordinary encounters. He is your nemesis, and only one of you may survive. Fortune value: 10,000. Realm: 7th grade of the Profound Stage. Main objective: seize fortune value, eliminate the Child of Destiny. Indeed, a full 10,000 fortune points. He is truly the Child of Destiny. Upon seeing Lin Fan's numerical panel, Chow Yu couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. It was absurd. To think that he, the great antagonist, had begun with a negative 100, while Lin Fan's fortune was soaring into the thousands. Such a disparity was staggering, a chasm too wide to bridge. It was no wonder that in the original text, the antagonist could never hope to prevail against the protagonist. Being trampled and slain was entirely plausible. Moreover, Lin Fan's realm was not to be underestimated. At just 18, he was a profound stage expert. There were likely only a handful in the entire southern region. And as a 7th grade profound stage practitioner, that was even more outrageous. Chow Yu was at a loss for words. The protagonist's advantages were overwhelmingly pronounced, and his initial settings were absurdly high, with every talent and stroke of luck maxed out. If he did not employ his own advantages, he had no hope of victory. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Even if Lin Fan's cultivation surpassed his own, he had already secured the affections of the female lead and 2 other significant female characters. He would insert himself into various plots and schemes, confident he could manipulate the situation to his advantage. Chow Yu was unperturbed, contemplating how he would handle Lin Fan. After all, with such an abundance of fortune points, they must gradually be seized for his own use. Once Lin Fan's fortune diminished, preventing him from transforming calamities into blessings, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate him. He was resolved to be the ruthless antagonist. Leaving the protagonist no chance to recover, as he pondered, the door swung open, and Kai Dai appeared before him, her face alight with surprise. "Young master, you have returned," she exclaimed, her smile radiant. Noticing Chow Yu's own smile, she seemed transformed. "What is it, Kai Dai? You appear to have good news." Chow Yu set aside his thoughts, engaging in conversation with the charming young woman before him. "Well, you see, young master," Kai Dai, cautious of eavesdroppers, hurried to Chow Yu's side, whispering confidentially in his ear. Upon hearing her words, Chow Yu not only felt no displeasure but was unable to suppress a chuckle. "Well done. Continue to monitor their movements closely. If there are any developments, be sure to report to me promptly." Chow Yu winked, sensing that the two from the Chow family were unwittingly digging their own graves. They were indeed plotting something in the shadows. "Very well, I shall await their next move. There is no need to rush into confrontation. At present, these two individuals are merely scheming in the shadows. Their plans remain shrouded in mystery, as does the timing of their execution, which is yet to be clarified. They are not ordinary people. Should they go missing or meet an untimely end, it is certain that righteous individuals will dispatch skilled investigators to uncover the truth. Thus, any action must be executed with careful justification, adhering to the principles of righteousness and moral integrity. I, for now, am a paragon of virtue, at least in appearance. I could set a trap for them to unwittingly fall into, allowing them to seek their own demise, at which point I would bear no responsibility. Having said this, Chao Yu swept up Kai Dai in his arms and tossed her onto the bed. Though he could not stay overnight with his lady, he was fortunate to have a woman of his own at home. Kai Dai, with her rosy complexion and fluttering eyes, lay on her side and extended a delicate finger towards him. Her pitiable demeanor exuded an innocent charm, reminiscent of Madame An, simply enchanting. With a sly grin, Chao Yu licked his lips and, without hesitation, took her hand, allowing her tender touch to draw him onto the bed. After a blissful night, Chao Yu awoke as per his usual routine. However, today bore a distinct significance. The challenge was imminent. He rose gently, covering the sleeping Kai Dai with a blanket. This woman was becoming increasingly delightful, adept at bringing him joy. Indeed, she was no longer a mere servant, free from the obligation of early rising, as other servants attended to the menial tasks. After enjoying breakfast, he had yet to seek trouble with Lin Fan when he swiftly received intelligence from his spies. He had long been prepared, having stationed absolutely reliable informants in the vicinity of Lin Fan's residence. Even if discovered, the trail would not lead back to him. Every moment, they kept a vigilant watch on that individual, ready to inform him at the slightest hint of movement. Indeed, on the very first day, Lin Fan seemed unable to remain still. Upon reviewing the intel, he promptly burned the note. Now, he contemplated visiting the Fong family to treat the elder, pondering whether it was too late to scheme against Fong Chuyao. Chao Yu sipped his tea, reveling in his amusement point 3 days prior, when he had orchestrated a performance to approach Yun. Lin Fan had already embarked down the mountain. However, he had strategically positioned 2 alluring women to ambush him midway, effectively detaining him for 3 days and 2 nights, thereby granting Chao Yu ample opportunity to implement his various strategies and plans. Everything was well within his control. Having made the necessary arrangements, he now instructed the coachman to take him to the Fong family. It was time to confront the man with the surname Lin. Chapter 20. Tread upon him a few more times. The streets were sparsely populated early in the morning, and the carriage moved swiftly. Before long, Chao Yu arrived at his destination. Young Master Chao, please enter. The elder has instructed that you may pass freely. The guards at the gate greeted respectfully. Chao Yu nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief inquiry, he learned that Lin Fan had already entered to see the elder Fong. Thus, he wasted no time and hastened to the rear courtyard. He intended to dig a pit for Lin Fan to fall into, but he must not add to the suffering of one already ensnared. Yun was indeed a remarkable mature woman, and Chao Yu was utterly enamored with her. He wished for her to become his own, to bear children for this formidable antagonist. Hence, it was imperative to exert effort in diminishing Lin Fan's fortune. A fortune of 10,000 must be diligently reduced. Otherwise, the life of this great antagonist would surely be fraught with difficulties. Although the Lin family had fallen into decline, Lin Fan's grandfather evidently held the Fong family in high regard, having shown them considerable favor over the years. Even during Lin Fan's time on the mountain honing his skills, the Fong family had assisted in managing the Lin family's business and lands, demonstrating their benevolence. Lin Fan's ease of access to the Fong family was likely due to this connection. Arriving deftly at the familiar room in the rear courtyard where he had previously treated the elder Fong, Chao Yu soon heard the anguished cries of the elder. Quickly, hurry to the Chao residence and summon young Master Chao, Dr. Zhang exclaimed, helpless and anxious. The elder Fong lay on the sickbed, clutching his chest, visibly suffering and in a dire state. It seemed an old ailment had resurfaced, and his health had once again deteriorated. This was understandable, as Chao Yu had only managed to restore a small portion of his damaged meridians and had covertly implanted some peculiar skills within him. After enduring for several days, his health would inevitably collapse anew. It was a wonder he felt any comfort at all. Humph. I told you that Chao Yu was merely putting on a show. He possesses no real ability to cure the elder Fong. This remark came from Lin Fan, standing confidently at the center of the room, exuding an air of superiority. He stood there, arms crossed, entirely unfazed. Yet, Lin Fan had his own confidence, as his medical skills were indeed commendable, and he could certainly treat the elder Fong's current condition, provided Chao Yu did not interfere. Dio refrained from making sarcastic remarks. My grandfather is in this state. Lin Fan, must you stand by and revel in our misfortune? Fang Chuyao retorted, clearly displeased. She found Lin Fan's haughty demeanor at such a critical moment rather distasteful. In contrast, Chao Yu's courteous and slightly humorous demeanor was far more appealing. Lin Fan was not here to show off. He promptly stated his purpose. I have declared that only I can cure the elder Fang. If this continues, it may soon endanger his life. I have come to fulfill my master's directive to descend the mountain and treat the elder Fang. For my master once proclaimed that Fang Chuyao is my fated, destined woman. If I can wed her, my path ahead will be smooth and bright. The ancestral treasure, a mysterious green jade ring on his finger, seemed to guide him towards this fate. The elder Fang managed to open his eyes with great difficulty and spoke. Lin Fan coughed, I know your grandfather's medical skills are extraordinary. Having descended the mountain, your skills and realm must not be lacking. If you can truly cure my ailment, then please. Speaking was an arduous task for him. Lin Fan, if you possess the ability, then please. My grandfather is in such a state. If you are willing to assist, our Fang family will surely remember your kindness. Fang Chuyao urged, her frustration evident. Lin Fan, unfazed, explained, of course, I will treat the elder. I only wish to clarify that Chao Yu is a good-for-nothing scion with no real abilities. Elder Fang and Sister Chu Yao must not be deceived by this man. Lin Fan was well aware of Chao Yu's reputation as a wastrel, notorious within Xingyun City. He held no fondness for him, having once witnessed him bullying a virtuous woman, an event that had led to Lin Fan delivering a sound thrashing. Leaving Chao Yu battered and bruised, the man was utterly defenseless, merely an ordinary individual, which was why Lin Fan regarded him with such disdain. Just as Lin Fan was posturing before the assembly, Chao Yu's rebuttal emerged. Lin Fan, you are being exceedingly arrogant, behaving as if you alone possess the ability, while everyone else is merely a supporting character. It is utterly laughable. Striding in with an air of confidence, Chao Yu, though inferior in fortune, matched Lin Fan's presence with unwavering resolve. Chao Yu. Upon seeing the scion of the Chao family, Fang Chuyao's expression brightened, as if her spirits were lifted. Chao Yu greeted her with grace. Bowing slightly, Sister Chuyao, it is a pleasure to see you again. This was done intentionally to create a stark contrast with the haughty Lin Fan beside him, as if Lin Fan were the true villain. While he was the genuine protagonist, Lin Fan was indeed formidable, a genuine genius. However, with genius often comes arrogance, and that arrogance can blind one to the worth of others, a significant flaw. Chapter 21. Want to save him? Not a chance. Chao Yu, it is you. With a confident smile gracing his lips, he fixed his gaze upon the figure at the entrance, whom he regarded as a mere waste of space. Yet, after a fleeting moment, he sensed something amiss. The current Chao Yu seemed transformed, as if he had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Though Lin Fan was dismissive and brimming with pride, he remained keenly perceptive. He quickly detected that something was different about the Chao Yu before him. Without hesitation, he began to probe the man's abilities. However, Chao Yu was well prepared. Having recently acquired 700 fortune points, he spent 200 to purchase a minor enhancement. Consequently, Lin Fan was unable to discern anything about him. The ability to conceal or disguise one's true abilities can be immensely advantageous. What a waste of space, devoid of any true essence, Lin Fan thought derisively. He had briefly entertained the notion that perhaps Chao Yu had experienced some fortuitous encounter that had led to his transformation. Yet, upon reflection, it appeared he was still the same incapable individual, unable to cultivate martial arts. Seeing that Chao Yu remained a scoundrel, the reputable Lin Fan would not coddle him. Chao Yu, what brings you here? Are you afraid I might expose your deceit, or do you intend to continue your charade? Fang Chuyao is undoubtedly the protagonist of her own narrative. How could she possibly tolerate such filth lingering around her? It is nothing significant. I merely wish to ascertain the condition of old Master Fang. Perhaps I could be of some assistance, offering my humble support. Chao Yu did not boast, appearing rather modest at this moment. Lin Fan, known for his penchant for ostentation in the novel, was likely a trait of the original author's design. Thus, Chao Yu granted him this opportunity to display his bravado, for the more he flaunted, the more painful the subsequent slap in the face would be, and the greater the decline in his fortune would ensue. Do not amuse us further. You possess neither knowledge of martial arts nor of medicine, and your assistance would be futile. Best refrain from complicating matters, Lin Fan remarked with disdain. dismissing the formidable Chao Yu as a worthy opponent. This was consistent with the original narrative, where Chao Yu remained perpetually beneath Lin Fan's heel, never achieving victory even once. The original author was excessively partial to Lin Fan. Had it not been for my arrival and the system, the outcome would likely have mirrored this one. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Chao Yu simply nodded silently, yet internally mused on his own medical prowess. He had personally neutralized the poison afflicting Lin Fan's mother. Surely, he could not be deemed incompetent in the healing arts. Since Lin Fan appeared to look down upon his abilities, Chao Yu was curious to witness the extent of Lin Fan's capabilities that warranted such arrogance. Chao Yu remained unhurried, engaging Lin Fan in conversation while subtly leading him into a trap he had long prepared. Awaiting this fool to leap into it, Lin Fan, with a sense of superiority, declared, "There is no need for your discourse. I shall treat old Master Fong's ailment today, without a doubt." Observing the tension between Chao Yu and Lin Fan, the verbal sparring was indeed fierce, leaving others at a loss for words. Chao Yu, eager for Lin Fan to entrap himself, urged, "Then, dear Lin Fan, please proceed. I believe old Master Fong's condition is rather grave. If you truly possess the ability to heal him, I implore you to act swiftly." Lin Fan wasted no time and advanced to employ his methods to treat old Master Fong's illness. Physician Zhang promptly cleared a path, feeling unworthy of the title of healer in the face of such youthful talent. However, Fong Chuyo remained by her grandfather's side, a hint of unease evident in her demeanor. As she was uncertain of Lin Fan's capabilities and secretly hoped for Chao Yu's assistance, "Chuyo, please step aside. I must attend to old Master Fong," Lin Fan said with a veneer of politeness. Yet, in Chuyo's eyes, his demeanor reeked of insincerity, akin to a cat mourning a mouse. "Chuyo, you should let him try. Your grandfather once saved me with his medical skills. Perhaps Lin Fan can." Old Master Fong, recalling past kindness, was open to giving Lin Fan a chance. Had it been anyone else, such an opportunity would have been unthinkable. Upon hearing this, Fong Chuyo reluctantly shifted aside, soon redirecting her gaze toward Chao Yu and quietly murmuring in his ear, "Chao Yu, do you think Lin Fan is capable? I dread for my grandfather's safety." It was evident that this young girl was genuinely anxious for her grandfather, fearful of any mishap. "Is Lin Fan capable?" "Indeed, he is more than capable. Protagonists are never lacking in ability. However, with my presence here, regardless of Lin Fan's skills, they shall remain unutilized. I am uncertain, but given Lin Fan's confidence, it may be worth a try. Should anything go awry, I am here," Chao Yu replied nonchalantly, yet in an effort to leave a favorable impression on Fong Chuyo, he assured her that he would take responsibility, alleviating her worries somewhat. Fong Chuyo appeared pleased, a smile gracing her face, believing Chao Yu to be reliable, in stark contrast to Lin Fan's arrogance, which she found distasteful. All attention was now riveted on Lin Fan, who retrieved 9 silver needles from his waist, skillfully sealing several acupoints before deftly inserting the needles into critical locations. He then placed his palm upon old Master Fong's chest, channeling his vital energy to commence the treatment. While onlookers may have found the procedure inscrutable, Physician Zhang was taken aback by Lin Fan's technique. Could it be that he was employing the lost in disbelief? Zhang realized that he had not anticipated such mastery from this youth before him. "You possess quite the discerning eye. This technique is known as the 9 turns divine needle, a medical masterpiece thought to be lost to time. It is more than adequate for treating old Master Fong's affliction." Lin Fan was brimming with pride, akin to a student who had aced an exam, brandishing his accolades before adults. Go witness, the 9 turns divine needle in his lifetime was a fulfillment of his deepest aspirations. Zhang's eyes gleamed with reverence, while old Master Fong's complexion began to improve, a testament to Lin Fan's skill. Fong Chuyo's eyes widened as she continued conversing with Chao Yu. "It truly appears effective. Is that 9 turns divine needle as formidable as it seems?" "Indeed, it is quite impressive. I have heard tales of this lost secret technique. It seems Lin Fan genuinely possesses remarkable talent and might just save your grandfather," Chao Yu affirmed, maintaining an air of humility while subtly asserting his own stature. However, as he spoke, he began to enact his own covert maneuver. Internally, Chao Yu recited incantations, his hands positioned behind him as he activated his hidden skills. What a jest it would be to think one could save another. Such a notion was laughable. The trap had long been laid, awaiting Lin Fan's misstep, and the time was ripe, as the situation appeared to improve. With everyone convinced that old Master Fong would soon recover under Lin Fan's expert care, an alarming turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, the once rosy-cheeked old Master Fong began to tremble inexplicably, as if his body had succumbed to some unseen affliction. His lips turning dark and his face paling in a shocking moment, he expelled a torrent of black, foul blood, crying out in agony, "Ah, Lin Fan, what have you done to me? I did not. I am unaware," Lin Fan exclaimed. Still grappling with the situation, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Just as he attempted to withdraw his vital energy, he was met with a violent backlash. Something strange coursed through his palm into his body. In an instant, he sealed his meridians with his other hand, desperate to halt the infiltration of this unknown force. Yet, inexplicably, his efforts bore no fruit. It felt as though a phantom-like power surged into Lin Fan's chest, spreading rapidly throughout his body, causing him to break into a sweat, gritting his teeth in agony. Fong Chuyo rushed forward, her anxiety palpable as she beheld her grandfather in such distress. "Grandfather, what has happened to you?" Physician Zhang began to pulse-check old Master Fong, his brow furrowing in concern. "This is dire. Old Master Fong's condition has worsened. His body has evidently suffered an invasion from an external force, damaging even the meridians that had been painstakingly repaired just days ago." At this juncture, the gravity of the situation became evident. "Lin Fan, it is you. You have harmed my grandfather." Fong Chuyo's expression darkened. Had her hands not been empty, she might have drawn her sword to strike Lin Fan. "It was not me. I had no intention of harming your grandfather. I am equally baffled by this occurrence. There is something strange within your grandfather's body, and I am affected as well," Lin Fan insisted. Attempting to clarify his innocence, he had merely been performing a standard treatment, on the verge of success, never anticipating such an anomaly. His palms now tinged with darkness, it was clear he had fallen victim to a sinister plot. Witnessing Lin Fan and old Master Zhang's anguished cries, Chao Yu feigned concern while secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. Old Master Fong had treated him poorly not long ago. Seizing this opportunity to let him suffer was quite satisfying. As for Lin Fan, his nemesis, it was crucial to exploit this moment to diminish his fortune. Thus, he intensified the execution of his scheme, determined to make Lin Fan acutely aware of his prowess. Of course, it was improbable that such minor tactics would bring about Lin Fan's demise. However, it was entirely feasible to render him uncomfortable for a spell. At that moment, Lin Fan could only perceive a bizarre sensation coursing through his body, as if something peculiar were emerging from within him, causing excruciating pain and relentless itching. Onlookers gasped, retreating in horror at Lin Fan's disheveled appearance. "What is happening to me? What has become of my face?" Lin Fan lamented, feeling an array of painful bumps sprouting upon his once handsome visage. Zhang turned to assess Lin Fan, his brow furrowing as he realized, "This is a venereal disease. A venereal disease." The mere mention of such a loathsome affliction sent chills through those present, prompting them to distance themselves from Lin Fan in fear of contagion. Fong Chuyo, a young woman with a keen sense of cleanliness, harbored a profound disdain for lascivious men. Now, confronted with Lin Fan's repugnant condition, riddled with revolting red sores and pustules, she could scarcely bear to look at him. "I do not have a venereal disease. It must be this strange force at play," Lin Fan quickly deduced. Seeking to deflect blame onto this mysterious affliction, Dr. Zhang waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Such a peculiar ailment is likely to exacerbate the patient's condition. Take, for example, the current state of the old gentleman, which has indeed deteriorated. It is evident that you must have previously contracted a venereal disease, which has now manifested in this manner." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning quite plausible. After all, why did the old gentleman not exhibit any signs of such a disease, but rather his original affliction had merely intensified? This explanation seemed utterly reasonable, and indeed, it was the truth. Chao Yu's peculiar skill was designed to undermine others. Initially, it would rebound upon the user, but with increased intensity, it could trigger various ailments within the recipient's body, causing them considerable discomfort. Under the influence of this ability, the effects had already begun to manifest in a short span of time. As for how the disease was contracted, it was undoubtedly a side effect of the two courtesans Chao Yu had sent forth. Impossible! Lin Fan steadfastly denied such insinuations, for he considered himself the true child of destiny and could not fathom being afflicted by such a malady. He had been perfectly fine on the mountain, having never even touched a woman's hand. Woman? He quickly recalled that just a few days prior, he had indeed encountered two stunningly beautiful women along the way. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he thought, could it be that those two enchanting sisters had passed this affliction on to him? Yet those sisters were clearly well-versed in poetry and the arts. Epitomes of refined ladies. How could they possibly harbor such a disease? Reluctant to accept this grim reality, he chose to suppress his doubts for the time being, channeling his inner energy to combat the illness. He forcefully quelled the symptoms, and though a few minor blemishes remained, they were no longer of concern. One must admit, in this world, martial artists were indeed formidable beings, with Lin Fan practicing a top-tier cultivation technique. Such trivial tricks posed no threat to him. Allowing his adversary to suffer a little embarrassment was quite satisfactory. Congratulations, host, for successfully plotting against the protagonist. Lin Fan's luck value has been reduced by 300. You have received a corresponding reward in luck value. Current Lin Fan luck value, 9,700. Current host luck value, 2,000. Please continue to exert pressure on the protagonist in all aspects, diminishing their luck value and ultimately eliminating them. Upon viewing this settlement panel, Lin Fan could not suppress his delight. Indeed, as he had envisioned, there were myriad ways to exploit the protagonist's advantages. The initial signs were already evident. A deduction of 300 luck points was no trifling matter. Capturing a female supporting character or the second female lead would typically yield around 600 or 700. It appeared that to acquire more luck points, one must confront the protagonist directly, trampling them mercilessly. The risks were considerable, but as the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. One must not enter the tiger's den, lest one fails to capture the tiger cub. Lin Fan mused, even if it were not your doing, it was your lack of skill that led to this predicament. Fang Chuyu harbored no affection for Lin Fan, especially now that he bore the taint of a venereal disease. Thus, she attributed all the blame to him. She believed that Lin Fan's ineptitude as a physician had exacerbated her grandfather's condition, and that his affliction was merely retribution. Just as Lin Fan attempted to clarify, he took a step forward. Do not approach. Stay right where you are, Chuyu. I doubt I told you not to move. Do not come any closer. No, I wish to say, do not speak. It's utterly revolting. Just get away. Fang Chuyu glared, stepping back with a tone of admonition and warning, fearful that he might inadvertently transmit the disease to her. Even if it were not contagious, the notion was still quite nauseating. Treated with such disdain by the destined woman, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Gritting his teeth, he had no words to express. He truly did not understand why the old gentleman was afflicted. He felt unjustly accused. Having just stabilized his condition, he was at a loss for how to explain it. Of course, Lin Fan suspected that someone had covertly schemed to introduce this ailment into the old gentleman's body. However, he had no clue as to who it could be, considering the numerous enemies the old gentleman had accumulated over the years. Enough. Do not attempt to deflect blame. This is clearly your own failing. Fang Chuyu exclaimed in anger. Observing her grandfather's current state of agony, she was exceedingly anxious and could only redirect her focus to her last hope. Chao Yu, my grandfather's condition is dire. Can you come and assist? Chao Yu had remained silent, awaiting the protagonist's call. Upon hearing her plea, Lin Fan found it quite absurd. What can he, an ignorant scion, do to help someone I cannot even save? He scoffed dismissively. Lin Fan was indeed quite arrogant, looking down on Chao Yu entirely. It seemed as though Lin Fan's assessment was accurate. Chao Yu appeared somewhat regretful and conflicted, yet he spoke. Well, it is salvageable. But I did not anticipate that brother Lin Fan's medical skills would be so lacking as to inflict such distress upon the old gentleman. Now, I find myself lacking confidence. It is my fault. I should not have allowed Lin Fan to attempt a remedy. What do you mean by that? Lin Fan's eyes widened, unable to contain his agitation. The old gentleman's condition was severe, and it was understandable that he could not cure him. Yet, Chao Yu's words implied that, despite everyone's inability to heal the old gentleman, he seemed to place all the blame squarely on Lin Fan. What a despicable villain. I have no ulterior motive. I merely speak the truth. Why do you seem so personally affected, as if I have struck a nerve? Chao Yu feigned fear, stepping back 2 paces. After all, encountering a mad dog is frightening for any rational individual. Lin Fan clenched his fists. You, who possess no medical skills, are here deceiving everyone while attempting to lay the blame at my feet. You claim I lack medical skills? I could have cured the old gentleman's ailment. Everyone knows I possess such abilities. You were the one who boasted about your expertise and insisted on intervening. Now that the situation has escalated, you want to shift the blame onto me. You can cure him? Then why have you waited until now? If you lack the ability, do not pretend to be something you are not. Lin Fan continued to mock him, holding Chao Yu in utter contempt. Chao Yu was seething with anger, feeling provoked. You are the shameless one. Today, I shall risk my life to see if I can heal the old gentleman's affliction, to demonstrate who truly is the incompetent clown. Humph, I will be watching you closely, ensuring everyone sees your deceitful nature, attempting to trick the old gentleman and Sister Chuyu. Lin Fan refused to yield an inch. The arch-nemesis and protagonist were engaged in a fierce confrontation, each radiating an imposing aura. Enough! You two must cease this quarrel, Fang Chuyu interjected, stepping forward to interrupt their heated exchange. Chao Yu, please hasten and assist. See if there is any way to improve my grandfather's condition. With a sense of urgency, she hoped that Chao Yu would take action. He had become Fang Chuyu's sole hope. If he were unable to help, her grandfather would likely face a grim fate. And as the principal architect of all this misfortune, Lin Fan was to blame. Chao Yu felt no rush. Previously, the old gentleman had treated him without courtesy, and he relished the thought of the old gentleman suffering a bit longer. If the old gentleman were to succumb, it would not affect him at all. After all, it was all Lin Fan's fault, and he would bear the entire blame. Of course, it would still be best to save the old gentleman. After all, he had his eyes set on the old gentleman's granddaughter, and winning her favor was of utmost importance. Allow me to intrude, I beseech you, Dr. Zhang, he declared with an air of righteousness. Striding forward with apparent concern for the patient's condition, without hesitation, he approached to begin treating the old gentleman. At that moment, the elder had already coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his body weakened to its limits. Chao Yu had just activated his skills in a frenzy, and the fact that the old gentleman had not perished was nothing short of miraculous. Thus, he resolved to treat him. Lin Fan observed as Chao Yu placed his palm on the old gentleman's back, seemingly channeling energy into him, and he grew curious. When he had checked earlier, he had found no signs of any change in the elder's body, no energy whatsoever. He was clearly not a martial artist. Yet now, Chao Yu exhibited a level of power that was quite impressive, at least above the third rank of the yellow tier. What technique had this fellow employed to conceal his realm? He had been masquerading as a fool. Although Chao Yu's level of cultivation was trivial in Lin Fan's eyes, he could not help but scrutinize him further. Either the man was hiding his true capabilities, or he had fallen into the demonic path and was practicing forbidden arts. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a level of power in just half a year. Chao Yu was well aware that Lin Fan harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the demonic path, treating it as his mortal enemy. Currently, he was practicing the same techniques as Lin Fan, having exchanged luck points for experience pills, resulting in a meteoric rise in strength. Moreover, he had utilized special skills acquired through the exchange to mask his realm and energy. As long as he wished, Lin Fan would never be able to perceive any of it. Instead, he would erroneously assume that Chao Yu was practicing demonic arts. It mattered little to Chao Yu, as he had not engaged in any practices with adverse side effects. If Lin Fan wished to investigate, he could waste his own time on such futile endeavors. With a deep exhale, Chao Yu released a cloud of turbid air, as if he felt he had expended a significant amount of true essence, feigning an expression of utmost discomfort. Meanwhile, the condition of the old Master Fong had finally shown signs of improvement, stabilizing considerably. His breathing had become far more even, devoid of the previous agonized wails. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Fang Chuyao's face lit up with joy as she hurried to the bedside, inquiring about the old man's condition. After uttering this concern, her gaze shifted back to Chao Yu. Worry etched on her features. "Are you unscathed? You truly endured a great deal just now." Chao Yu smiled gently and shook his head, making a concerted effort to breathe deeply, needing to appear somewhat fatigued. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhang was taking the old master's pulse. The pulse was stable, and some of the meridians had become unblocked. There should be no significant issues in the near term. Stabilized? Lin Fan wore an expression of disbelief. The other party had merely sealed the meridians and infused true essence. How could such a simple act have stabilized the old man's condition? This seemed quite dubious. You claim to be skilled, yet you remain obstinate. Just now, I utilized my own true essence to assist the old master, suturing the meridians internally, a feat requiring extraordinarily advanced techniques. What can you discern from mere appearances? Qiao Yu could no longer contain his scorn, deliberately wishing to belittle Lin Fan, causing him discomfort. Now, do you concede? How is that even possible? Directly repairing meridians within the body using true essence is something no ordinary physician can achieve. Lin Fan was taken aback by this audacious theory. After years of medical study, he knew he could never manage such exquisite control. At this moment, the old master's breathing gradually steadied, and he cast a look of disdain towards Lin Fan. Just because you cannot do it does not mean others cannot. Lin Fan, you are excessively arrogant. You nearly took my life just now. Chapter 24. Seizing the hero's fortune with a fierce tone, it seemed that had it not been for the old man's standing, this matter would surely not end here. Just now, it was purely an unintentional mistake. I implore the old master to forgive me. Lin Fan felt quite embarrassed himself. A careless misstep had nearly caused trouble for both. Yet the more the other party adopted such a stance, the more others felt compelled to belittle him. Humph, a buffoon. Feng Chuyao, with her playful and lively disposition, already held a strong dislike for Lin Fan. Now, seeing her grandfather's condition improve, the atmosphere became increasingly boisterous, devoid of any semblance of decorum. The bet made by the clown seemed to be fulfilled in Feng Chuyao's words. Lin Fan felt a sense of frustration. After all, he had boasted grandly alongside Qiao Yu. Assuming the other would be as helpless against the illness as he was, little did he expect to become the jester, losing face before everyone. However, Lin Fan could accept defeat. Skill was simply not on his side. I don't concede, he said, directing a frustrated glare at Qiao Yu. Clenching his fists, he was filled with resentment. As a prodigy, when had he ever suffered such a setback or experienced such humiliation? Especially in front of the destined daughter? Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the protagonist through plot manipulation. Lin Fan's fortune value has been reduced by 400. You have received the corresponding fortune value reward. Current Lin Fan fortune value, 9,300. Current host fortune value, 2,400. Please continue to strive, suppress the protagonist in various aspects, reduce his fortune value, and ultimately eliminate him. Excellent. Another 400 fortune points garnered from the protagonist. A smile crept onto Qiao Yu's lips. If he were a true villain, witnessing the protagonist's embarrassment would naturally provoke harsh words. Yet at this moment, the great antagonist was different. Though he intended to mock and undermine, it was not the time for that. For now, he remained in the shadows, concealing his identity, waiting for the right moment to outmaneuver Lin Fan again. By the time this fellow realized what had transpired, he would be oblivious to how much fortune value he had lost. Patience was key. After all, the heroine despised those who were arrogant and foul-mouthed. Despite being the great antagonist, maintaining a semblance of decorum was essential, especially if he wished for Feng Chuyao to develop feelings for him. Knowing when to play the hero and when to play the villain was crucial. Since you acknowledge your mistake, I shall refrain from saying more. I hope you will act with more integrity in the future, using your medical skills for good and refraining from malevolence. Qiao Yu presented himself as a paragon of virtue, remaining modest and composed after his victory, exuding a sense of graciousness. This demeanor endeared him to those present, particularly to Feng Chuyao, who became increasingly convinced that this man might indeed be the true prince she had awaited. Even the old master could not help but cast a few appreciative glances at Qiao Yu. Realizing he had misjudged him, Qiao Yu had indeed been concealing his talents, given the complexities of his family situation. Such character and capability were rare indeed. The old master nodded, unable to hide his admiration. Brother Qiao Yu's teachings shall be etched in my mind. If the opportunity arises, we must share a drink and forge a friendship. Lin Fan spoke these words, yet internally, he was scrutinizing Qiao Yu closely. Sensing that this man harbored secrets he must investigate thoroughly. If it turned out he had practiced dark arts, Lin Fan would have to eliminate him on the spot, ensuring he could not rise to power. To befriend a hero like you, brother Lin Fan, is my great fortune. Qiao Yu was equally diplomatic, engaging in pleasantries. Having already siphoned fortune points from Lin Fan, he found no reason to sever ties just yet. Beneath a facade of brotherhood lay hidden daggers. Striking when the other was unaware was the true skill of a great antagonist. Open hostility is easily evaded, but a concealed strike is much harder to defend against. The ancients were not mistaken. After exchanging flattery, Lin Fan, with a stern expression, paid his respects to the old master and Feng Chuyao before taking his leave, having nearly caused the old man's demise. He had no face left to remain. However, as he departed, his gaze lingered on Feng Chuyao with a hint of reluctance. Yet, for Feng Chuyao, her feelings towards Lin Fan were nothing but disdain. All her amiability was reserved for Chao Yu, who she could hardly be bothered to acknowledge. Thus, Chao Yu found himself warmly welcomed by both the old master and Feng Chuyao, even Dr. Zhang. Having just finished treating the old master, everyone insisted on inviting him to their home for a meal as an expression of gratitude. Chao Yu had no objections. He had already dispatched professional spies to discreetly follow Lin Fan, ensuring he would be promptly informed of any developments. With such an opportunity to draw closer to Feng Chuyao and cultivate a relationship with the heroine, how could Chao Yu refuse? A person of fortune, an antagonist, is never too many. Moreover, if the heroine were to be with him, it would deal a devastating blow to Lin Fan. The destined daughter and the one of fortune converging with him could rewrite the narrative, even defy fate itself. The story's framework was established thus, which explained Chao Yu's relentless pursuit of a bond with the heroine. I truly appreciate your assistance once again. You saved my grandfather. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Feng Chuyao said as she accompanied Chao Yu to the door, her words heartfelt. Unlike her earlier disdainful attitude towards Lin Fan, it was evident that she held considerable affection for Chao Yu. Chuyao, you speak too highly of me. We have known each other since childhood, and with the old master being my elder, it is only right that I lend a hand, as he spoke of such noble virtues. Chao Yu clutched his chest, lamenting, if only my skills were greater. I could have cured the old master's ailment in one go. Alas, I must first regain my strength before I can continue to assist him. You have already done exceptionally well, and you seek nothing in return. You are truly a remarkable person. Feng Chuyao praised Chao Yu, completely deceived by his flawless and righteous facade. The great antagonist, being called a paragon of virtue by the heroine, was utterly ludicrous. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Chao Yu desired. Chuyao, your words are a bit excessive. I am no saint. How could I possibly have no desires? Chao Yu replied, feigning depth and romance, his pace slowing. Whatever you wish for, please do not hesitate to mention it. My Feng family will do our utmost to fulfill your request. Feng Chuyao, filled with gratitude, was eager to accommodate the requests of her savior. Chao Yu smiled nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Feng Chuyao. Chuyao, do you truly not understand, or are you pretending not to? The treasure that stirs my heart and inspires my efforts exists but one in the Feng family. Under the intense gaze of Chao Yu, coupled with his previous attempts to invite her out, even Feng Chuyao, no matter how naive, could grasp the man's intentions. Simply do not understand. If you require anything, just discuss it with my grandfather. I shall not concern myself with such matters. Turning her back shyly, Feng Chuyao's face bore a hint of pride, yet there was an air of playful ignorance. When the topic of lifelong commitments arose, she could joke and speak carelessly, brushing it off. Yet, if the other party were serious and her own feelings were stirred, she would become somewhat reserved and evasive. But I fear the old master may not agree. What I desired is what he cherishes most. Chao Yu, with a measured demeanor, gazed upon the girl who appeared both bashful and expectant, and he could not help but feel a profound affection. Feng Chuyuan's reputation as one of the most renowned beauties of Xingyun City was certainly well-deserved. Her appearance, figure, and demeanor were all nothing short of exceptional. Moreover, as the leading lady, he was resolute in his determination to win her over. How could one know without trying? After all, you have saved my grandfather's life. Perhaps he will be so pleased that he might consent to our union, she mused, hands clasped behind her back, exchanging a knowing glance with Chao Yu, as if calculating her next move. Although Feng Chuyuan harbored some feelings for Chao Yu, she would not easily surrender her cherished heart, which he had guarded for so long. Using her grandfather as a shield, she made it clear that if he wished to marry her, he must first gain her grandfather's approval. Very well, I shall take your words to heart and make every effort to succeed. Chao Yu replied with a smile, displaying no urgency. He understood that Feng Chuyuan was not easily dealt with. Even the protagonist had to toil extensively to secure her affection. If he wished to achieve his goals, he would need to employ all his cunning. Chapter 25. A chance encounter at the night market. As Chao Yu diligently sought to charm the leading lady and cultivate their relationship, Lin Fan in the Lin family's courtyard was seething with frustration. He slammed his hand against the table in exasperation. Damn it, not only did I gain nothing, but that scoundrel Chao Yu has also reaped the rewards. He was undeniably displeased, yet felt utterly powerless. His body was currently in a state of discomfort due to a bizarre sensation that had inexplicably infiltrated his palm. He had to suppress it with his true essence. While it was not particularly dangerous, it was undeniably bothersome. If left unchecked, it could provoke that strange reaction within him again, akin to a venereal affliction, leaving him utterly humiliated in front of the destined maiden. Feng Chuyuan. There was no other option. Even his medical expertise could not decipher the issue, leaving him no choice but to consult his master. With that thought in mind, Lin Fan wasted no time. Although he had previously boasted that he could handle everything alone upon descending the mountain without disturbing his master, circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. Touching the mysterious emerald ring on his finger, he summoned his master. Within the closed room, the emerald ring began to shimmer with a soft white light. Moments later, a delicate and ethereal beauty materialized in the air, formed from starlight, clad in snow-white garments. Her attire billowed gracefully, evoking a sense of dreamlike transcendence. Her otherworldly aura was reminiscent of a celestial being who had descended into the mortal realm, truly breathtaking. Master, Lin Fan immediately knelt, paying his respects to the enchanting figure suspended before him. The protagonist Lin Fan had devoted half a year to extracting this ethereal woman from the Lin family's forbidden grounds using the family heirloom. The heavenly engraved ring. It was said that this woman had some connection to Lin Fan's grandfather, leading to a collaborative relationship whereby she would impart various extraordinary skills and accept him as her disciple. However, in return, Lin Fan was tasked with reconstructing her physical form. Lin Fan, you have summoned me so soon. Is there an urgent matter at hand? His master inquired, her presence radiating a gentle luminescence. Appearing to be in her 30s, she exuded the allure of a mature woman, akin to Yun, captivating in every regard. Yet, her true age must surely exceed that, as she had existed alongside Lin Fan's grandfather, indicating she was no ordinary woman. Master, it is thus. I encountered something peculiar today while out. Lin Fan recounted all that had transpired, omitting the reasons for his 2-day delay, which he found rather embarrassing. His master listened intently, her eyes sparkling with understanding as she nodded. I see. It is indeed unexpected that you would encounter such an event upon descending the mountain. This anomaly does not align with your fortune or destiny, which is quite strange. She gestured, and Lin Fan could feel the changes occurring within his body. Why is your fortune slightly diminished? She mused, her gaze revealing a hint of confusion. Yet, it was not a matter of great concern. Even with a minor loss, his fortune remained formidable, and he could anticipate further fortuitous encounters. Your condition is quite unique. As if you have fallen victim to a covert scheme. However, it is not a grave issue. You only need to seek out some ancient artifacts imbued with residual fortune to absorb and cultivate, which will aid in your healing and elevate your cultivation level. The beautiful master succinctly outlined the solution, resolving the matter with remarkable ease. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Thank you for your guidance. Master, your disciple now knows what to do. Although he was pleased that a remedy existed for the peculiar affliction within him, he could not shake the oddity of the phrase covert scheme. Chao Yu. He murmured, feeling an instinctive suspicion that this matter was somehow linked to him. Despite the absence of concrete evidence, it was merely an instinct, a sixth sense that only protagonists possess. He resolved to investigate whether this fellow had been practicing demonic arts or was indeed of the dark path. Planning to seize the opportunity to uncover his secrets, as night descended, the vibrant night market of Xingyun City was aglow with lights. Strolling through the bustling streets, Chao Yu kept an attentive eye out, searching for the figure of the protagonist Lin Fan. He had barely settled back at home when he received intelligence from his spies. Lin Fan had left after dining with Madame An in the evening, his destination being the night market. Chao Yu recalled from the narrative that Lin Fan sought items to enhance his cultivation and swiftly elevate his strength, which likely explained his presence at the market today. Could it truly be today? Qiao Yu pondered, replaying the situation in his mind, though uncertainty lingered. The storyline had already been disrupted by his own actions. According to the original plot, Qiao Yu was meant to notice the appearance of cloaked figures in the dead of night and venture out to rescue Zhao Kuer. However, the circumstances had changed, and it was he who had saved her, with Lin Fan absent from the equation. Regardless of the outcome, he had made preparations, confident that Lin Fan could not escape his grasp. Elated, Qiao Yu ventured forth, intent on continuing to exploit Lin Fan's fortunes. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure within the inconspicuous Zhaojia antique shop, seemingly searching for something. That familiar silhouette could only belong to the anticipated protagonist Lin Fan. As expected, Lin Fan had come to the night market to seek ancient artifacts imbued with residual fortune. Whatever the reason, Qiao Yu was determined not to let him succeed. He had already laid traps and prepared the ground for Lin Fan to fall into. "Boss, how much for that Qilin piece?" Lin Fan inquired, his gaze fixed on a nondescript blood-red trinket, his expression revealing his delight. The heavenly engraved ring on his hand also emitted a faint glow, suggesting that the Qilin jade pendant was indeed a treasure of considerable fortune. However, Lin Fan seemed to have his own designs, not revealing his intentions outright. Instead, he feigned interest in the adjacent porcelain, intending to negotiate for a lower price on the Qilin pendant. After all, the Lin family's fortunes had waned, and Lin Fan's purse was rather light. "Young Master Lin, this porcelain vase is not particularly rare. It is worth about 400 taels. If you like it, feel free to take it," replied a middle-aged man clad in a black brocade robe and a square hat. 400 taels seems a bit steep. What about the Qilin pendant next to it? It appears to be of lesser quality, yet still acceptable. Lin Fan feigned ignorance, engaging in a bit of clever banter. Chapter 26. Competing for the protagonist's treasure, the shopkeeper wasted no time in retrieving the Qilin pendant from the counter. "Young Master Lin, this Qilin pendant is quite rare, a striking blood-red hue, valued at 300 taels. It was just acquired a few days ago." He enthusiastically began to extol the virtues of the item. 300 taels for a piece of antiquity with considerable fortune. An opportunity to eliminate the peculiar affliction within him and bolster his strength was nothing short of a remarkable deal, though slightly pricey. It appeared to be a worthwhile investment. "Please wrap it up for me," Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching for the Qilin pendant. Yet, before he could complete his request, another figure swiftly interjected, interrupting him. "That pendant looks splendid. 300 taels is quite a bargain." Lin Fan's brow furrowed at the sound of the voice, turning to see none other than the vexatious Qiao Yu, the very person he had encountered earlier that day. "Qiao Yu, what brings you here?" he retorted, irritation evident in his tone, still aggrieved by the earlier encounter. Of course, Lin Fan was no sore loser. He was more intrigued by the many secrets this individual seemed to harbor. It was highly likely he had succumbed to the dark arts, practicing forbidden techniques, which was the crux of the matter. It turns out to be Brother Lin Fan. I merely happened to pass by and was casually browsing, and I never expected to come across such a treasure. It would be an undeniable mistake to overlook it. Qiao Yu, composed and unassuming, spoke to the protagonist with an air of normalcy, devoid of any derogatory intent. Much like an ordinary customer selecting items of his preference. This demeanor left Lin Fan with no semblance of irritation, as he found no justification to act against Qiao Yu. Even though Lin Fan's cultivation level far surpassed his own, the nature of their interaction was purely commercial, and he had not provoked this individual in any way. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, Lin Fan had no basis to resort to violence. "Ah, I see. I hadn't anticipated that Brother Qiao also has an affinity for such antiques. However, I wonder if he would be willing to part with it, as this Qilin jade pendant would be of immense benefit to me." Lin Fan, now smiling, had shed the disdainful attitude he previously held towards Qiao Yu, which took Qiao Yu by surprise. He had expected this individual to maintain his previous air of superiority. To his astonishment, Qiao Yu seemed to have adopted a more strategic approach, uttering words that could easily disarm one's vigilance. Qiao Yu, equally smiling, appeared as if they were longtime friends, since it is favored by Brother Lin Fan. "I have nothing further to say. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly yield it to you. However, this item seems extraordinary and is of great use to me as well, so I must apologize." Regrettably voicing such sentiments, Chao Yu appeared ready to acquire the Qilin jade pendant for himself. "Shopkeeper, please wrap this up for me. I shall take this jade pendant for 300 taels." With a swift glance, Chao Yu engaged the antique shop owner, simultaneously extracting silver notes from his pocket. This action incited a wave of displeasure in Lin Fan. "Chao Yu, matters of precedence must be respected. I clearly saw it first. It is unacceptable for you to seize it so brazenly." Lin Fan's words carried a hint of anger, as if he sought to halt the competition through intimidation. After all, he was in dire need of such an item to enhance his situation and elevate his cultivation level. Thus, he could not simply relent. Yet before Chao Yu could respond, the shopkeeper interjected, unable to remain silent. "Sir, your assertion is unfounded. We were still negotiating and had not finalized the transaction. You have yet to make any payment, nor have I agreed to sell it to you. Young Master Chao has shown interest in this item, and it is only natural for him to wish to purchase it." The shopkeeper's words rang with reason, leaving Lin Fan at a loss for a rebuttal. He had been so close, just a hair's breadth away, from acquiring this precious item at a remarkably low price. It was entirely Chao Yu's interference that had caused him to miss out. "Very well, I shall offer 400 taels for this Qilin jade pendant." Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan raised his bid. Although he was expending an additional 100 taels, securing this item was still a worthwhile endeavor. "Young Master Chao," the shopkeeper hesitated, glancing towards Chao Yu to discern his response. After all, he was merely an employee, and the item would undoubtedly go to the highest bidder. Moreover, offending Chao Yu, a member of a prominent family, was not an option. I shall bid 700 taels. This jade pendant is also of use to me, so let us engage in fair competition, brother Lin Fan." With an air of righteous assertion, Chao Yu spoke, fully aware that he was not concerned about such financial matters. The Chao family was a second-tier noble family, while the Lin family had fallen into decline. The disparity was stark. Chao Yu was not attempting to overpower Lin Fan through wealth. Instead, he sought to lure him into a trap. Lin Fan's expression darkened further. His current financial situation was precarious, and Chao Yu's actions only served to embarrass him. "I bid 800 taels. Shopkeeper, please sell me this jade pendant." Lin Fan's voice was earnest, as if trying to cultivate a rapport with the shopkeeper. However, Chao Yu merely smiled, finding Lin Fan's actions to be rather juvenile. Traders were inherently profit-driven. Attempting to elicit sympathy was utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, did this insignificant figure dare to oppose him for what he desired? 1,000 taels. The price rolled off Chao Yu's tongue effortlessly. Maintaining an air of elegance amidst Lin Fan's growing agitation. 1,100 taels. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Chao Yu. "Are you so intent on competing with me?" His words carried a menacing undertone, seemingly laden with threats. "Lin Fan, do not intimidate me. This transaction is fair and consensual." "What do you mean by such remarks?" Chao Yu feigned fear, as if genuinely intimidated by Lin Fan's words. The shopkeeper, unable to witness the unfolding drama any longer, chimed in. "Indeed, young Master Lin Fan, your words are somewhat excessive. Please refrain from hostility, or I will have no choice but to ask you to leave." At that moment, as Chao Yu and the shopkeeper united their efforts against Lin Fan, a commanding voice rang out, "Who dares to act recklessly within the Zhao family's domain? Today, I shall see which reckless young master possesses such audacity." Striding forth with an air of haughtiness, a familiar figure emerged from the inner chamber of the shop. As the gaze shifted, it quickly settled upon an exquisite beauty, playful and charming, who graced the scene. Chapter 27. The second female lead surprisingly does not recognize the male protagonist. This turn of events was entirely predictable to Chao Yu. In the original narrative, Lin Fan had arrived in search of treasures, coincidentally encountering Zhao Kuer, whom he had previously rescued. Their mutual affection blossomed, and the Qilin jade pendant became a token of their burgeoning bond. However, the current circumstances diverged significantly. For it was not Lin Fan who had saved Zhao Kuer, but rather himself. To be more precise, he was the one who had harmed her. Zhao Kuer was now his woman, and whatever Lin Fan did would be too late to alter the course. To his surprise, this establishment belonged to the Zhao family, and he was fortunate enough to encounter Miss Zhao. How serendipitous! With impeccable manners, Chao Yu assumed the demeanor of a refined gentleman, bowing respectfully. Zhao Kuer was clearly pleased, possessing an inherent fondness for the noble gentleman archetype. Not only did Chao Yu exude an extraordinary presence, but he also displayed commendable skills. Having previously rescued her from the clutches of darkness, he had uttered words that made her blush. Zhao Kuer held a remarkable impression of this man, eagerly awaiting his promise to visit her at the Zhao family estate. Chao Gongzi, it is a pleasure to see you again. Zhao Kuer, embodying the grace of a distinguished lady, first curtsied to Chao Yu before engaging in friendly conversation. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon Zhao Kuer, his eyes gleaming, particularly drawn to the divine engraved ring adorning her finger, which seemed to serve as a reminder. This woman possessed exceptional fortune. Should he unite with her in matrimony, it would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. Chao Yu was well aware that the family heirloom of the Lin clan, the divine engraved ring, was precisely the jade ring Lin Fan wore. Not only could it detect fortunate treasures, but it also enabled Lin Fan to discern women of fortune. Within it resided an exquisite mature beauty, knowledge that Chao Yu held with utmost clarity. If anyone attempted to poison Lin Fan, the ring would issue a warning, showcasing its incredible prowess. This was precisely why Chao Yu dared only to employ subtle tricks against Lin Fan, refraining from directly poisoning his food or other means. To eliminate the protagonist outright was no simple feat. One must remember that Lin Fan's fortune was extraordinary. His passive skills could turn misfortune into fortune, and he was guarded by such an unparalleled treasure. Zhao Kuer, it has been many years. I trust you have fared well. Lin Fan took the initiative to engage, feigning familiarity with Zhao Kuer. The woman's impressive fortune piqued his interest, and he sought to weave a narrative with this second female lead. Initially absorbed in her conversation with Chao Yu, Zhao Kuer was interrupted, her mood slightly soured, yet she redirected her attention to Lin Fan. And you are? It appeared she did not recognize Lin Fan. Leaving him feeling somewhat awkward, he could only explain, I am Lin Fan, son of Fang Yun. A couple of years ago, my mother and I visited your home, and we shared an encounter. Many people visit my home. How could I possibly remember? She replied, however, I do know Lady Yan. She is renowned for her beauty. Zhao Kuer nodded, her mind racing as she recalled Lin Fan's mother, seemingly impressed that the Lin family harbored such a beauty. Alas, she had married into the Lin family, yet had been doomed to solitude for so many years. Upon hearing Lady Yan's name, Chao Yu could not suppress a gulp, licking his lips, his gaze toward Lin Fan tinged with curiosity. Almost on the verge of laughter, though he wisely held back, as the moment was not yet ripe for humor. This revelation only heightened Lin Fan's discomfort. He had believed himself to be a paragon of beauty among men. Yet the woman of fortune had little recollection of him. He could only awkwardly chuckle, attempting to ease the tension. In truth, Zhao Kuer was entirely indifferent to his plight. Chao Gongzi, welcome to our Zhao family's establishment. To express my gratitude for your assistance the other day, I shall cover the cost of the items you wish to purchase today as a token of my appreciation. In an effort to solidify her relationship with Chao Yu, Zhao Kuer offered her generous gesture, echoing the preceding narrative. The roles of the villain and the protagonist have merely been reversed. As soon as this statement left his lips, Lin Fan's expression darkened even further. If Chao Yu were to declare that the other party desired this piece of Qilin jade pendant, would he not be left with no opportunity whatsoever? One must understand that ancient artifacts imbued with luck are not easily found, and their prices are remarkably reasonable. Moreover, from their conversation, it appeared that these two individuals had some prior acquaintance, perhaps even a hint of past affections. Just as he contemplated how to salvage the situation, Chao Yu waved his hand dismissively. Miss Zhao, you are exceedingly courteous. I am merely here to conduct a normal transaction. Let the pricing be as it should, if you truly wish to express your gratitude. How about we arrange a time in the future for a meal together? I believe that would be far more appropriate. Having painstakingly set a trap, Lin Fan was not about to allow Zhao Kuer to dismantle his plans with just a few words. Upon hearing Chao Yu's proposal, Zhao Kuer revealed a look of delight. If that is the case, then very well, I shall arrange for someone to invite young Master Chao to a banquet. The prospect of spending time alone with Chao Yu, sharing drinks and laughter, was undoubtedly a more favorable choice for Zhao Kuer. Leaving her with no reason to refuse that moment, the two engaged in lively conversation, rendering Lin Fan seemingly invisible, an outsider in their midst. Despite being the protagonist, he faced such cold treatment, which naturally incited his ire. Yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. 1100 taels. Brother Chao, why not let me have this Qilin jade pendant? In return, I shall invite you to my home for a gathering as a gesture of friendship. realizing he could not extract any benefits from Zhao Kuo. Lin Fan remained unperturbed. He aimed to secure this Qilin jade pendant to enhance his own strength, intending to settle accounts with Qiao Yu later. After all, in Lin Fan's eyes, Qiao Yu was quite likely practicing some dark arts. Once he had purged the toxins from his body, he would immediately commence his investigation. Once he confirmed the truth and gathered evidence, Lin Fan would eliminate Qiao Yu without hesitation. Those who tread the path of darkness must not be spared. Upon hearing Lin Fan's earnest proposition, Qiao Yu feigned difficulty, appearing to deliberate. 1100 taels might be Lin Fan's limit, but Qiao Yu sought to extract more from him, just as he was lost in thought. Zhao Kuo, beaming with a smile, picked up the Qilin jade pendant from the counter, examining it closely. It seems both of you are quite enamored with this Qilin jade pendant. However, this woman was merely an ordinary person, unable to perceive the profound mysteries contained within the pendant. Such artifacts of fortune could only be sensed by those with extraordinary luck, the protagonists and the villains. It does have its uses. But Brother Qiao possesses a discerning eye, and we both recognize its value. Hence this fair competition in a bid to leave a good impression on Zhao Kuo. Lin Fan suppressed his temper, adopting a charming and sunny demeanor reminiscent of his former self. Chapter 28. Successfully suppressing the protagonist. One cannot deny that Lin Fan indeed possessed striking good looks. The protagonist's attributes were commendable. Were it not for the villain Qiao Yu's interference, the female lead, the second female lead, and even the supporting characters would undoubtedly have developed feelings for him. According to the script, they would have inevitably come together, a classic case of the protagonist's halo and dominance. Alas, Lin Fan was deprived of such an opportunity, and it seemed he would never achieve it. Indeed, Brother Lin Fan and I are currently bidding for this Qilin jade pendant. 1100 taels. Neither too much nor too little. Qiao Yu took a deep breath, appearing reluctant to relinquish the pendant. How about this? If you, Brother Lin Fan, are willing to bid 1,500 taels, then I shall withdraw from the bidding for this Qilin jade pendant. Otherwise, I suggest you let it go to me, lest we continue to waste money here and damage our friendship. Feigning benevolence, Qiao Yu seemed to greatly value their camaraderie. Yet, he had been secretly calculating just how much profit he could extract from Lin Fan. 1,500 taels was his psychological estimate, designed to make Lin Fan bleed financially. Of course, he had intentionally left the pendant for Lin Fan. Having foreseen the narrative, how could he not manipulate it? As he spoke, Qiao Yu could not help but glance at the antique shop's proprietor, a smirk creeping onto his face. Once Lin Fan took the item home and utilized it, he would soon discover the extent of the deception. 1,500 taels. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. Although he maintained a facade of calm, internally, he cursed Qiao Yu vehemently. What should have been a mere 300 taels for a jade pendant was now being inflated to 1,500 taels. A staggering markup. The situation was utterly preposterous. However, given the unusual condition of his body, finding an artifact of fortune in the short term was no simple task. 1,500 taels for an artifact of luck was not exorbitant. Yet his funds were quite limited. I only have 1,200 taels on hand. Could you perhaps make an exception? Lin Fan's expression was somewhat awkward as he rummaged through his pockets, ultimately managing to scrape together only 1,200 taels. Zhao Kuo, witnessing the once glorious Lin family reduced to such straits, found it almost comical that extracting over 1,000 taels felt like extracting a life. Moreover, competing for an item with a man she had feelings for naturally left her with a negative impression of Lin Fan. You said 1,500 taels, so it shall be 1,500. If you can afford it, then purchase it. If not, you should yield to young Master Qiao. Zhao Kuo directly advocated for Qiao Yu, having completely aligned herself with the villain, showing no sympathy for the protagonist. This delighted Qiao Yu, who relished seeing the second female lead confront the protagonist, feeling a sense of satisfaction. If this led to animosity, all the better. Lin Fan smiled, yet internally, he noted this grudge. It was true that she was a woman of fortune. Yet supporting a practitioner of dark arts did not endear Zhao Kuo to him. He had initially considered giving her a chance, envisioning that once he achieved greatness, she might become his companion. However, now, Lin Fan was disinclined to offer her any opportunities at all. He vowed that when he reached the pinnacle of power, he would ensure Zhao Kuo understood how foolish her actions had been today. Foolish woman, do not underestimate the impoverished youth. I will buy it, but I must first return to gather the necessary funds. Alternatively, I could issue an IOU. I, Lin Fan of the Lin family, shall never go back on my word and will surely return to settle this debt. Lin Fan took a deep breath, ultimately deciding to agree to this arrangement. Regardless, his foremost priority was to rid himself of that wretched substance in his body and enhance his strength. Other considerations could wait. Money was of little consequence to I, the Zhao family, do not extend credit. We conduct small-scale business. If you truly lack the funds, then I must regretfully decline. Zhao Kuer was not inclined to engage further with Lin Fan, delivering her resolute words to prompt him to retreat. However, at that moment, Chao Yu intervened. Aware that Lin Fan was indeed short on funds, he realized that if Zhao Kuer dismissed him, his plans would be thwarted. Ah, Miss Zhao, please do not speak so. There is no need for an IOU. I have faith in Brother Lin Fan's integrity. I shall cover the 300 taels for him, and in the future, when I visit Brother Lin Fan's home, you can treat me to a meal. I am quite eager to forge a friendship with him. This debt can wait. Chao Yu declared this with a hearty laugh. Exuding generosity, not only did he restore Lin Fan's dignity, but he also extricated him from a predicament. This only served to enhance Zhao Kuer's favorable impression of Chao Yu, who appeared not only just but exceedingly kind-hearted. Willing to assist even a fallen noble like Lin Fan, treating wealth as inconsequential. In reality, however, Chao Yu's intentions were to ensnare Lin Fan, ensuring that the latter would take the Qilin Jade pendant home. Additionally, he aimed to visit Lin Fan's family as a creditor, which would grant him the perfect excuse to confront Yun should her toxins flare up again. After all, she was a good woman, and Chao Yu could not bear to see her suffer. It was imperative to remedy her affliction promptly. Thank you, Brother Chao. I shall remember this kindness, and will certainly invite you to my residence for a visit in the future. Lin Fan's face lit up with surprise. He had never anticipated that Chao Yu would be so foolish as to lend him money, which he found rather amusing. Once he uncovered the truth about Chao Yu's dark practices, he would deal with him decisively. As Lin Fan entertained these thoughts, he could not suppress his joy. Meanwhile, Chao Yu wasted no time, tossing 300 taels in silver notes to the shopkeeper, and adding Lin Fan's 1,200 taels to the mix. Through this orchestration, Chao Yu inadvertently became Lin Fan's creditor, successfully acquiring the Qilin Jade pendant. Congratulations, host, on ensnaring the protagonist through the plot and becoming their creditor, successfully causing them distress. Lin Fan's fortune value has been reduced by 200. You have received the corresponding fortune value reward. Current Lin Fan fortune value, 9,100. Current host fortune value, 2,600. Please continue to suppress the protagonist in various aspects, reduce their fortune value, and eliminate them. Chapter 29. Pursuing the second female lead, Zhao Kuer Chao Yu wore a smug smile, having once again profited from the narrative. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A grand spectacle awaited. Young Master Lin, please accept this Qilin Jade pendant. The shopkeeper, displaying an acute sense of propriety, deftly wrapped the jade pendant and handed it to Lin Fan, a constant smile gracing his face, as though he had successfully accomplished a mission that brought him considerable satisfaction. Lin Fan, cherishing the precious Qilin Jade pendant in his hands, yearned to return home immediately to meditate and cultivate his skills, eager to absorb the pendant's fortune entirely. The Lin family's martial arts were indeed formidable and extraordinary, allowing them to harness the fortune of ancient artifacts for their training. However, his gaze lingered on Zhao Kuer, a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. This woman was evidently the daughter of fortune, as even his heavenly mark ring had reacted to her presence. Although she did not possess the same level of destiny as Feng Chuyao, her assistance would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. It was truly a pity that she had been blinded by that scoundrel, Chao Yu. For the time being, he had no means to forge any connection with her. What are you staring at? Be careful, or I shall not be so polite, Zhao Kuer exclaimed, clearly uncomfortable with Lin Fan's lingering gaze. She was not keen on having his attention directed at her, especially since she desired to engage more with Chao Yu and nurture their budding relationship. With Lin Fan present, her plans were inevitably thwarted. In that case, I shall take my leave. Excuse me, Brother Chao. Lin Fan managed a forced smile and bowed slightly, refraining from lingering any longer and allowing Chao Yu to revel in his moment of triumph. Once he uncovered the truth behind the situation, he would ensure that this wretch faced the consequences. Brother Lin, feel free to do as you wish. I shall pay you a visit another day. Chao Yu responded amiably, exchanging farewells with the protagonist, their brotherly facade persisting. He would seize opportunities to subtly undermine Lin Fan, striving to siphon away his fortune. Once Lin Fan's fortune diminished, or he lost his protagonist's aura and the passive skill of turning misfortune into fortune faded, Qiao Yu would be ready to eliminate him. As they bid each other farewell, they appeared as close friends who had known each other for years, displaying an exaggerated reluctance to part. However, as Lin Fan departed, his expression turned icy, not daring to glance back soon. Only Qiao Yu and Zhao Kuo remained. Young Master Qiao, the night is still young. Shall we explore the night market? Zhao Kuo suggested, harboring a favorable impression of Qiao Yu and wishing to deepen their acquaintance. Having achieved his objective, Qiao Yu had no reason to refuse her request. Zhao Kuo was now his, though her heart had yet to be fully captured. Investing a little time and effort to solidify their bond was essential. Observing Lin Fan's earlier behavior, it was evident how significant the daughter of fortune was to the protagonist. He could not allow Lin Fan to succeed in winning her over. Since Miss Zhao has extended an invitation, how could I possibly decline? Pleased that he replied with gentle and courteous words, inviting her along. Having already reaped the benefits, accompanying Zhao Kuo through the streets to enhance her fondness for him was entirely reasonable. Zhao Kuo, appearing quite pleased, nodded and led the way. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu did not rush to leave, but instead turned his attention to the respectful shopkeeper nearby. Young Master Qiao, regarding this money, the shopkeeper said, holding out the sum Lin Fan had used to purchase the Qilin jade pendant, ready to return it to Qiao Yu after deducting a fee. A few days prior, Qiao Yu had discreetly arranged for the pendant to be purchased and consigned at this establishment, bribing the shopkeeper to put on a show. Their scheme to ensnare Lin Fan had evidently succeeded. This money is a reward for you, but remember what to say and what not to say. If anything goes awry, you shall bear the responsibility, Qiao Yu remarked, clearly dismissive of the small amount, preferring to use it to silence the shopkeeper. Of course, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate this minor character, just as he had done with the previous two flower thieves. After all, only the dead could keep secrets. However, given that the shopkeeper was the manager of a branch of the Zhao family's antique shop, any trouble involving him would undoubtedly provoke an inquiry from the Zhao family. Thus, for the time being, he would remain unharmed. Should Lin Fan grow suspicious or the shopkeeper attempt to implicate him, there were always spies lurking in the shadows to take care of the matter. It was a precautionary measure. Thank you, young Master Qiao. I know what to do and will keep my mouth shut. The shopkeeper replied with a grin, utterly oblivious to the peril he had narrowly escaped. Yet, this did not guarantee the shopkeeper's survival. It all depended on Lin Fan's future actions. If he chose to investigate the matter, the shopkeeper might not only face death, but could also suffer a sudden stroke, becoming a vegetable. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qiao Yu chose not to linger any longer with the shopkeeper and exited the establishment, trailing behind Zhao Kuo as they began to explore the night market. You rarely visit this area, young Master Qiao. Allow me to show you around and let you experience the wonders of our night market. Zhao Kuo exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident as she took on the role of tour guide. She was undeniably skilled, a true heroine in her own right, and thus required no attendants or guards, finding them to be an inconvenience. That would be splendid. I seldom venture to such places, but with Miss Zhao accompanying me, I am certain it will be an enjoyable evening, Qiao Yu replied, nodding with a smile, agreeing with her sentiment. This young woman was not difficult to manage. As long as he played his cards right, success was merely a matter of time. Naturally, to achieve his goals, he could employ a few subtle tactics. Young Master Qiao, look at these lanterns over here, so colorful. They are a highlight of our night market. Zhao Kuo enthusiastically introduced, blissfully unaware as she munched on snacks and led Qiao Yu onto a flower boat. As they leisurely drifted along, admiring the surrounding scenery, the experience was indeed enjoyable. For Qiao Yu, however, his thoughts were far removed from the beauty of the landscape. No matter how stunning the view, it paled in comparison to the charming and spirited heroine before him. Dressed in a flowing white gown with her hair tied back, her long locks cascading down her back, her complexion radiant and her demeanor exuding grace, she attracted the gazes of countless men as they strolled along. A blossoming Zhao Kuo, in contrast to her earlier indifference, now radiated femininity, making her all the more appealing to Qiao Yu. As he echoed her sentiments, while secretly admiring her exquisite beauty, life felt exceedingly delightful. Chapter 30. Lin Fan's scream. Originally Lin Fan's beloved, she had been usurped along the way, and it seemed the two had been at odds earlier. The irony was not lost on Qiao Yu. Perhaps he could even stir discord between them. Just enjoying a simple boat ride with Zhao Kuer seemed delightful enough, yet Qiao Yu was far from satisfied. If he wished to ignite sparks of romance with this woman, he would need to employ some cunning. He was no paragon of virtue but a true villain. Adhering to conventional methods was not an option. Scanning their surroundings, he noted that standing at the bow of the boat was somewhat precarious. Yet the picturesque view allowed him to seize an opportunity. Channeling his energy, he discreetly struck a nearby railing, causing the lanterns above to topple and crash into the flower boat. Onlookers gasped in surprise. Caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, Zhao Kuer, too, was taken aback, unaware of the impending mishap. However, being an adept heroine, she was more than capable of handling such tricks. Yet, Qiao Yu had not intended to ensnare her with mere theatrics. Rather, the wooden posts fell, splashing water upon impact, sending waves crashing towards Zhao Kuer. "Miss Xiao, be careful," Qiao Yu exclaimed, instinctively sheltering her in his embrace, shielding her from the oncoming spray. The sweet-smelling second female lead found herself once more cradled in his arms. Unlike their previous encounter, Zhao Kuer was now fully aware, and even in the dim light of the night market, Qiao Yu could discern her flushed cheeks, a telltale sign of her shy delight. Her heart raced, and as a martial artist, he could easily perceive the rapidity of her heartbeat. This moment had been meticulously orchestrated by Qiao Yu. He was confident that in such a sudden predicament, his actions would stir feelings within her. "Miss Xiao, are you all right?" he inquired, maintaining his hold despite his own back becoming drenched, unwilling to release her. Such beauty was far too precious for him to let go. Were it not for the need to uphold the facade of a virtuous gentleman and continue opposing Lin Fan, he might have resorted to other means to recreate the earlier encounter. "I'm fine. Thank you so much, young Master Qiao." "And you?" Zhao Kuer replied, her cheeks aglow, looking up at the dashing and charismatic Qiao Yu, feeling as if her heart were a fluttering deer, her words stumbling as she spoke. Undoubtedly, this man was her destined partner. Any denial of her feelings would be a falsehood. Despite encountering misfortune, Qiao Yu remained indifferent to such matters, gently protecting himself, embodying the true essence of a gentleman. Where in the world could one find such a remarkable man? It mattered little. His primary concern was the frail health of Miss Zhao, fearing she might catch a chill, while he, a robust man, was not as easily affected. As he spoke these heartfelt words, his eyes glistened with emotion, locking gazes with Zhao Kuer in a profound exchange. Their mutual affection and hint of intimacy grew. Capturing Zhao Kuer's heart to align her with his own interests against the protagonist became his foremost objective. "Chao Gongzi." Zhao Kuer, feeling a touch of shyness, took a couple of steps back, reluctantly and gently extricating herself from his presence. Glancing around, it seemed that many on the flower boat had turned their attention to the pair. As if they were eager spectators of a spectacle, though Zhao Kuer yearned for a narrative with Qiao Yu, she was acutely aware of her status as a refined young lady. The circumstances were not quite proper, and any inappropriate actions could jeopardize their reputations. Thus, nurturing their feelings was prudent. If he truly harbored intentions toward her, he ought to approach the Zhao family for her hand in marriage. "Why, apologies for my presumptuousness. Miss Zhao, I hope you can overlook my intrusion." Qiao Yu feigned a slightly aggrieved expression, which immediately elicited Zhao Kuer's sympathy. "Chao Gongzi, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention. I do not feel that it was intrusive. After all, it is all for my protection." Zhao Kuer found it difficult to articulate her mixture of surprise and fear, so she simply stated, "If you do not mind, please call me Kuer, just as you would a friend." For someone she had known for less than a week to address her so familiarly was indeed a significant step forward. "Very well, I shall call you Kuer henceforth. However, you may also call me Qiao Yu. There is no need for formalities. We seem to have hit it off quite well, and such titles feel rather distant," he replied, not hesitating to bridge the gap between them in the midst of their simple banter. The villain was honing his skills in courting, making substantial progress in his pursuit of the second female lead. Meanwhile, as Qiao Yu schemed to undermine Lin Fan, the latter had already returned home. Clutching the Qilin jade pendant he had purchased for a hefty sum of 1,500 taels, after locking the door, he immediately sat at the edge of his bed, his mind aflame with thoughts of vengeance. "Qiao Yu, just wait. You've made me squander so much money. Once I uncover evidence of your malevolent deeds, I shall eradicate your evil presence." Harboring such thoughts, Lin Fan recalled the moments of frustration he had endured alongside Qiao Yu. Clenching his fists tighter, to expedite his goals, he placed the Qilin jade pendant in his palm, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate, drawing upon the pendant's fortune to dispel the discomfort plaguing his body and enhance his prowess. Initially, all seemed well. He sensed the waves of fortune entering him, expelling the remnants of a peculiar affliction, invigorating his strength. However, this state of comfort was short-lived. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's expression shifted as the pendant's color abruptly morphed into a deep, ominous green. The skill that had been covertly sabotaging him surged in intensity. This Qilin jade pendant is not right. It is not blood jade, but rather, it harbors dark flames, Lin Fan gasped in horror. Hastily tossing aside the pendant he had acquired at great expense, upon glancing at his palm, he noticed inexplicable black markings, reminiscent of burned scars. Signs of a previous ailment began to manifest on his face. As the insidious skill wreaked havoc within him, "Curse those unscrupulous merchants," he seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. Resolutely, Lin Fan sought to suppress the turmoil within him. Blood jade and dark flames bore similarities, both being ancient artifacts imbued with fortune, making them difficult to distinguish. The former commanded a higher price. A blood-colored Qilin jade pendant like the one he had just encountered could easily fetch several hundred taels. In contrast, the latter would be worth significantly less. Thus, in the antique market, such deceptions were not uncommon, with some unscrupulous individuals altering items to conceal their true nature, making them less detectable. Lin Fan's ring could only indicate whether the pendant possessed fortune. It did not possess the capability to harm others, hence no warning was issued. However, his unique cultivation method with such an item led to a backlash. It appeared that the schemer had meticulously crafted his deception, fooling even the experts at the Zhao family's antique shop. Lin Fan chastised himself for being too trusting of those so-called appraisal specialists. Had he inspected the item himself, he might not have uncovered any irregularities, for the trap was exceedingly cunning and insidious. Unfortunately, he had no other recourse, for many individuals sought to manipulate valuable items to inflate their prices, inadvertently altering their fortune. It was mere misfortune that he had fallen victim to such a ploy. As he had impulsively decided to visit Zhao's night market, drawn to the pendant, it was hardly conceivable that someone could possess precognition, laying a trap in advance. With a sigh, Lin Fan pinched his thigh. Unable to articulate his frustration, not only had he squandered his funds without acquiring anything, but he also owed Xiao Yu several hundred taels. His luck seemed to have plummeted to an all-time low. Despite being the fated child of great fortune, he found himself beset by such trivial miseries. Taking a deep breath, he felt increasingly ill at ease. Yet, with limited funds at his disposal, even begging his mother would likely yield nothing of worth. Fortunate artifacts were rare and not easily obtainable. Although his original powers had been tainted by the dark flame's fortune, they could still be suppressed, and it was not insurmountable. Even if he could not find a fortuitous artifact in the short term, he had alternative methods. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes, as if he had devised another plan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully sabotaged the protagonist, resulting in his failed healing. Lin Fan's fortune has diminished by 300 points. You have received the corresponding fortune reward. Current fortune value of Lin Fan, 8,800. Current host fortune value, 2,900. Please continue to suppress the protagonist in various aspects, reduce his fortune value, and ultimately eliminate him. Having successfully captured a piece of the lady's heart and achieved his goals, Xiao Yu parted ways with Zhao Kuer. After spending some time at home, he unexpectedly received good news. Just as he had surmised, Lin Fan had rushed home to utilize the Qilin jade pendant in an attempt to rid himself of the backlash skills he had been afflicted with. Lin Fan's acquisition of the Qilin jade pendant was entirely orchestrated by Xiao Yu, who had even expended a significant portion of his own fortune to enhance the pendant, ensuring it was sold exclusively to Lin Fan. Aside from capturing the female lead's affections, he had meticulously attended to every detail. With knowledge of the plot and an advantageous position, how could he not deftly manipulate Lin Fan? The latter remained blissfully unaware of who had truly ensnared him, merely attributing his misfortune to bad luck. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile, savoring a cup of tea meticulously brewed by Kai Dai. The young lady, displaying remarkable intuition, knelt beside him, tenderly massaging his legs with a gentle and attentive demeanor. She refrained from excessive chatter, merely sharing what she knew with him, tending to him with utmost care, further endearing her to him. Once he had eliminated the protagonist and strengthened his own capabilities, he could take her along to enjoy life. After all, she was his woman. Despite his villainous role, he understood that a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of kindness. As long as no one wronged him, Chao Yu would treat her with sincerity. After a restful night at home, he rose only when the sun had climbed high in the sky. The previous evening had been a joyous occasion, prompting him to indulge in a few cups with Kai-Dai. He had not disturbed her slumber, as she had largely ceased performing menial tasks and had established her own voice within the household. End of chapter 32. Chao Yu's close comrade. In a quiet and secure corner of the residence, Chao Yu resumed his cultivation alone. Having gleaned so much from the protagonist, he was determined to invest it into enhancing his own strength. Who could say when they might truly clash? It was better to be prepared, for having provisions meant one could remain unflustered. With his strength bolstered, even if he were to face defeat, he would at least possess the means to safeguard himself. He had not exhausted all his fortune, spending only around 1,000 points, leaving approximately 500 in reserve. Preparing to exchange some martial skills, or even acquire some extraordinary abilities and techniques for unforeseen circumstances. With the immense fortune aiding him, Chao Yu's strength ascended from the yellow rank to the mysterious realm, specifically to the second tier of the Xian rank. Compared to others, this was akin to wielding a cheat, a terrifying enhancement. While he was indeed somewhat inferior to the protagonist, it was of little concern. Even if he were to face Lin Fan now, he could retreat if he couldn't match him, which wouldn't pose a significant problem. That it seemed rather wasteful, yet entirely worthwhile. Chao Yu felt a pang in his heart but continued to persevere. The notion of enhancing his power through defeating enemies had once seemed unrealistic. But now that he had reached the second tier of the Xian rank, the distinction between the Xian and yellow ranks was immense. He had truly begun to achieve something noteworthy at this juncture. Raising his rank through combat against foes seemed feasible. Coincidentally, there was a hidden demonic stronghold nearby, and according to the plot, these individuals appeared to be exhibiting signs of increased activity. The strength of those in the demonic faction was rather unimpressive, and he could certainly pay them a visit. After all, they were from the demonic path. It wouldn't be long before they would become a boon for Lin Fan, so it would be prudent for him to intercept and deal with them now. Elevating his own rank would indeed be a splendid affair. As he meditated, Chao Yu felt an overwhelming power coursing through his body, granting him an indescribable sense of exhilaration. His current prowess should far surpass that of a typical second-tier Xian rank martial artist, particularly regarding his physical strength, which was superior even to those dedicated solely to body cultivation. A smile of astonishment crept across Chao Yu's face as he mused that this truly was the unrivaled technique, the strongest martial art as depicted in literature. Although he lacked the innate talent for it, he could still ascend rapidly by leveraging the system's capabilities, enjoying the privileges of the protagonist ahead of time. Of course, even though this technique was only a fragment, it was incomplete. However, as long as he kept a close watch on Lin Fan, he was aware of the unfolding narrative and could certainly find ways to intervene and acquire the latter half of the technique. There was no need to rush. He could orchestrate things gradually. After all, the location of the latter half of the technique was rather peculiar, accessible only to Lin Fan. Having accomplished all of this in less than the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, Chao Yu leisurely began to stroll through the Chao residence, taking in the beauty surrounding him. Initially intending to take a casual walk, breathe in the fresh air, and then return to his chamber for a nap, he was soon interrupted by a spy delivering a message. Upon receiving the envelope from his most trusted subordinate, he glanced at it briefly before crumpling the paper into dust with a squeeze of his hand. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Lin Fan, I didn't anticipate your eagerness. The plot that was supposed to unfold in a few days has been hastened by you. Shaking his head, he pondered how some events were indeed beyond his expectations while others seemed entirely predictable. A cornered rabbit will bite. What more for a protagonist as proud and self-assured as Lin Fan? After suffering a setback, he would undoubtedly seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. Fortuitous artifacts are elusive, and their appearance is dictated by the plot's design. Chao Yu would intercept them in advance. There was no chance for Lin Fan to acquire such treasures. Compelling him to seek alternative methods, he aimed to utilize the luck of a certain lady to drive away the minor skills he had left within Lin Fan's body while simultaneously enhancing his own cultivation. The idea was commendable but regrettably unattainable. Grasping his folding fan, he instructed his subordinates to bring forth the carriage, preparing for an outing. Since Lin Fan wished to play, he would gladly accompany him. His informants had already discreetly prepared everything, and even if the plot was set to commence in a few days, Chao Yu had his plans in place. He would not be ambiguous about any arrangements. No matter Lin Fan's actions, he remained firmly in Chao Yu's grasp. It seemed the time had come to seek out that rascally friend of his. Taking a deep breath, he envisioned the figure of a reckless youth. Feeling increasingly intrigued by the unfolding events, approximately 15 minutes later, Chao Yu arrived at his destination with ease, the grand estate of the Liu family. Much like the Fong family, the Liu family was a prestigious lineage in Xingyun City, wielding a measure of influence throughout the southern domain. However, they were still somewhat inferior to the Fong family. Since the passing of the elder patriarch, the Liu family had not fared as well. Despite the current head's efforts, they could only maintain the status quo. It was already commendable that they had not fallen into the ranks of second-rate families. "Young Master Chao, please come in," the guards at the entrance, possessing keen insight, invited Chao Yu, who had just disembarked from his carriage, to enter. This was understandable, given that Chao Yu and Liu family's young master were kindred spirits, often indulging in revelry together, notorious for their extravagant lifestyles. "Where is your young master?" Chao Yu inquired casually. At this moment, Lin Fan had already entered the Liu residence, and if he intended to deal with this fellow, he would undoubtedly require the assistance of his good brother. "The young master is currently in the backyard, being punished by the elder for slacking off." The guards seemed to stifle their laughter as they spoke, unable to resist poking fun at the irresponsible young master being reprimanded by his father. Chao Yu shot them a glare, prompting the servants to immediately nod and bow, refraining from further amusement. He did not head to the main hall to seek Lin Fan or others, but instead made his way to the backyard in search of his good brother. After all, certain arrangements required his brother's subtle encouragement to undermine the protagonist. Not long after arriving, he spotted a conspicuous figure half-squatting beside a rockery, one hand gripping a nearby wooden post. This individual, unable to defy his father's orders, was attempting to find ways to slack off. It was Liu Xiaojia, the brother of the previously bullied white-haired, red-eyed beauty, Liu Muxue. He was also destined to become Chao Yu's future brother-in-law. "Brother Liu, what are you up to? Practicing your stances here. Such elegance." Chao Yu couldn't help but tease. This slightly plump young man clad in a green brocade robe was Liu Xiaojia, one of Chao Yu's close friends. Typically, he engaged in mischief, whether it was teasing virtuous women or frequenting brothels. His martial prowess was mediocre, a sixth-tier body cultivator, more than capable of bullying ordinary street girls. "Chao Yu, what brings you here?" Liu Xiaojia exclaimed with a grin. He appeared somewhat naive, lacking any guile, which was indeed the case. The other party bore no ill intentions. He was simply a young man of privilege, although his actions often brought shame. He was no villain. However, this fellow's fate was not to be enviable. Chao Yu was the antagonist, while Liu Xiaojia was merely a minor character. Though they could bully ordinary folk, they would later offend Lin Fan and, in their naivety, seek to plot against him, leading to their demise at Lin Fan's hands in an obscure corner. Liu Muxue would remain oblivious to this incident, kept in the dark. Chapter 33. The protagonist's betrothal. Only the protagonist was aware of this secret, which had been a hidden truth for Lin Fan. "It's not that I'm worried about you. I came to check on you out of genuine concern." Chao Yu spoke these heartfelt words, genuinely worried that Liu Xiaojia might encounter trouble. In this world, Chao Yu had few friends, and most others treated him poorly. Liu Xiaojia was a true brother. It was precisely because of their camaraderie that he had intervened when Lin Fan bullied Chao Yu, only to be met with two fatal blows from Lin Fa and as a good brother, standing against the protagonist. Chao Yu was determined not to let Liu Xiaojia meet a similar fate. "What are you talking about? It's just that my father has been a bit strict with me. There's nothing to worry about." "You better not curse me." The somewhat plump Liu Xiaojia maintained his posture, continuing to slack off. "Just a bit of banter. Don't fret." Having reminisced about the past, Chao Yu was naturally ready to prepare for the next step. By the way, I just saw Lin Fan from the Lin family rushing to your home, seemingly in quite a hurry. Something about a betrothal. Oh, you know what that's about." Chao Yu feigned curiosity, prompting Liu Xiaojia to nearly lose his balance in surprise. "Be careful not to fall." Chao Yu's strength was no longer what it once was. He swiftly pointed with his fan, steadying Liu Xiaojia's back, preventing him from toppling over. Lu Xiaojie hurriedly regained his balance, realizing he had become somewhat negligent due to a lack of training. However, upon hearing Qiao Yu's words, he exclaimed in indignation, "That Lin Fan, the Lin family has fallen so low, and yet he still has the audacity to come here. What is going on? Can you fill me in?" Qiao Yu played the role of an eager audience, urging his good brother to divulge the details. Their camaraderie was well established, and gossip flowed freely between them, so discussing such matters posed no issue. Lu Xiaojie, no longer concerned about his stance, pulled Qiao Yu into the living room while hastily explaining. Essentially, Lin Fan's grandfather had once been a figure of great renown, possessing formidable strength and remarkable medical skills. At that time, Lin Fan's family could be considered a prominent clan, perhaps even more powerful than the Lu family. The elder of the Lu family had maintained a close relationship with Lin Fan's grandfather, leading to a private engagement set forth when Lin Fan was born, documented in a marriage contract. The arrangement stipulated that if the Lu family produced a daughter, Lin Fan would come to propose, thus solidifying an alliance between the two families. This was essentially an arranged marriage. However, alas, Lin Fan's grandfather had long since departed from this world. His father had also met an untimely demise at the hands of dark forces, leading to the decline of the Lin family, which was no longer comparable to its former glory. Thus, this marriage proposal was naturally dismissed by others as inconsequential. It was initially thought that Lin Fan would possess the self-awareness to simply burn the farcical marriage contract. Who would have anticipated that the other party would dare to present such a document at his doorstep? Seeking to wed his sister, it was nothing short of absurd. Qiao Yu, who was already privy to the unfolding drama, wore an expression of shock. How could there be such shameless individuals? This Lin Fan was truly detestable. His sister, Mu Shui, must never fall into the clutches of such a man. Lu Xiaojie's sister, Lu Muxue, was the other female lead whom Qiao Yu had previously attempted to court. She was the one encircled by several youths in a corner of the street. Pelted with stones, her body swathed in layers, a peculiar beauty with red eyes and white hair. Indeed, her eyes were heterochromatic, with one being a striking blue, leaving a lasting impression on Qiao Yu. Such an exquisite beauty was something Qiao Yu cherished dearly. He would never allow Lin Fan to take her home. In the original narrative, Lu Muxue met a tragic fate, captured by dark forces and perishing while cultivating demonic arts, surrounded by stunning beauties. How could Lin Fan possibly care for a woman he deemed unattractive? After a brief period of sorrow, he would soon forget her. Determined to prevent such an occurrence, Qiao Yu was resolute in competing with the protagonist to protect this woman. Indeed, my sister is not conventionally beautiful, born with peculiarities, and rarely ventures outside, confining herself within our home. Yet, I never imagined someone would covet her, Lu Xiaojie remarked, his pace quickening, unable to suppress his frustration. Despite viewing his sister as unattractive, the bond of blood remained undeniable. He would not permit a fallen family like the Lins to exploit their relationship for their own ends. To be honest, having known Qiao Yu for many years, Lu Xiaojie had only heard tales of his sister's lack of beauty. He had never seen her in person. However, for someone like Qiao Yu, whose taste varied widely, a girl with white hair and heterochromatic eyes was akin to a treasure. As beautiful as a Persian cat, far from being ugly. This ignited Lu Xiaojie's anger, and a smile crept onto Qiao Yu's lips. It seemed he was eager to accompany his good friend into the hall to confront Lin Fan, offering various encouragements and further stoking the flames of conflict. Upon entering the parlor, they discovered Lin Fan seated in a position of honor, sipping freshly brewed tea while conversing with a somewhat handsome but slightly aged middle-aged man. Uncle Lu, with the marriage contract from the Lu family in hand, I hope the Lu family can honor the wishes of the late elder Lu and finalize this union, Lin Fan stated bluntly. Revealing his intent for the date as he spoke, he produced a crimson marriage contract and placed it on the tea table. Such an action and declaration caused the head of the Lu family to furrow his brow. Clearly troubled by the matter. This was the wish of elder Lu, yet he had passed away many years ago. Given the current state of the Lin family, he was reluctant to acknowledge the engagement. However, as a reputable family, the Lu clan could not afford the disgrace of breaking off a marriage. With a desire to maintain face yet wishing to annul the engagement, what course of action should he take? Lin Xinzi, you must have heard tales of my daughter. She is exceedingly unattractive, with a bizarre appearance, and never shows herself in public. Lin Fan, you are impressive and extraordinary. I believe it would be better to seek a more suitable partner. The head of the Lu family articulated delicately, attempting to persuade Lin Fan to withdraw from the engagement or, at the very least, refrain from pursuing the matter further. In truth, his daughter was indeed not pleasing to the eye, and the head of the Lu family could not bear to look at her. Lin Fan was certainly aware of this. Lu Muxue was notorious for her peculiar appearance, and various rumors circulated about her oddity. However, Lin Fan recognized her as a woman of fortune, and the engagement had been arranged by his grandfather even before her birth. Marrying her would bring immense benefits to Lin Fa and At that time. The fated woman, Feng Chuiyue, had not yet conceived, and thus, he had missed such an opportunity. By the decree of my parents and the arrangement of a matchmaker, I care not for the visage of Miss Lu. I simply hope that Uncle Lu can fulfill the wishes of the previous generation, Lin Fan stated, determined to gain fortune and honor his grandfather's pact. Thus, he was willing to accept her, regardless of her appearance, and wished to treat her with respect. Upon hearing these words, the head of the Lu family's expression darkened. He was clearly displeased, feeling that Lin Fan was ungrateful and oblivious to his implied meaning. Even if his daughter were unattractive, she was not someone of Lin Fan's stature could presume to associate with a Lin Fan. Do you truly not understand or feign ignorance? Just then, Lu Xiaojie strode in unabashedly, voicing such sentiments without reservation. Chao Yu followed closely behind, maintaining a calm demeanor. Lin Fan was not surprised by Lu Xiaojie's entrance. He had heightened his senses earlier and sensed someone outside, but he had been too engaged in conversation with the head of the Lu family to pay it any heed. However, upon noticing Chao Yu behind Lu Xiaojie, Lin Fan felt somewhat taken aback, having completely overlooked him earlier. Was it possible that some peculiarity in his own body was causing his senses to falter? Lin Fan could not help but question that. Of course, he had previously been unable to discern Chao Yu's strength. The latter must have employed some method or technique to conceal his true capabilities. Hence, it was not surprising that he possessed some special means. Those of the dark arts required such subterfuge, and Chao Yu undoubtedly practiced demonic techniques. Lin Fan clenched his fists, intending to resolve his own matters before investigating further. Yet here he was, encountering him again. Fate seemed to conspire against him. Lin Fan and Chao Yu exchanged glances and nodded subtly, as if their camaraderie was as tranquil as water, appearing remarkably in sync. Yet, both were secretly plotting against each other, intent on seizing the other's weaknesses. The others remained oblivious to this unspoken understanding. Chao Yu subsequently bowed to the head of the Lu family, who nodded in acknowledgement. Having nothing to say to this familiar scion, Lin Fan, be wise and pack your belongings. Leave our Lu family at once. The Lin clan is now less than a third-rate family, lacking any formidable warriors. How dare you come here seeking a marriage proposal? Lu Xiaojie's words were sharp. He was the archetypal character known for his sharp tongue, specifically designed to belittle and provoke the protagonist, somewhat thoughtless. Yet, at this moment, Chao Yu found himself rather fond of Lu Xiaojie. He was an excellent mouthpiece, relentlessly deriding Lin Fan, which was immensely satisfying. After all, he was currently playing the role of the virtuous gentleman, while the true villain must remain hidden, awaiting the right moment to strike at the protagonist. Hearing his son's remarks, the head of the Lu family supported his head with his hand, remaining non-committal. This reflected the head of the Lu family's sentiments. In his eyes, Lin Fan was merely a stray dog, devoid of any value. In reality, Chao Yu knew this was not the case. Lin Fan had recently ascended the mountain, his strength having surged dramatically, further aided by the guidance of a renowned master and the family heirloom, the celestial engraved ring. He was no longer the same dog that could be trampled upon at will. However, none of those present possessed the means to discern this change. Lu Xiaojie, your arrogance knows no bounds. I have come here to propose, supported by Elder Lu's marriage contract. Are you suggesting that you wish to annul the engagement and slap your grandfather's face? Lin Fan declared with righteous indignation, slowly puffing out his chest. As Lu Xiaojie had pointed out, the Lu family was indeed in the wrong in this matter. In this world, reputation and honor were held in the highest regard. Since an engagement had been established, it must be honored. To break it off would bring disgrace. Who do you think you are barking like a dog? Just take a look at the current state of your Lin family. You are utterly insignificant, yet you still aspire to climb the social ladder. I advise you to abandon such foolish hopes, Lu Xiaojie continued, eager to demean Lin Fan further. Chao Yu found the scene amusing and, as a mere bystander, he could not laugh too openly. He simply covered his mouth, Suppressing his mirth while enjoying the spectacle, Lin Fan shot a glare at Qiao Yu, feeling an intense irritation. He was well aware that the latter was relishing in his misfortune. Yet, right now, his greatest enemy was Lu Xiaojia, with his incessant vitriol. Qiao Yu remained silent. Even if he wished to provoke Lin Fan, he found himself unable to do so. This was precisely Qiao Yu's strength. He could inflict discomfort and embarrassment upon Lin Fan while ensuring that Lin Fan could find no excuse to retaliate. Even if Lin Fan's realm was currently superior, Qiao Yu could easily keep him under control. Lin Fan's frustration boiled over. Unable to direct his anger toward Qiao Yu, he turned it toward Lu Xiaojia. Enough! Your Lu family displays a complete lack of decorum, looking down on others. Have you never heard the saying, "Do not bully the young and poor"? Chapter 35. The protagonist receives a slap at this moment. Lin Fan was also incensed. He was, after all, a proud and passionate young man. After being humiliated by the Lu family time and again, coupled with the strange energies accumulating within him and the frustrations faced in recent days, he could hardly contain his feelings. Lin Fan, unable to contain himself any longer, exhibited signs of imminent eruption, leading to his words becoming somewhat unrestrained. Observing this situation, Qiao Yu could not help but smirk broadly. This fellow? His gaze shifted towards the head of the Lu family seated at the main position, as if anticipating an entertaining spectacle ahead. Humph, what does it mean that my Lu family lacks decorum? What does it mean to look down upon others with dogged eyes? Does one not take heed of the impoverished youth? The head of the Lu family clenched his fists, clearly flustered by Lin Fan's thoughtless remarks. He swiftly leaped forward, his movements remarkably swift, raising his hand to deliver a slap. With a resounding smack, it landed squarely on Lin Fan's face, accompanied by the shout, "What of it if I bully you?" Qiao Yu inwardly praised the striking blow, exclaiming, "What a splendid slap!" Congratulations to the host for successfully stoking the flames. The protagonist has been slapped, losing dignity. Lin Fan's fortune value has been reduced by 300. You have received the corresponding fortune value reward. Current Lin Fan's fortune value, 8,500. Current host's fortune value, 3,200. Please, host, continue to exert pressure on the protagonist in all aspects, diminish his fortune value, and eliminate him. The head of the Lu family was not weak. He was an adept of the 5th rank of the Xian stage, possessing remarkable agility. The technique he just executed was his renowned skill, the Lu Su Taiyin hand. This move was so concealed and rapid that even Lin Fan failed to react in time, receiving the slap without defense. Although Lin Fan practiced the formidable Xian Tianjinwu, rendering his physical strength exceedingly exaggerated, it was impossible for the opponent to truly injure him. However, the sound of that slap was indeed thunderous. It had now escalated to a matter of dignity. After delivering the slap, the head of the Lu family intended to retreat, but at that moment, Lin Fan's eyes glinted with a hint of crimson as he retaliated with a swift palm. "You dare strike me? Lin Fan, cease this!" Lu Xiaojia could not help but shout, but it was already too late. The head of the Lu family was not one to be trifled with. Upon receiving a counterattack, he too exerted his full strength, delivering a palm strike in return. The two palms collided with a resounding thud, unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the air, visibly dispersing a surge of power. Lu Xiaojia attempted to assist, but was pushed back repeatedly by the shockwave. Although Qiao Yu felt little from the impact, he nonetheless took a couple of symbolic steps back to maintain appearances. After a moment, the head of the Lu family was predictably sent flying, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. This commotion drew the attention of numerous families and servants, yet none dared to approach. 7th rank of the Xian stage, and you are merely 18 years old. How is that possible? The head of the Lu family clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, seemingly realizing the internal injury he had sustained. It was as if he finally comprehended the sheer terror embodied by the youth before him. An 18-year-old at the 7th rank of the Xian stage, truly a monster among monsters, a genuine prodigy of martial arts. Lu Xiaojia was equally astounded, unable to fathom that the Lin Fan he had deemed insignificant was, in fact, such a formidable master. He felt a surge of fear, worried that this fellow might go berserk, turning the place into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu observed gleefully from the sidelines, relishing the unfolding drama. Let the uproar continue. The more chaos this fellow creates, the better. He had deliberately fanned the flames, encouraging Lu Xiaojie to speak recklessly, thereby pushing Lin Fan's buttons. Originally, Lu Muxue was supposed to marry Lin Fan. Now, with matters escalated to this extent, how could the two families possibly unite as the plot dictated? Becoming in-laws was out of the question, while enmity seemed far more likely. "Uncle Lu, are you all right?" Chao Yu seized the opportunity to step forward, supporting the head of the Lu family, eager to gain favor. He produced healing medicine from his possession, expressing great concern. "Uncle Lu, please take this. It will help stabilize your injuries." Lu Xiaojie hurried over to examine his father's wounds. Although the head of the Lu family was somewhat astonished that this young scion, Chao Yu, had such medicinal supplies on hand, he thought little of it. After all, Chao Yu was also the offspring of a second-rate family and a close friend of his son, and being a martial artist of the Xian stage, the medicine should pose no safety issues. "Thank you." After expressing gratitude, he accepted the pills from Chao Yu's hand and began to meditate to stabilize his injuries. Lin Fan's strike was no trivial matter. The opponent's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary 7th rank of the Xian stage. It would likely take him at least 10 days or half a month to recuperate fully. At this moment, as Uncle Lu focused on healing, Chao Yu found it inappropriate to engage in further conversation. Sensing that the timing was right, he stepped forward, seemingly intending to interject as a neutral party. "Lin Fan, have you had your fill of this ruckus?" Chao Yu spoke with a smile, as if seeking reasoned discourse. "This hardly concerns you, Chao Yu. I came here today to discuss this marriage contract. They were the ones who reneged first and even attacked me. It is only natural for me to retaliate." Lin Fan, being a principled individual, did not perceive any wrongdoing in his prior actions. After all, he couldn't simply stand by and allow others to strike him, could he? "Nonetheless, your strike was rather severe, leaving Uncle Lu in such a state. That seems rather ruthless." Chao Yu feigned concern while observing the extent of the injuries, unable to suppress his admiration for Lin Fan's apparent merciful disposition that was due to his own inadequacy. "I did not even use my full strength, yet he has already succumbed." As he spoke, Lin Fan shook his head, seemingly dismissive of the head of the Lu family. Chapter 36. Truly a despicable scheme indeed. This was partly due to the Lu family's previous attitude, which had been somewhat bullying, inciting Lin Fan's wrath. The head of the Lu family gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with indignation, yet he found no grounds to refute. This brat was indeed far superior to him. Noticing the head of the Lu family's predicament, Chao Yu felt increasingly confident that Lin Fan was gradually taking the bait. What to do? This fellow is so formidable. We are utterly powerless against him. Lu Xiaojie began to panic, whispering to himself. Initially, he had thought Lin Fan was merely a dead dog lying by the roadside, but it turned out he was a rabid dog, and quite a formidable one at that. Regardless, I absolutely will not allow my daughter to marry such a person. Having been slapped and humiliated, the head of the Lu family was nonetheless a man of resolve, unyielding and steadfast. This also exemplified a common flaw among characters in the original narrative. They are inexplicably drawn to provoke the protagonist. Even if they cannot defeat him, they must confront him. Otherwise, Lu Xiaojie would not have met his demise at Lin Fan's hands. With Chao Yu subtly instigating matters, the two families had officially turned adversarial, their past affections long forgotten. As for the marriage contract, the head of the Lu family had never cared for it from the outset. With words having escalated to this point, and his mind churning with malice, Chao Yu was naturally ready to ensnare them. "I have a suggestion, and I wonder if Uncle Lu and Brother Xiaojie would be inclined to hear me out." "Speak." "Yes, if you lack a plan, just say so." The two lowered their voices, feeling utterly helpless against the formidable foe before them. They could only hope that 3 cobblers might outwit Zhuge Liang, perhaps conjuring a clever idea. Chao Yu nodded, proceeding with his scheme. "It is quite simple. Just agree to Lin Fan's proposal and acknowledge the marriage contract as valid. Do not rush. This contract has loopholes. Lin Fan has never met Lu Muxue. As long as you proceed in this manner, then find a young man to marry him on the wedding night, and take advantage of his inebriation too. Once accomplished, he will dare not speak of it publicly." Upon hearing Chao Yu's words, both men felt a surge of discomfort. They had not anticipated that he would propose that they agree to Lu Muxue marrying Lin Fan. However, as they listened further, their expressions turned peculiar, even bordering on amusement. It all seemed absurd, utterly ridiculous. What a despicable scheme! The head of the Lu family sought to humiliate Lin Fan, yet he was utterly shameless. The three exchanged glances, silently reaching a consensus. Lin Fan assumed they were merely discussing the extent of the injuries and paid little mind. Observing the two slowly assisting the head of the Liu family to his feet, he finally grew impatient and spoke up. So, has the head of the Liu family come to a decision? Will you acknowledge this marriage contract or not? The head of the Liu family felt his eyelids twitching, unable to articulate the depth of his loathing for the detestable Lin Fan. To think he had been injured and was being coerced into marrying off his daughter, this was an unparalleled humiliation, a vendetta that could not be overlooked. If he were to truly marry his daughter to this scoundrel, would they not become the laughingstock of the entire Xingyun city? Yet, casting a glance at Chao Yu, he found the latter's plan for revenge against Lin Fan to be exceedingly clever. Very well. I concede. I acknowledge this marriage contract. We shall arrange the necessary gifts and set an auspicious date. You may come to marry in grand style. The head of the Liu family clutched his chest, feeling intensely discomfort, as if he were making a concession. However, only the head of the Liu family and Liu Xiaojia understood the extent of Chao Yu's utterly devious scheme, one that was guaranteed to catch Lin Fan by surprise. Perfectly addressing the marriage contract while leaving the other party with no room for rebuttal, dignity lost, marriage ruined, and Chao Yu would not be able to use this matter against him. It was nothing short of brilliant. In that case, I shall dispatch someone to deliver the betrothal gifts the day after tomorrow, and we shall schedule the wedding for 5 days hence. On that day, I will certainly make grand preparations to marry Liu Muxue. Seeing the head of the Liu family acquiesce so readily, Lin Fan had no intention of applying further pressure. One merely seeks to reclaim what rightfully belongs to him. The marriage contract has long been inscribed, declaring that the daughter of the Liu family is to be Lin Fan's betrothed. Thus, his actions bear no impropriety in the grand scheme. He is indeed justified. Upon uttering these words, Lin Fan felt no inclination to linger in the disdainful presence of the Liu family, especially with Chao Yu's presence as an unwelcome distraction. With a flourish of his sleeve, he strode forth, not casting a glance behind. It is truly impressive that Chao Yu could devise such insidious tactics. What a scoundrel he is! The head of the Liu family found himself at a loss for words to express his current sentiments, ultimately left with nothing but admiration. Beside him, Liu Xiaojia offered a silent thumbs up to Chao Yu, conveying volumes without uttering a single word. Chao Yu, however, felt little in the way of accomplishment. He merely aimed to instigate discord between the two families, leading to an unpleasant fallout. Yet, the unfolding events proved unpredictable. Lin Fan's remark about the Liu family's contemptuous gaze, coupled with the sudden slap from the Liu patriarch, shifted the entire dynamic. With no other recourse, he had to think on his feet and resorted to such a ploy. Meanwhile, as the Liu patriarch was assisted back to his seat, his condition appeared to improve slightly. At that moment, a servant rushed in with urgent news. The second young miss was in a fit, refusing to marry upon hearing the news of her betrothal, adamantly declaring her defiance. The Liu patriarch had always held great affection for his daughter, regardless of her unconventional appearance, which might even frighten others upon first glance. Nevertheless, he had never once expressed disdain for her and had no desire to see her wed, fearing she might be subjected to mistreatment, even if she were to remain within the confines of the Liu home for her entire life. It would pose no issue, as the family was more than capable of providing for her. Just as he contemplated rising to explain the situation to his daughter, hoping to reassure her that he had no intention of marrying her off to Lin Fan, he realized that his injuries rendered him unable to stand. "Uncle Liu, let me and Xiaojia go instead. Just so happens that I have visited many times, yet have never had the pleasure of meeting Sister Muxue. I wish to make her acquaintance." Chao Yu's words revealed his intention to formally connect with Liu Muxue. Their previous brief encounter on the street had left him with a favorable impression. Seizing the narrative for himself, he aimed to cultivate a bond with the young lady, thereby severing any potential connection Lin Fan might forge with her, ensuring that the Lady of Fortune remained firmly on his side. Chapter 37. Perhaps your future brother-in-law. To be candid, Muxue was born with an exceedingly unfortunate appearance. I fear she may startle you. The Liu patriarch, acting out of genuine concern, wished to shield outsiders from any potential fright, while simultaneously protecting Liu Muxue from being startled by strangers. Indeed, Chao Yu, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from going. I shall go alone. My sister's appearance is truly, Liu Xiaojia struggled to articulate. ultimately concluding that it was simply bizarre beyond measure. He had grown accustomed to it over the years, but if someone like Chao Yu, who had an affinity for beauty, were to see her, he might very well scream in terror. Yet, the truth was that these individuals failed to appreciate her unique beauty. Such a remarkable sister had been unjustly labeled a frightful creature in their eyes, a true waste of a precious gem. No matter, lead me to her. It cannot do any harm. If Sister Mushue does not wish to meet me, I shall take my leave. Chao Yu, possessing a keen sense of propriety, sought to avoid putting either of them in an awkward position. After some polite exchanges, both Lu Xiaojie and the Lu Patriarch reluctantly acquiesced. They assumed Chao Yu would likely be met with a cold reception and would turn to leave, hence they did not dwell on the matter. After all, Lu Mushue typically isolated herself in her room, rarely engaging with others and certainly not with outsiders. Chao Yu, too, chose not to elaborate on his intentions. Having laid the groundwork during their previous encounter, the subsequent interactions would unfold with relative ease. The Lu Patriarch returned to his quarters to recuperate, leaving the task of guiding Chao Yu to his sister's chamber to his son. Lu Xiaojie believed it best for him to handle the situation. Before long, they arrived at the designated location. Even before drawing near, they could hear a delicate yet resolute voice protesting from within, "I refuse to marry. I shall not wed that Lin Fan. I do not want to marry." Her voice, tinged with a hint of tears, suggested that she perceived Lin Fan as a villain, fearing that marrying him would lead to profound sorrow. In truth, her fears were not unfounded. Lin Fan regarded Lu Mushue merely as an unattractive girl, unworthy of comparison to other leading ladies. Yet, Chao Yu was different. He cherished her as a treasure. "Sister, please open the door. It is your brother." Lu Xiaojie knocked gently on the door. Hearing his sister's lament, he felt a pang of compassion, wishing to enter and discuss the matter with her in a more private setting. With so many eyes and ears around, any hint of their plans being overheard could jeopardize everything. Lin Fan's formidable strength posed a significant threat. Should he uncover their scheme and insist on marrying Lu Mushue, the consequences would be dire. "Leave me be. I do not wish to see you. It was you and father who agreed to marry me off. I do not wish to see either of you." Lu Mushue's mood had descended to an extreme LOWIT. Seemed she had learned of their intentions from one of the servants who had witnessed the earlier confrontation. Perhaps the servant had only relayed part of the story, leading to a misunderstanding. One must understand that the two men had fought fiercely, refusing to yield Lu Mushue to Lin Fan. Thus, many things must be witnessed firsthand rather than taken at face value. As this information circulated, it became distorted in the retelling. "No, why won't you even see me? I have something to say. Things are not as you imagine." Lu Xiaojie felt an acute sense of embarrassment. His sister was inherently shy, and it had taken considerable effort to establish their relationship. Now, due to this misunderstanding, he found himself unable to see her. "I refuse to listen to you. I do not wish to see you. I simply do not want to marry. I want to stay at home." Lu Mushue repeated her objections like a petulant child, adamant in her refusal to wed Lin Fan. Lu Xiaojie found himself at a loss for words. "Sister," he called her name, knocking on the door for what felt like an eternity with no response. Meanwhile, Chao Yu stood by, wearing a smile but remaining silent. After witnessing Lu Xiaojie's predicament, he approached slowly, remarking, "Brother Xiaojie, it seems you are not quite the brother you claim to be. Your sister refuses to open the door for you. Do not speak nonsense. My sister and I usually have a good relationship. Today's circumstances are unique. She may have overheard something from below, and you are aware of the situation." Lu Xiaojie quickly provided a justification to salvage some dignity. Chao Yu chose not to undermine him. Merely tapping his fan lightly against Lu Xiaojie's shoulder, speaking with an air of mystery, "I beg to differ. Perhaps I should give it a try. Your sister may well open the door for me. Do not be ridiculous. I cannot even enter, and you think an outsider can?" Lu Xiaojie scoffed. Moreover, he was well aware of Chao Yu's character, similar to his own, merely a frivolous dandy with little substance. A frequent visitor to brothels, and not one to engage in serious endeavors. This realization prompted Lu Xiaojie to add, "I have already said my sister is not a beauty. Why are you so fixated on her? If you were to see her, you might very well flee in terror." The atmosphere turned to one of light-hearted ridicule. Human curiosity runs deep, and Lu Xiaojie believed Chao Yu was undoubtedly intrigued by the prospect of seeing his sister. Perhaps imagining her to be an unparalleled beauty, which was why she was kept hidden away. Understanding that they were kindred spirits, Lu Xiaojie could empathize with his friend's motives. Fear not. I shan't be frightened. I might even find her quite appealing. Should I take a liking to her, I could very well become your brother-in-law, Chao Yu teased. Chapter 38. The scoundrel Chao Yu. Lu Xiaojie was rendered speechless by this proclamation. This rogue remained as unreliable as ever. His words frivolous and absurd. It was a jest. Even if he were to become Lu Xiaojie's brother-in-law, Chao Yu, with his fixation on beauty, would likely find himself paralyzed with fear at the sight of his sister. Fleeing in terror, suit yourself. I have no desire to argue with you. Lu Xiaojie waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to interfere with Chao Yu's whims. Unyielding, Chao Yu was determined to test the waters. And Lu Xiaojie felt there was little to be said. This attitude from Lu Xiaojie did not surprise Chao Yu. He merely needed to adhere to his original plan. The opinions of his future brother-in-law seemed of little consequence. With a smile playing on his lips, he proceeded, knowing that soon enough, Lu Xiaojie would understand his sister's true disposition toward him. Chao Yu approached Lu Mushue's door with deliberate politeness, knocking gently. Yet, before he could utter a word, a panicked voice rang out from within. Leave. Everyone, just go away. The sound echoed with the urgency of a startled rabbit, as if any intrusion would send her into a frenzy. Chao Yu steadied himself and cleared his throat, addressing Mu Shui with a gentle and sunny demeanor. Miss Mu Shui, I am Chao Yu from the Chao family. I happened to be visiting the Lu family and, upon hearing some commotion, came to check on you. Is everything all right? His words flowed with the grace of a refined gentleman, captivating even Lu Xiaojie, who stood nearby, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected charm of his usually lackluster friend, who was known for his frivolous pursuits. If Chao Yu had always carried himself with such poise, perhaps countless respectable young women would have fallen for his allure, rather than resorting to crude displays of dominance in public. Lu Xiaojie, however, shook his head, skeptical of Chao Yu. After all, his sister was no ordinary girl. Once the door was closed, she rarely entertained visitors. Given Chao Yu's notorious reputation, it was likely that she had heard of his infamous escapades. Yet, as Lu Xiaojie pondered these thoughts, the ruckus within the room gradually subsided, returning to a state of calm. Moments later, a voice from within inquired, Is that you, young Master Chao? Yes, I am indeed Chao Yu. Mu Shui, are you all right? Hearing the atmosphere shift to a more serene tone, Chao Yu felt a sense of delight blossom within him. Just as he had anticipated, the young lady harbored a modicum of affection for him, particularly after he had gallantly intervened on her behalf against those who had bullied her, stealing the limelight from the main character. It was only natural for the second female lead to develop feelings for the formidable antagonist. After all, this was the narrative crafted by the original author, rendering everything quite plausible. I'm fine. I simply encountered a minor issue earlier, which is why I reacted this way. I'm not usually like this. Lu Mu Shui hastily explained, and Chao Yu could vividly imagine her blushing face and biting her lip on the other side of the door. Indeed, she had just been sulking in her room, unaware that the man she admired was right outside, making her feel utterly embarrassed about her previous display. Lu Xiaojie, perplexed, uttered a soft hum. How could it be that the infamous Chao Yu, upon revealing his identity, seemed to lift his sister's spirits? He noted that her tone had softened, imbued with a distinctly feminine charm. Having known his sister for so many years, such a demeanor was a rarity, leading him to wonder if Chao Yu possessed some sort of mysterious charm that could evoke affection even from behind a closed door. Chao Yu, noticing Lu Xiaojie's incredulous expression, found it amusing but remained focused on his objective. He knew he had to converse with Lu Mu Shui directly to foster a deeper emotional connection. Mu Shui, could you please open the door? I would like to have a word with you. With newfound boldness, he addressed her by name, aiming for a more intimate tone. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If he wished to pursue a romance with the Lu family's second daughter, he had to be courageous. In the presence of such a delicate and enchanting beauty, taking the initiative was undoubtedly the right approach, especially since she had already shown him some degree of fondness. Are you really coming in, young Master Chao? Lu Mu Shui's voice held a hint of surprise, laced with a touch of anxiety. This reaction was understandable, as it was indeed her private space, and the prospect of a man entering could understandably cause her trepidation. Hey, Chao Yu, don't frighten my sister, Lu Xiaojie interjected, exasperated, moving closer to Chao Yu. Intending to pull him away, he initially hoped to see Qiao Yu humbled, allowing him to depart. Yet, here was Qiao Yu, audaciously seeking to engage with his sister. "Why are you panicking?" Mu Shui hasn't objected. "Yet you're the one fidgeting," Qiao Yu replied with a smile, feeling that the situation was well in hand. Mu Shui had not declined his request, though perhaps her hesitation stemmed from her own insecurities or other reasons. After all, in the original narrative, she had welcomed Lin Fan into her room for their first formal meeting, despite Lin Fan being startled by her unusual appearance, which society of the time deemed unconventional. "Young Master Qiao, please wait a moment. I need to prepare." Mu Shui finally acquiesced after a moment of deliberation. The room was somewhat disheveled, and given her self-conscious nature regarding her appearance, she felt compelled to tidy up before facing him. "No rush. I shall wait outside." "You needn't hurry," Qiao Yu reassured her. Recognizing that he had made progress, he glanced back at Lu Xiaojia, the corners of his lips curving upward in a display of triumph, silently boasting about his prowess. "What?" Lu Xiaojia's lips parted in disbelief, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. "Why is my sister willing to let you in? This can't be right." He tugged at Qiao Yu, eager to uncover the truth behind this unexpected turn of events. "Perhaps my sister and I are simply fated to be together in this lifetime," Qiao Yu replied enigmatically, withholding the full truth. "Are you serious? Are you actually trying to woo my sister?" Lu Xiaojia's frustration mounted. Feeling that this was utterly absurd, he attempted to describe Mu Shui's appearance to dissuade Qiao Yu, hoping to extinguish any romantic notions. While he had no issue with Qiao Yu visiting, the idea of him pursuing his sister was preposterous. Qiao Yu waved dismissively, uninterested in further explanation. "It's fine. I've assured you that there's nothing to worry about. You can stand there while I handle this." Lu Xiaojia remained apprehensive about Qiao Yu's intentions. Despite their seemingly amicable exchange, the barrier of the door concealed their true appearances, which could lead to unforeseen complications if Mu Shui's looks were indeed daunting. As a protective brother, he felt a heavy responsibility to ensure nothing went awry. After a brief wait, Mu Shui swiftly made her preparations, not wanting to keep Qiao Yu waiting outside for too long. The soft sound of her footsteps approached, and the door creaked open slightly, revealing a woman with her head wrapped in a scarf, peeking out to survey the situation. Her gaze immediately locked onto the handsome yet slightly mischievous young man before her. "Mu Shui!" Both Qiao Yu and Lu Xiaojia exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with excitement. At last, the moment had arrived to set their plans in motion. "Brother, young Master Qiao," she greeted, merely parting the door a fraction to address them. "Wait, let me explain. It's not what you think. I'm not trying to marry you off," Lu Xiaojia interjected, eager to enter and clarify matters to his sister. However, Mu Shui, still miffed, stood resolutely in the doorway, refusing him entry. "You can't come in. I just don't want to talk right now," she pouted, her youthful temperament surfacing. "Let me handle this." Qiao Yu confidently stepped forward, positioning himself between Lu Xiaojia and the partially open door. Locking eyes with the stunning girl who revealed only half her face, his gaze conveyed neither fear nor disdain. Instead, he appeared utterly captivated, his eyes brimming with admiration. This peculiar taste of his was unexpected, prompting Lu Xiaojia to question his friend's judgment. Yet, as Mu Shui's lips curled into a shy smile, the tension dissipated, leaving Lu Xiaojia speechless. It seemed his sister, typically reclusive, was experiencing a flutter of emotions. Inexplicably drawn to Qiao Yu.as for Qiao Yu, he remained undeterred, his gaze fixed on Mu Shui with an intensity that suggested a burgeoning affection. "Mu Shui, may we enter to converse?" Qiao Yu revealed a radiant smile, enveloping those around him in a refreshing warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. He embodied the role of a righteous and accomplished young man. His demeanor and actions were required to be nothing short of impeccable. "If Master Qiao does not find it bothersome, please, do come in," spoke Mu Shui, her voice soft yet unmistakably conveying her desire for companionship. She opened the door to her chamber just a crack, inviting him inside. This was indeed a remarkably positive development. A shy girl willing to let a sliver of sunlight into her sanctuary was a sight to behold. With Qiao Yu's efforts, it was not just the potential for romance that could blossom for the second female lead, but also the hope that her heart would gradually unburden itself, allowing her to live freely in this world. This was Qiao Yu's aim, a beautiful vision for the future. Such a wonderful girl must not fall victim to the clutches of darkness. Lin Fan, lacking capability and genuine affection, could not protect her. As a great antagonist, he felt compelled to intervene and ensure she remained by his side for eternity. How could I ever find you bothersome? I would be honored indeed, Chao Yu remarked graciously as he observed the door before him slowly creaking open. The prospect of stepping inside filled his heart with indescribable comfort. He was astonished to witness his good friend actually entering his sister's private chamber. And he immediately felt the urge to follow suit. Eager to explore his sister's room after so many years in their childhood, he had often been granted such opportunities, but now that they were grown, his sister was far more conscious of her appearance, leaving him, as her brother, with little chance to intrude. Alas, just as he took a few steps forward, Lu Mushui swiftly blocked his path, clearly unwelcoming towards Lu Xiaojie. Sister, what are you doing? I am friends with Chao Yu. If he can enter, why can't I? This is favoritism, Lu Xiaojie exclaimed, his frustration reaching its peak. He wished to bask in Chao Yu's glow and meander through his sister's room, but his efforts were thwarted. You shall not enter. You wish to marry me off, Lu Mushui retorted, her words tinged with indignation as she pouted sulkily. Once Chao Yu had stepped inside, she promptly shut the door behind her. Leaving Lu Xiaojie outside, I can't believe this, he fumed, raising his fist as if to strike the door in exasperation. Yet, recognizing it was his sister's sanctuary, he ultimately chose to restrain himself. Chapter 40. The White-Haired. Red-eyed Lu Mushui. Chao Yu successfully entered Lu Mushui's room, glancing around to admire the unique little world that belonged solely to her. It was quaint and fragrant, and despite her apparent reclusiveness, this young lady had curated her space with a delightful touch of pink romanticism, creating a lovely atmosphere. Her temperament and character were equally commendable. As the second female lead, she was more than capable of bearing the mantle of a wife. Mushui, I have visited your home many times. Yet this is my first time in your room. It feels quite novel, Chao Yu remarked, eager to bridge the gap between them. Understanding her shyness, he took the initiative to engage in conversation. That's because you never paid me any mind before. You only played with my brother, she responded simply, yet it was as though they shared a mutual sense of regret for not having met sooner. While others tended to distance themselves from her, as if she were a plague, Chao Yu was different. He was willing to approach her, to befriend her. I had no opportunity before. The last time I had the fortune of meeting Miss Mushui, I had been yearning to visit, and now I finally found the chance, he explained, crafting a reason for his visit. In truth, he had once heard that Lu Mushui was considered unattractive, which had dissuaded him from even glancing her way. Lu Mushui's face lit up with delight. I must thank you for your assistance the last time. I didn't get the chance to express my gratitude properly. She performed a graceful curtsy, embodying the poise of a refined young lady. This marked the beginning of their story and the nascent feelings Lu Mushui harbored for Chao Yu. There's no need for such formality. I am good friends with Xiaojie, and if his sister is in distress, I shall undoubtedly lend a hand. I wouldn't stand idly by if anyone faced such a situation, Chao Yu asserted, firmly establishing his values and strong sense of justice. Lu Mushui felt a flutter in her heart, captivated by his noble spirit and generosity. What woman wouldn't be drawn to a man who exuded such righteousness, charm, and affluence? Master Chao, you truly are a good person. Not the ruffian or debauched youth others claim you to be. It seems the rumors outside are not to be trusted, Lu Mushui mused, her perception of him shifting dramatically. The whispers that painted Chao Yu as a villain who bullied the weak and indulged in vice were clearly unfounded. He was evidently a handsome and ambitious young man, far from what they portrayed. Those tales of jealousy and defamation are mere fabrications. Mushui, please do not believe them, Chao Yu smiled, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, intrigued by the mystery of her partially concealed visage. The allure of such a rare gem, shrouded yet tantalizingly close, was irresistible. By the way, Mushui, I have an unconventional request. Would you mind removing your scarf so I can behold your true beauty? As their conversation flowed effortlessly, Chao Yu's boldness grew. He sought to see the face behind the veil, unafraid of revealing his intentions. It's not that I am unwilling, but that I am quite unsightly, and I fear it may frighten you. Lu Mushui replied, burying her head further down, tugging at her scarf in an attempt to hide her features. She was overwhelmed by the presence of such a noble gentleman in her life. Feeling the warmth of his light, The thought of scaring him away due to her appearance haunted her. How could that be? I am not like the others, Chao Yu reassured her, affirming that no matter her appearance, he would not mind. In fact, I believe you are a great beauty. Have confidence, and do not let others sway you out, Master Chao. I think it would be best if we continued our conversation as we are. I truly fear I might frighten you, Lu Mushui insisted, still grappling with her insecurities. Despite Chao Yu's persistent encouragement, she struggled to muster the courage to unveil herself. Yet, Chao Yu was undeterred. He was determined to draw back the curtain of mystery surrounding her. When he finally laid eyes on her, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. However, being the protagonist with a certain decorum, he did not flee as others might have. Instead, he resolved to win her heart, which only deepened Lu Mushui's misunderstanding of his affections. Tio opened her heart completely. This step was indispensable. He took a step closer, bridging the distance between them, and Lu Mushui found herself with no means of retreat. He reached out a hand, intent on lifting the veil that concealed her beauty. Master Chao! Lu Mushui exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as her gaze darted away. It was clear she cared deeply about her appearance. Yet, seizing the opportunity, Chao Yu aimed to convey that in his eyes, she was nothing short of extraordinary. You have nothing to worry about. You are truly beautiful. In my eyes, you possess a unique charm unlike any I have encountered. May I have the privilege of seeing your face? His words were gentle, his movements deliberate. At that moment, Lu Mushui ceased her evasive maneuvers and slowly raised her head, meeting Chao Yu's earnest gaze. In his eyes, there was no trace of disdain or revulsion, only profound admiration, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure that sparkled with brilliance, irresistible in its allure. Though perplexed by his reaction, Lu Mushui felt a burgeoning trust in him. He would not recoil in horror, nor flee in terror. Instead, he appeared to cherish her. Thus, she finally let go of her defenses, biting her lower lip as she allowed Chao Yu to gently remove the scarf from her head. The moment was reminiscent of a bride unveiling her face on her wedding night. Yet the ambience was distinctly different. As the mist cleared, the truth emerged. A stunning girl with white hair and red eyes, one blue eye shimmering alongside, appeared before him, exuding a mix of shyness and trepidation, her cheeks slightly flushed. The inexplicable blend of innocence and beauty left Chao Yu utterly captivated, ensnared in a delightful reverie. So beautiful, Mushui, you are truly radiant, he exclaimed, unable to contain his genuine admiration. Lu Mushui was momentarily stunned by his words. It was the first time in her life someone had praised her beauty. Having always perceived herself as a monster, she had been treated as such. Hearing Chao Yu's heartfelt compliment filled her with disbelief and astonishment. Chapter 41. The Beautiful Swan and the Ugly Duckling. Master Chao. Please do not jest. I am indeed quite plain, as everyone else believes, Lu Mushui stammered, her heart racing uncontrollably, yet she instinctively uttered those words. The influence of the environment and those around her has deeply affected this girl, causing her to perceive herself entirely as an ugly duckling. However, her emotions seemed to fluctuate, her gaze fixated on Chao Yu, clearly moved by his earlier words, her cheeks flushed. I cannot ascertain the thoughts of others. Nor do I care, for I firmly believe in what I see. You are undeniably a great beauty, one of a kind in this world, and I am utterly enamored. Everyone enjoys hearing flattering words, especially women, and Chao Yu is well aware of this. As the quintessential antagonist, he must employ every means to win over the second female lead. After all, these are sincere words, devoid of any pretense. And there is no question of being seen through. Chao Yu genuinely admires this girl. Her beauty is utterly irreplaceable, unparalleled in the realm. As he spoke, he took her delicate hand in his own. Lu Mushui symbolically attempted to pull away twice, her small face growing even redder, akin to an apple. Chao Gongzi, are you being serious? I am nowhere near as good as you say. Her little head was at a loss as to where to hide, cornered by him, even adopting the gesture of wall slam. She could only confront him bravely, yet there was no hint of fear. In her heart, she was elated. Of course, I am serious. Look into my eyes. Do you think I am lying? Chao Yu gazed deeply into Lu Mushui's starry eyes. He mused that people in this era truly lack appreciation. It is a grave pity that such a woman is labeled a monster. Lu Mushui exhibited shyness, but when meeting Chao Yu's gaze, she perceived his profound sincerity, filled with earnestness and genuine affection. Devoid of any feigned demeanor or fear, she was aware that it was normal for others to be rendered speechless or to flee upon seeing her. It was said that even her parents were taken aback at her birth. In her childhood, her brother often bullied her due to his immaturity, though he improved somewhat as they grew older. Even the servants around her tended to evade her, gossiping about her in private. "No, I believe Chao Gongzi, you are a good person who would not deceive me," Lu Mu Shui said with a smile. Feeling as if she were floating, it was the first time she encountered a man who not only wasn't he afraid of her, but treated her as a treasure. To claim she was not moved or enamored would be a blatant falsehood. At this moment, she was utterly captivated, believing him to be her destined partner, the one she had awaited her entire life. At this age, young girls often experience their first stirrings of love, and Lu Mu Shui, having never been in a relationship, harbored a profound yearning for romance. Chao Yu understood this well, which is why he took the initiative. "I am unlike others. Thus, Mu Shui, when we meet, you need not conceal yourself. I wish to see you, to converse face to face, and to understand one another." Chao Yu was not anxious, as she was a lady of high standing. Presenting himself as a gentleman, he knew that these leading ladies favored righteous young men. If they were to discover that he was the villain, it would be challenging to garner their affection. Hence, he resolved to no longer hide his face. "Chao Gongzi, if you have time, do visit me often. You will always be welcome here." Lu Mu Shui was overjoyed. The prospect of seeing each other again and nurturing their feelings was irresistible. Yet, as she thought of this, her brow furrowed once more, for she had just heard from the servants that her father and brother intended to marry her off, fulfilling some engagement. But she had no affection for Lin Fan. Having never even met him, the engagement was arranged by her grandfather, entirely unrelated to her personal wishes. Lu Mu Shui had someone she adored, having finally encountered her true match. Even in death, she would never acknowledge such an engagement. Chao Yu was no ordinary young master. His insight was remarkably astute. Noticing the slightest hint of worry on her face, he quickly surmised what troubled her. "Mu Shui, you need not fret. Uncle Lu and your brother have no intention of marrying you off. It is that shameless Lin Fan who, wielding the elder's marriage contract, seeks to coerce your family into submission." Chao Yu, recognizing the opportune moment, solidified his image as a gentleman in her heart. He began to whisper in her ear, aiming to position Lin Fan as a despicable scoundrel in her eyes, severing any potential connection between them. Such a remarkable second female lead could only belong to him. As for Lin Fan, he would later deliver a grand gift to him. "Is that so? Then I must have misunderstood my father and brother." Lu Mu Shui appeared astonished, realizing that the information she received from the servants was vastly different from what Chao Yu conveyed. It served as a reminder not to heed the rumors of outsiders blindly, believing everything one hears is unwise. For instance, at this moment, Chao Yu harbored ulterior motives. Indeed, just now, Uncle Lu even clashed with Lin Fan. That Lin Fan seeks to marry you through this marriage contract to seize the Lu family's wealth. Relying on his superior status, he not only boasted arrogantly but even injured Uncle Lu. "It is utterly disgraceful," Chao Yu lamented, his fists clenched, sighing repeatedly, regretting his limited abilities, unable to confront Lin Fan, only capable of aiding Uncle Lu in recovery. "What? My father was injured?" Lu Mu Shui was taken aback. Clearly unaware that the servants had withheld such information, leading her to frolic about in her room instead of rushing to her father's side. This could not be blamed on Lu Mu Shui. After all, she had been confined at home, lacking the modern conveniences of computers or phones, resulting in a slower and less accurate reception of information. "Do not worry too much. Although Lin Fan struck him, he should recover within 10 days to half a month." Chao Yu comforted Lu Mu Shui, omitting the full details. In truth, it was the Lu family who sought to annul the marriage, looking down on Lin Fan, speaking harshly, with Uncle Lu striking first, provoking Lin Fan's wrath. However, Lu Mu Shui need not know these intricacies. She simply needed to understand that Lin Fan was not a good person. Chapter 42. A reminder to the brothers not to provoke Lin Fan. Even so, as a daughter, I must visit my father. Chao Gongzi, let us pause our conversation for today. We shall meet again on another occasion. Although she yearned to continue nurturing their budding relationship, Lu Mu Shui, being a dutiful and well-mannered girl, felt compelled to visit her injured father. Even if she typically stayed at home, in critical moments, she must fulfill her filial duties. This only served to enhance Chao Yu's admiration for her. Filial piety is paramount among virtues. This woman can discern priorities and honor her parents. A true virtue indeed. And no worries. I merely entered to explain a few matters. As for Lin Fan, you can rest assured. This situation has been resolved, and we will not yield to him. He offered a brief overview of the current circumstances while withholding further details. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to ease Lu Mushua's mind. Their conversation, though concluding here, marked a promising beginning. They exchanged simple farewells and agreed to meet again. Lu Mushua rewrapped her veil, concealing her visage, before hastily exiting to visit her father. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojie remained outside. Perplexed by the situation, "Hey, sister, sister," just as he was about to follow her, he was called back by Xiaoyu. "Xiaojie, please wait a moment. There are matters we need to discuss, just as I have much to discuss with you. What is going on between you and my sister? Are you hiding something from me? When did you two become like this?" This fellow was quite the curious one, having lingered outside for so long without a clue. His mind brimming with questions, as soon as Xiaoyu stepped out, Lu Xiaojie surrounded him, bombarding him with inquiries. "I have mentioned that my connection with your sister is faded. Perhaps I may even become your brother-in-law in the future. Is that not a satisfactory explanation?" Xiaoyu spoke candidly, leaving Lu Xiaojie utterly speechless. "What kind of nonsense explanation is that? Spare me with my sister's appearance. You'd be lucky not to be terrified. Yet you wish to marry her? Is this for real?" His expression was one of disbelief. Although he had a good relationship with his brother, the prospect of becoming family was not entirely impossible. However, he found it hard to believe that Xiaoyu, accustomed to the allure of beautiful women, could genuinely be interested in his sister, whose appearance was deemed strange. "Believe it or not," Xiaoyu waved his hand, offering no further elaboration. "By the way, I will select some capable individuals in the next few days to send over. You can arrange accordingly, understood? This is merely about dealing with Lin Fan. I think this plan is feasible. Let us give him a taste of his own medicine. That fellow will only suffer in silence, all depending on your arrangements, Brother Qiao." Lu Xiaojie shared a similar mindset with Qiaoyu in this regard. The individual in question is not inherently a virtuous character. Thus, even when employing despicable means to achieve their ends, they perceive no moral quandary. Very well. However, it is imperative to exercise caution. Furthermore, my dear brother, allow me to share a heartfelt sentiment. Regardless of your anger or frustration, it is advisable to suppress such feelings and refrain from contemplating any harm against Lin Fan. Qiaoyu earnestly advised Lu Xiaojie, wishing to prevent him from meeting a fate akin to that of the original narrative, where Lin Fan dispatched him with mere 2 punches. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to dissuade Lu Xiaojie from harboring any murderous intent. Lin Fan is a protagonist. As long as he is left unharmed, there exists no rationale for him to resort to violence. After all, within the storyline, Lin Fan is wed to Lu Mushua, making Lu Xiaojie his brother-in-law. Despite this familial connection, any attempt on Lin Fan's life would inevitably lead to dire consequences. "You speak as though Lin Fan has provoked us. Why should I concern myself with his affairs? Moreover, resorting to murder and arson is rather excessive." Lu Xiaojie expressed disbelief, his countenance marked by astonishment, utterly perplexed by why his good friend would suddenly caution him on such matters. "In any case, trust my words. If you regard me as a brother, do not entertain thoughts of harming Lin Fan. At this moment, Qiaoyu's objective had been accomplished. He aimed to sever the long-standing ties between the Lu and Lin families, turning them into adversaries. This was sufficient. There was no need to jeopardize the life of a good brother. After all, Lu Xiaojie had treated him rather well, and this bond was genuine. Furthermore, after marrying Lu Mushua, they would be relatives. Should his brother-in-law perish at Lin Fan's hands, Mushua would undoubtedly be heartbroken. "Very well, I understand. This is all rather nonsensical. Lin Fan is exceptionally powerful. Why would I engage him in a life-and-death struggle? You are overly concerned." Lu Xiaojie dismissively shook his head, convinced he would not encounter such conflict with Lin Fan. Since Lu Xiaojie had acquiesced, Qiaoyu chose not to prolong the conversation. He soon bid farewell to his good brother. Having resolved matters concerning the Lu family, he had more pressing affairs to attend to, however, just as he intended to return to the Chao residence to meticulously orchestrate Lin Fan's matrimonial entanglement. He stumbled upon a scene worthy of note shortly after entering. His devoted maid, Kai Dai, was strolling in the courtyard, while behind her, that fellow Chao El licked his lips and hurriedly approached, seemingly with something significant to convey to the woman. Kai Dai, Kai Dai. Wait a moment, he called out, eager to halt her. Chow Yu silently concealed himself in the shadows, preparing to observe their interaction. Second young master, is there something you require of me? At that moment, Kai Dai was no longer clad in the garb of a servant. Instead, she donned a splendid robe, exuding grace and beauty, akin to the mistress of the house, speaking with a calm demeanor. Chow El glanced around. Realizing the courtyard was devoid of other servants and, more importantly, that Chow Yu was absent, his courage surged. Gritting his teeth, he mustered the audacity to extend his hands towards Kai Dai, attempting to grasp hers, only to have her deftly retreat a step, evading his advance. What are you doing, second young master? I am currently the personal maid of the elder young master. Kai Dai employed this excuse to thwart his advances. Kai Dai, why have you been avoiding me lately? I can't even touch your hand, and yet you're so close to him. Chow El's voice was laced with agitation. It baffled him how his devoted maid had suddenly altered her demeanor after being taken by Chow Yu just a few days prior. Unlike her previous demeanor of innocence and restraint, she now radiated a refined elegance, resembling a captivating matron. Yet, she had become even more alluring, brimming with femininity, leaving Chow El utterly entranced. But I am now in service to the elder young master. If you were to touch me, it would trouble him. Kai Dai's expression remained composed as she uttered these words, seemingly considering his feelings. Yet, it was evident to any observer that she merely wished to distance herself from him. Oh, there is no one else here. There is no need for pretense. Chow El dismissed her concerns, believing Kai Dai had already agreed to act as an informant for him and Chow Yu. With no outsiders present, why should they maintain their charade? Upon hearing his words, a flicker of disdain flashed in Kai Dai's eyes, though it was quickly concealed. On one side, there was the promise of luxury and abundance with Chow Yu, while on the other, she had endured years of subservience under the second sun, toiling tirelessly without reaping any rewards. The father-son duo of the Chow family was currently under immense pressure, their futures uncertain, which brought her a sense of delight. There was no reason for her to entangle herself with this puppet, Chow El, thereby jeopardizing her prospects. Chapter 43. The Fox and the Beautiful Butterfly. The performance must continue. For this was the task assigned by Chow Yu. If she wished to rise to prominence and be wed into the Chow family, she must demonstrate her worth. Though she acknowledged this, caution was paramount. The second young master must not speak of such matters indiscriminately. As she spoke, Kai Dai increasingly felt that her decision to align with Chow Yu was indeed the right choice. Concealed in the shadows, Chow Yu could not help but be astonished. He had misjudged this girl. He had initially perceived her as gentle and kind, adhering to the rules, yet it seemed she had been playing a role all along, skillfully concealing her true nature. She aimed to manipulate Chow El, seeking to obtain the best rewards with minimal risk. Yet, he had not anticipated that this fellow lacked any real power and would ultimately gain nothing substantial. However, this was inconsequential to Chow Yu. He held no regard for the meager assets of the Chow family. His true adversary was the protagonist. Entrusting the management of the Chow family to Kai Dai was of no concern. Of course, should she harbor any rebellious thoughts, it would be effortlessly dealt with in this world. Strength was paramount. Upon hearing Kai Dai's words, Chow El's countenance fell, revealing his inherent cowardice. It was only after losing everything that he mustered the nerve to reach for her hand. Now, however, Kai Dai was firmly aligned with Chow Yu, making any such advances impossible. Clearing his throat, Chow Yu feigned a casual approach, pretending to have just arrived, as though he had overheard nothing. The two immediately adjusted their demeanor, even taking a few steps back to create distance, lest Chow Yu misinterpret their interaction. Elder young master, Kai Dai promptly saluted Chow Yu, recalling her status and refraining from overstepping her bounds. In contrast, Chow El's situation was rather disconcerting. Cousin, his speech was halting, his gaze evasive, revealing his lack of courage. Normally, he would bully others under the guise of his father's authority. Without that paper tiger, he was nothing. Chow Yu wore a smile, gazing down at Chow El, offering him no semblance of respect as he pulled Kai Dai into his embrace, holding her tightly. Elder young master, Kai Dai exclaimed in surprise, her cheeks flushing, yet she made no attempt to break free, appearing obedient. Dear, you are now my woman. As long as you serve me well in the Chow family, I guarantee you will have whatever you desire in the future. Chow Yu wasted no words, engaging in affectionate gestures with Kai Dai. Chow El stood in stunned silence, his fists clenched in impotent rage. Kai Dai was exceptionally cooperative, her laughter ringing out, her beauty truly exquisite. This woman was quick to learn, winning Chow Yu's favor. Marrying her as a concubine seemed a wise choice. Remember, Chow El, even in my absence, do not entertain any ideas about her. She is your sister-in-law. My woman. Do you understand? Chow Yu raised an eyebrow, delivering this resolute declaration. He intended for Chow El to realize his own insignificance. While he had sent Kai Dai to act as a spy, monitoring the movements of the Chow family, he planned to eliminate them once they revealed their intentions. Regardless of their influence, the righteous individuals would be powerless against him. Upon hearing Chow Yu proclaim her as his woman and instructing Chow El to refer to her as sister-in-law, Kai Dai's smile widened. This time, she had chosen the right side, securing her future alongside Chow Yu, thus liberating herself from the status of a servant. Naturally, she must remain vigilant, ensuring that no other men approached her. Especially Chow El. Kai Dai was a shrewd woman, fully aware of Chow Yu's preferences. I understand, cousin. Chow El inhaled deeply, lowering his head, daring not to utter a word. Yet, he perceived this turn of events as fortuitous. Perhaps Kai Dai had indeed earned Chow Yu's trust. Just days prior, she had coordinated with him and Chow Tian, acting as a spy for Chow Yu, keeping a close watch on this fellow's every move. When the opportunity arose, they would remove him, and Kai Dai would once again belong to him. If you understand, then be gone. You are not to seek her out alone without my permission. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time I see you. Chow Yu's warning was outwardly fierce, yet he was aware that the father-son duo had already established contact with Kai Dai. Thus, his words were merely to dispel any suspicions, enabling her to monitor them more effectively. Reluctantly casting a glance at his childhood companion, Kai Dai, he finally spoke. I shall take my leave now, cousin, before awkwardly shuffling away, gradually distancing himself. Humph, that good-for-nothing actually thinks he can touch my hand, Kai Dai said with a hint of displeasure. Seemingly filled with disdain, I never would have guessed, Kai Dai. You are quite the schemer. After all these years of performance, even I failed to see through your act. Chow Yu, noticing that Chow El had already walked far away, slowly released his embrace, casting a semi-smiling glance at Kai Dai. This woman is somewhat formidable. After years of companionship, Chow Yu had not realized that she was merely playing a role, were it not for her sudden rise to power. She would likely have maintained her previous innocent facade to gain advantages from Chow El. Such words carry an air of danger. Having finally tasted the sweetness of power, Kai Dai certainly would not relinquish it. She boldly leaned closer, nestling into Chow Yu's embrace. Young master, you flatter me. I am simply a discerning bird choosing the right tree to roost in, acting in accordance with the times. Together, they are no match for you. I would not be foolish enough to follow them. Her voice was as soft as flowing water, yet tinged with a touch of seduction. As she spoke, she planted a kiss on Chow Yu's cheek, exuding a distinctly alluring charm. It was precisely this quality that captivated Chow Yu. Very well, you are increasingly adept at bringing me joy. With a smile, Chow Yu swept her into a princess carry and made his way towards the nearest room. Young master, you are truly wicked, she said, winking at Chow Yu, her eyes brimming with affection. Whether it was genuine or merely an act for her own amusement was inconsequential. What mattered was that this woman now belonged to him. As the chief antagonist, he would always tower over the protagonist and ascend to greatness. Kai Dai would forever be his woman. Wicked. If a man is not wicked, how could a woman ever be enamored? Wouldn't you agree? Upon entering the room, Chow Yu tossed Kai Dai onto the bed, provoking a melodramatic expression from her. Her features, with their alluring smile, resembled that of a fox spirit, utterly enchanting. Pretending to be a paragon of virtue around Lu Mu Shui had been quite exhausting for him. The second female lead, with her beauty and traits, greatly appealed to Chow Yu, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic preferences. Unfortunately, he could not possess her at the moment, leaving him in a state of unease. Fortunately, he had a woman at home who understood the subtleties of charm and could attend to his needs at all times. Embracing beauty, he luxuriated in life. Such a life as a grand villain was simply exquisite. Chapter 44. The great antagonist also has his own heroine. Kai Dai is indeed remarkable, much to Chow Yu's liking. The entire afternoon was spent in her company, without stepping outside the room. Naturally, they summoned servants to bring them food. And at one point, Qiao Yu indulged in a brief nap. This life was nothing short of blissful. However, Qiao Yu had pressing matters to attend to that evening, making it vital to conserve his energy. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Qiao Yu instructed Kai Dai to return to her room alone. She was quite understanding and did not pry further. After a courteous bow, she left obediently. Today, according to the plot, the righteous faction would conduct an operation to eradicate the demonic sect, presenting a splendid opportunity. Qiao Yu stretched lazily, recalling the relevant storyline. Recently, the demonic sect had been rampant, even impacting their city of Xingyun. These demons killed without a second thought, and those who practiced their dark arts exhibited an extreme bloodlust, with some even requiring living sacrifices for their cultivation. In recent days, numerous young girls had gone missing in the city, which had understandably drawn attention. As this plan was conducted in secrecy, members of the Righteous Alliance were only informed of the operation at the last moment, just before the action commenced. Lin Fan was among them. After all, his father had fallen victim to the demonic sect, instilling in him a profound hatred for evil. Thus, he had joined the Righteous Alliance at an early age, gaining a modest reputation among the youth. His recent training had significantly enhanced his power level, making him a formidable force among his peers. The demons, though despicable, would be regrettably eliminated by the righteous. Qiao Yu moved his body, feeling quite refreshed and in excellent condition. He planned to intercept not only the heroine and second female lead, but also the antagonistic characters, leaving nothing for Lin Fan. These were the protagonist's experience points and would serve as stepping stones for his own reputation. Determined to seize the initiative, Qiao Yu intended to visit a stronghold of the demonic sect in Xingyun City and eliminate these insignificant foes beforehand. His system possessed a feature that aided in leveling up. The higher the realm of the eliminated foes, the more experience he would absorb, resulting in a more significant boost. Although it involved killing, he was only targeting the brutal and bloodthirsty demons, which could be considered a service to the righteous. They would even express gratitude for his actions. Qiao Yu could not help but chuckle, finding the situation rather amusing. However, as a grand antagonist, he bore no burdens in this regard. Whether it be the demonic or righteous factions, as long as he seized the opportunity, all would contribute to his experience points. With this plan in mind, Qiao Yu donned a set of dark clothing suited for nighttime activities. Feeling the time was right, he swiftly leaped onto the rooftops, moving with agility towards the location he had previously inquired about. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at a secluded area on the outskirts of the city. He concealed himself, observing the surroundings without making any rash moves. This was an establishment, adorned with red lanterns, appearing perfectly ordinary. However, Qiao Yu knew this was a stronghold of the demonic sect and a notorious den of vice. A plump young man attempted to enter the already closed establishment without summoning the innkeeper. Instead, he knocked 3 times, paused, and then knocked twice more. This must have been the secret signal. Shortly, a waiter opened the door just a crack. The waiter appeared somewhat frail, likely the kind-hearted sort, yet his eyes now bore a watchful and lethal glint as he scanned the area. With a cold demeanor, he inquired, "Where is your token?" The plump young man said little. Instead, he retrieved a red token he had prepared from his waist. After a brief inspection, the waiter opened the door wider, allowing him entry. Just as in the original narrative, the demons were exceedingly vigilant. To gain entrance, one had to know the secret signal and possess a valid blood magic token. After observing, Qiao Yu quickly gathered valuable information. Exercising caution, he deemed it essential to confirm whether the unfolding events aligned with the original plot before deciding to act. Better safe than sorry. Now that he was aware of the secret signal, he merely needed a blood magic token to infiltrate their ranks. A few days prior, he had slain a demon, but unfortunately, the foe had not carried a token, indicating he was not from this particular stronghold. Qiao Yu recalled the events from a few days ago involving Zhao Ku. Nonetheless, that was of little consequence. The demons had gathered here today for a meeting, as the Blood Demon Protector, the ever-changing Illusion Maiden, had an important announcement to make. This was one of Qiao Yu's primary objectives for being here. For the Illusion Maiden was the heroine of the demonic sect, of course, not Lin Fan's heroine, but rather the antagonist's heroine, and thus, Qiao Yu's heroine. In the original story, after cultivating demonic powers, Qiao Yu eventually married the Illusion Maiden. They complemented each other in their cultivation, initially intending to confront Lin Fan together. However, They had grossly underestimated Lin Fan's exaggerated combat prowess, finding themselves unable to contend with him. To make matters worse, Qiao Yu suffered losses as his beloved wife fell at Lin Fan's hands while attempting to protect him. This deepened their enmity, leading to an unending cycle of revenge. The illusion maiden, true to her name, was exceptionally skilled in disguise techniques. It was said that no one had ever seen her true face. Not only did she possess breathtaking beauty, but she also embodied the allure of a mature woman, which greatly endeared her to Qiao Yu. It was often said that there are no unattractive women, only lazy ones. Women who understand the art of makeup, particularly those with a solid foundation and exceptional skills, can transform their appearance dramatically. Not to mention that the illusion maiden was already a beauty, making her all the more formidable in this regard. The author had been rather generous to the grand antagonist, bestowing upon him a stunning beauty as a wife. Yet, it was unfortunate that after only a few days of bliss, his wife was brutally killed by Lin Fan, the heroine of the antagonist. It was imperative to protect her well. She must not be bullied by Lin Fan any further. A woman of strength with a preordained connection to him, possessing both loyalty and righteousness, must not suffer harm. Furthermore, her cultivation technique held secrets, and she was inherently alluring. Uniting with her would yield greater efficiency in their training. With these factors in mind, it was essential to forge an alliance with her. Having made his plans, his gaze fell upon a seemingly inconspicuous, withered old man approaching. He appeared to be an unremarkable passerby. Yet, Qiao Yu's keen eyes discerned the strength in his stride and the steadiness of his aura, indicating he was undoubtedly a cultivator. Utilizing his system, he quickly identified the man, revealing his current strength and realm. Aha! A yellow-tier demon, quite the performer. Qiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Despite his elderly appearance, this man had likely killed countless innocent souls to refine his powers and vent his demonic urges. Since he had arrived here, he was undoubtedly attending the gathering of the demonic sect, and it was certain he possessed a blood magic token. Thus, without further delay, Qiao Yu swiftly moved through the shadows, his form ghost-like, as an inexplicable wind swept through the air. The elderly man furrowed his brow, seemingly reacting to a situation. Just as he turned around, intending to investigate, a dark figure lunged at him like a bat, its outstretched palm striking his forehead in an instant. Chapter 45. Even the villain faces interruption. His eyes widened in horror, accompanied by a muffled groan. The withered old man, who practiced demonic arts, soon fell dead. Qiao Yu's realm was significantly higher than his, and given the element of surprise, such an outcome was not unexpected. Acting swiftly, he seized the old man's body as he fell, preventing him from crashing to the ground and creating a noise that might alert others. He carried the old man to a secure, shadowy corner before confidently searching his belongings. As he had anticipated, aside from useless trinkets, he discovered items likely belonging to some of the victims. Among them, Qiao Yu's fingers brushed against a small red token. This was indeed the vital pass for entering the demonic stronghold, the blood demon token. Excellent, with this, he could smoothly infiltrate their ranks and execute his plans. Tonight, he was determined to kill decisively, using these demonic warriors to enhance his own strength. After all, luck was a precious commodity, and a little waste in the early stages was unavoidable. Ultimately, it was best to rely on slaying enemies to elevate his realm. This was the most prudent course of action. With this resolution, Qiao Yu did not remove his dark attire, but instead clutched the token and made his way toward the inn. Meanwhile, as Qiao Yu proceeded with his plan to intervene, at the stronghold of the Righteous Alliance, two remarkably distinguished and somewhat arrogant youths were forcefully repelled several meters. Clutching their chests as if suffering from internal injuries, they stared in astonishment at the young man from the Lin family. How could this be? You've already entered the profound stage. An 18-year-old at the profound stage. This is simply monstrous. They exchanged glances, utterly astonished by Lin Fan's current cultivation level. Due to Lin Fan's protagonist halo, which was perhaps a predetermined aspect of the story, anyone who crossed his path would inevitably find themselves ridiculed. It was one thing to be mocked by villains. Even the minor characters of the Righteous Path felt compelled to chime in. Just today, having recently joined the Righteous Alliance's stronghold to secretly partake in the mission to eradicate the demonic forces, he found himself targeted by two minor characters from the Righteous Alliance, who unleashed a torrent of disrespectful remarks. As the protagonist, Lin Fan undoubtedly felt displeased. He initially contemplated giving them a few slaps, but after some thought, deemed the occasion unsuitable for such actions. Thus, he merely imparted a minor lesson by striking them both once. Now, I trust you comprehend the gap between yourselves and true geniuses. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Fan gazed down upon the crowd, exuding an aura of unfathomable power, a true master. Among those present were numerous arrogant prodigies, who, despite their arduous training, found themselves utterly eclipsed by him. They clenched their fists in frustration, yet felt helpless. Their hard-earned talent combined with effort might render them geniuses in the eyes of ordinary folk. But before Lin Fan, who possessed an extraordinary advantage, they were indistinguishable from commoners. The members of the Righteous Alliance exchanged glances, rendered speechless by Lin Fan's display. Enough. Lin Fan is here today at my invitation to participate in the operation. He will serve as the commander for this undertaking. Let us not allow such trivial matters to disrupt our harmony. The eradication of the demonic forces is our utmost priority. The speaker was a composed, middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, radiating an air of authority without raising his voice. Clad in a purple robe that exuded an aristocratic flair, his words immediately commanded the attention of the crowd. Xiao Qingshan, the leader of the Righteous Alliance in Xingyun City, was also the most formidable person present, possessing an 8th-level proficiency in the profound stage, making him one of the rare experts, of course. This was merely a facade. In an actual confrontation, he could never hope to match Lin Fan. The protagonist was not like ordinary individuals. It was entirely normal for him to slay foes beyond his level. However, there was no animosity between the two, and Lin Fan, who abhorred evil, embodied righteousness. His sole desire was to eradicate the demonic forces, and he would never harm innocents without cause. We shall heed Uncle Zhao's arrangements, taking it upon ourselves to eliminate the demonic forces without hesitation. Lin brother, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you will guide me in the future. Such formalities are unnecessary. We are allies, Lin Fan replied. Dismissing the need for further pleasantries, the righteous individuals engaged in cordial exchanges, and amidst this atmosphere, the earlier discord quickly dissipated. Despite any lingering feelings of discontent, the others had to suppress their emotions in the face of Lin Fan's overwhelming strength. After Xiao Qingshan outlined each person's responsibilities for the impending ambush, emphasizing that no one should leave until the operation commenced to prevent any leaks, he turned his attention to Lin Fan. What troubles you, Lin Fan? You seem preoccupied. Having completed the task assignments, Xiao Qingshan approached Lin Fan, whose furrowed brow had drawn his attention. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Qingshan, hesitating to voice certain thoughts. It's nothing. Merely a strange feeling. During the operation, I might encounter someone familiar at the demonic stronghold. Xiao Qingshan's interest piqued at a familiar face among the demonic forces. Are you implying that you know someone who has embraced demonic practices? This revelation intrigued him, especially considering that Lin Fan's father had been brutally slain by the demonic forces. Having watched Lin Fan grow up, Xiao Qingshan knew him to be a person who harbored an intense hatred for the demons. If he were to encounter any of them, he would undoubtedly show no mercy, striking them down on the spot. Indeed, but I cannot be certain. It is merely a suspicion without any evidence. Lin Fan expressed his current dilemma. He felt that Qiao Yu had undergone a significant transformation, both in strength and temperament, likely due to having practiced demonic arts. His previous encounter with Qiao Yu had left a lasting impression. Xiao Qingshan nodded, articulating his assessment. If even you harbor such suspicions, then there must be something amiss with this individual. If this person is not part of the current operation, I would like to ask Uncle Xiao to accompany me to investigate whether he poses a threat. Lin Fan could not shake off this concern. If Qiao Yu were indeed involved with the demonic forces, he would have to eliminate him. Xiao Qingshan possessed a unique technique that allowed him to detect whether someone had embraced demonic arts. If confirmed, it would spell doom for Qiao Yu. Of course, it is our duty as warriors of the Righteous Alliance to eradicate demonic influences. Recently, Xingyun City has been unsettled, with these demonic forces becoming increasingly rampant, leading to numerous disappearances. We must root them out and restore peace to the populace. Xiao Qingshan clenched his fist, appearing to be a man of justice, disdainful of the cruel methods employed by the demonic forces, and resolute in his mission to eliminate them swiftly. Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Xiao. Lin Fan offered a respectful nod before falling silent. closing his eyes to meditate and conserve his strength. Once the operation commenced, he would unleash a ruthless assault upon the demonic stronghold, determined to eradicate those vile individuals. And of course, if Chao Yu were among them, that would only enhance the satisfaction of his mission. Chapter 46. The Villainous. Huan Ji, as Chao Yu had anticipated, infiltrating the demonic stronghold proved to be a manageable task. With the blood demon token and the necessary code phrases, the innkeeper opened the door after a few inquiries and allowed him entry. The interior of the establishment was an entirely different world, a vast expanse beyond expectation. At this moment, Chao Yu, clad in his night attire and veiled, resembled a shadowy assassin. Yet, even in such garb, no one paid him much attention. For the denizens of the demonic realm were as diverse as they were bizarre. Masked assassins, nocturnal thieves, and even practitioners of illicit arts were all commonplace. Most engaged in clandestine activities, with some even resorting to the cruel practice of using live captives to enhance their powers. I have utilized a special skill to mask my cultivation level and have exchanged my aura for that of the demonic arts. They should be unable to discern my true nature. Chao Yu mused quietly, observing that there were already a dozen demonic practitioners in the inn's courtyard. They appeared to be ordinary laborers, farmers, fishermen, bald monks, and seamstresses. However, Chao Yu understood that these were mere facades. When the time came for action, they would not be so simple. He steeled his resolve, controlling his demeanor to avoid revealing any telltale signs. Given Chao Yu's current capabilities, discovery would not pose a significant threat, as he could easily retreat unscathed. However, his objective was to eliminate these demonic forces to gain experience points and level up, so maintaining his cover was imperative. As a cunning antagonist, he recognized that he could not overpower everyone. It was wise to remain cautious. Like a minor character, he found a secluded spot and stood quietly, calm and composed. The others merely glanced in his direction, noting the demonic aura surrounding him before dismissing him. Yet, one individual fixated on Chao Yu and approached him after a moment of contemplation. "Greetings, my fellow brother. I don't believe we've met. I am Xiaoyao Lang. May I inquire your name?" The speaker was a pale, sickly young man with an appearance reminiscent of a dandy. His complexion was ashen, frail, and weak, and he held a folding fan, perpetually wearing a smile that seemed both charming and sinister, akin to a smiling snake. "Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you. Renowned thief Xiaoyao Lang that I am, but a nameless individual, living in the shadows, unworthy of mention." Chao Yu lowered his voice, striving to present himself as a cold-blooded assassin, reluctant to engage in conversation with others. This portrayal aligned well with the image of his counterpart. In the profession of assassination, many practitioners cultivate dark arts, accustomed to solitary endeavors, often honing their skills on living targets. And they detest inquiries about their names or any personal matters. Casting a glance at the carefree gentleman, he appeared to be a handsome youth. In reality, he was already in his 30s, a middle-aged man at the 9th rank of the yellow tier, specializing in the nefarious art of seducing women for the cultivation of dark powers. Countless virtuous women had likely fallen victim to his vile deeds, marking him as no good. The carefree gentleman nodded, bemused that the other could directly proclaim his title as a flower thief without a second thought. He surmised that the assassin's intelligence was fairly adequate, and that concealing one's true capabilities was entirely normal. Given the peculiar nature of the carefree gentleman's cultivation method, he was somewhat akin to a gentleman thief, possessing considerable expertise in lightness techniques. Earlier, he had harbored a slight suspicion, believing the other's movements to lack the grace typical of an assassin, instead exhibiting the strength of a martial artist. Now, it seemed he might have overthought the situation. Nonetheless, caution was prudent. After all, those of the righteous path were not easily deceived, and spies could well be lurking among them. Flattery, he replied lightly, just a minor path. Yet I did not expect that individuals of your modest caliber would engage in such affairs, which indeed surprises me." The carefree gentleman waved his folding fan, revealing his curiosity. "To garner the favor of the illusory princess and become a subordinate of the blood demon lord is the honor of a lifetime. How could I possibly miss such an opportunity?" Chao Yu effortlessly uttered the names of the illusory princess and the blood demon, possessing foreknowledge of the unfolding narrative, rendering him unafraid of these individuals' probing. Given the gravity of the discourse, it would be peculiar for anyone to harbor doubts. The names of these two were not casually mentioned, and the number of those privy to this information was limited. Thus, Many regarded Xiao Yu as a formidable dark path assassin with significant connections. It appears we are rivals then. When we encounter each other later, may I ask for your mercy in our contest, the carefree gentleman humbly proposed, seeking to establish a rapport with Xiao Yu. However, this was of little consequence. Those marked for death would surely perish. Aside from the illusory princess, everyone else present was merely experience points for him. Understood, Xiao Yu replied succinctly and coldly, returning to his vigil in the corner. Disregarding the others. After a brief interlude, an elderly woman, stooped and frail, emerged slowly from the room. Upon her appearance, many in the crowd visibly brightened. Ladies and gentlemen, today, Miss Illusory Princess has come to Stardust City to seek talented and capable individuals to join her ranks. Those fortunate enough to possess the Blood Demon token shall soon be revealed as the lucky contenders in today's contest. Her introduction was simple, lacking any distinctive flair, i.e. the original narrative. These dark practitioners vied for the favor of the Illusory Princess to become subordinates of the Blood Demon, hoping to gain access to her techniques. When the competition commenced, it was fierce and unrestrained. While it did not escalate to life-and-death struggles, participants often sustained serious injuries. Meanwhile, the Righteous Alliance awaited the opportune moment to strike, planning to eliminate these dark practitioners once they were exhausted and mutually wounded. Lin Fan was, of course, formidable. Those injured dark practitioners would stand no chance against this powerful foe. Even the Illusory Princess herself was ultimately wounded and barely escaped. As Xiao Yu wandered through the pleasure house, he fortuitously encountered the severely injured Illusory Princess. Learning that Lin Fan was responsible, he rescued her despite her guise as an unseemly old woman. Thus began the tale of the arch-villain and the female protagonist. Did the Illusory Princess not attend in person? The carefree gentleman's expression brimmed with avarice, as a flower thief. He was inherently lecherous, and the Illusory Princess, renowned as an unparalleled beauty within the dark arts, was naturally a sight he yearned to behold. Others chimed in agreement, expressing their eagerness to engage in mortal combat over a glimpse of her visage without having even laid eyes on her. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman clapped her hands, and several maidens, adorned in elegant black veils and flowing gowns, gradually opened the door. Simultaneously, the enchanting strains of a guzheng began to resonate. Behind the swaying beaded curtain sat a lady veiled in silk, poised gracefully as she played for the audience. Though her features remained obscured, the ethereal beauty she exuded was undeniably captivating. She bore less resemblance to a dark practitioner and more to an elegant lady of high society. Exuding nobility and grace, the elderly woman stepped aside with pride, declaring, "Esteemed guests, beyond this curtain lies our Miss, the ever-changing Illusory Princess." Others widened their eyes, eager to draw near and behold the true visage of this beauty of the dark arts. Yet, Xiao Yu remained unmoved, standing silently at the periphery, devoid of any reaction. It must be said that his female antagonist possessed a remarkable knack for theatrics, disguising herself and placing a decoy behind the curtain to mislead the crowd. She was quite mischievous, a true beauty, yet she chose to present herself as an unattractive old woman. Why protagonist, he mused, truly fails to appreciate her own beauty. Xiao Yu shook his head, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the speaking elderly woman. Inwardly lamenting the missed opportunity, however, he could not deny the mastery of her disguise. Had he not been privy to the plot beforehand and utilized the system to inspect her, he would have been utterly unable to discern that she was the renowned Illusory Princess, the very heroine he had designated. Chapter 47. The dark path competition. All present were captivated by the lady in a pale blue gauze dress concealed behind the curtain, their gazes drawn to her in eager anticipation. However, she had prepared well, ensuring that visibility was limited, which only served to heighten the crowd's imagination. This arrangement was rather clever, effectively serving as a smokescreen. Thus far, no one had noticed the elderly woman who had introduced the event. This only deepened Xiao Yu's curiosity concerning the true appearance of his antagonist, especially since even a mere impostor was so strikingly beautiful. Surely her true form must resemble that of a celestial being. Ladies and gentlemen, to earn the favor of our esteemed miss, you must showcase your true abilities, the elderly woman continued, clearing her throat twice, deliberately lowering her voice to mimic that of an old woman. I shall refrain from elaborating on the rules. As most have arrived, let the competition commence. The last one standing in the center shall be deemed the victor and become a guest of our Mississippi. The competition sounded straightforward and brutal, devoid of any regulations. After all, this was not a grand tournament of a prestigious sect. The dark practitioners had no camaraderie. Often, for the sake of trivial benefits, they would readily turn against one another. This disparity in numbers rendered the dark practitioners fewer than their righteous counterparts, yet they were fierce and formidable. Very well, the elderly woman declared, "Allow me to be the first to experience your esteemed skills." As such, a voice filled with audacity emerged, and the first challenger leaped forward to center stage. He appeared to be an inconspicuous passerby, clad in plain attire, an unremarkable middle-aged woodcutter. Chow Yu assessed the situation through the system and discerned that this individual possessed some skill, first rank of the Xian tier. Such a rank was indeed formidable among the assembly, explaining his audacity. However, in Chow Yu's eyes, this opponent was wholly inadequate. He could be dispatched with a mere slap. He cultivated the protagonist techniques, enabling him to slay foes beyond his rank. Though currently at the second rank of the Xian tier, his strength was akin to that of a fourth or fifth rank. Aside from the heroine, the illusory princess, none present could match him. Yet, even so, Chow Yu refrained from intervening, choosing instead to bide his time. An approach befitting a villain. There was ample opportunity ahead. The righteous alliance would arrive later. He intended to strike when they were weary and wounded, eliminating all and claiming their experience points, leaving none for the protagonist. With the first challenge issued, a second challenger soon stepped forward. Clad in coarse linen, resembling a peasant woman, her appearance was somewhat unappealing, marred by a swollen bruise on her face. Whether this was a result of her dark arts training, it was hard to tell, but she certainly evoked a sense of fear. Her prowess was commendable. Being at the 10th rank of the yellow tier, given some time, she would likely advance to the Xian tier. Yet tragically, she would not have the opportunity to do so. After a brief exchange of gestures, the two quickly began to fight. Due to the disparity in their ranks, the outcome was inevitable. The peasant woman soon succumbed to defeat. Struck by the woodcutter's punch, her face turned pale, evidence of internal injury. "I concede," she declared promptly, retreating, unwilling to continue the confrontation. Such was the nature of dark practitioners. Their techniques were often ruthless, and acknowledging defeat without further struggle was commonplace. They had not come to risk their lives today. A demonstration of skills and ranks sufficed. Engaging in life and death battles was best avoided. Dark practitioners could be vicious, yet they targeted the weak. Those stronger than themselves were often endowed with a modicum of self-awareness. "I shall face this brother now." With one challenger defeated, another stepped up, emboldened by the prospect of victory. This new contender, however, was even weaker than the previous, and notions of fairness seemed irrelevant. Anyone eager to join could simply step up. Amid this environment, the competition continued for about the length of 2 incense sticks. Soon, no one else dared to enter the fray. Remaining in the center was a rotund monk clad in a robe. His belly protruding prominently, he had unleashed a fierce attack moments ago, seemingly specializing in external techniques, with a physique akin to that of a diamond in the realm of the Xian tier, 3rd rank. One finds an individual whose capabilities and realm are commendably formidable. Even if Chow Yu were to seek his demise, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Yet, at this moment, the monk appears somewhat disheveled in his breathing. After several battles, the reserve of true essence within him has been significantly depleted, leaving him with internal injuries. His strength has undoubtedly diminished. "Who else?" A voice, brimming with authority, booms, "It's Dugu Qiubai." However, no one dares to ascend the stage again. The martial prowess displayed by the opponent speaks volumes. Many have already fallen, some lightly injured, others gravely so. This aligns perfectly with Chow Yu's intentions. Should no one else step forward, it is time for him to reap the rewards. "How about you, brother? Are you not inclined to give it a try?" The carefree gentleman, who had previously conversed with Chow Yu, now approaches him with a semblance of amusement. Chow Yu replies succinctly, "This individual is a master. I am no match for him. There is no need for me to contest. If the carefree fellow is intrigued, he might as well take a shot himself." Curbing his impatience, Chow Yu senses that the carefree gentleman harbors ulterior motives. Nonetheless, he decides to give it a go. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to catch the eye of the enchanting Miss Huan Ji. Wielding his folding fan, the carefree gentleman's gaze fixates on the beautiful maiden still playing the guzheng. He can barely restrain himself from drooling. As a flower thief, how could he let such a stunning beauty slip away? He must certainly make an attempt. The monk is already injured, and although the carefree gentleman is merely at the 9th rank of the yellow tier, he believes he still stands a chance. With that thought, he employs his impressive lightness skill and swiftly advances. In the blink of an eye, however, he is sent flying by the monk's palm. He cries out, fortuitously hurtling toward Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu instinctively catches him, preventing a potentially embarrassing fall. Blood stains the corners of his mouth, and his cheeks flush red. The monk's earlier strike must have contained a formidable essence, its power not to be underestimated. Others disregard the jester, shaking their heads and averting their gazes. Fear not, it was but a simple act of kindness. Our acquaintance is a matter of fate. Seeing that others have turned their attention away, Qiao Yu assists the carefree gentleman while firmly restraining him. Pray, could you lend me something? Do not be modest. Feel free to ask. I, the carefree gentleman, possess no shortage of treasures. It seems the carefree gentleman wishes to foster a friendship with Qiao Yu, expressing gratitude for his assistance. Qiao Yu nods, whispering softly, then I shall make use of your life. Upon hearing this, the carefree gentleman's lips part in shock, his expression turning pale. Just as he attempts to speak, he instantly loses consciousness, his eyes glazing over as he collapses against Qiao Yu. His breathing ceases without a sound. Yet, none around notice this turn of events. Qiao Yu withdraws his palm's power, gently placing the carefree gentleman against the wall. Do you have slain a 9th rank yellow tier warrior, gaining 1,000 experience points? Host realm, Xin tier, 2nd rank. Experience needed for system-assisted upgrade to Xin tier, 3rd rank, 1,153,000 experience points. Excellent. Given the current circumstances, with just 2 more adversaries of similar rank dispatched, I shall attain the 3rd rank directly. Moreover, there are over 10 formidable foes present. Once they are all dealt with, my elevation will be substantial. It seems I have truly struck gold. Casting a sweeping gaze across the arena, Qiao Yu hesitates not a moment. Time is of the essence. Lin Fan and the others will soon arrive, and he must act swiftly. With this resolve, he stealthily approaches 2 meditating adversaries, quietly tending to their wounds. Chapter 48. A frenzied ascension, delightful. These 2, having sustained considerable injuries from the earlier contest, are engrossed in their recovery. Little do they suspect that a shadow, akin to a demon, is drawing near. Not even Lin Fan could detect Qiao Yu's presence. The skill of breath concealment acquired from the system proves exceedingly effective. These foes will experience no agony, nor even a whisper of sound, a lethal strike. With a delicate manifestation of his palm's power, a mere touch to their occipital region sends them into oblivion, their heads drooping as if they have simply fallen asleep. Devoid of any response, Qiao Yu practices the protagonist's martial arts. The destructive force of his true essence is nothing short of terrifying. You have slain a 7th rank yellow tier warrior, gaining 800 experience points. You have slain an 8th rank yellow tier warrior, gaining 850 experience points. Host realm, Xin tier, 2nd rank. Experience needed for system-assisted upgrade to Xin tier, 3rd rank, 2,803,000 experience points. Splendid, just a little more. Steadying himself, he keeps a watchful eye on his experience bar, revealing no signs of emotional fluctuation. He maintains an assassin's chilling demeanor as he continues to move swiftly. At this moment, everyone is preoccupied congratulating the monk, utterly oblivious to the Grim Reaper stealthily harvesting lives nearby. You have slain a 9th rank yellow tier warrior, gaining 1,000 experience points. Host realm upgraded to Xin tier, 3rd rank. Experience needed for system-assisted upgrade to Xin tier, 4th rank, 800,5000 experience points. Successfully elevated to the Xin tier, 4th rank. Yet, Qiao Yu will not rest contentedly. The ascent of experience points has merely begun. Do you have slain a 10th rank yellow tier warrior, gaining 1,200 experience points? You have slain a 1st rank Xin tier warrior, gaining 2,000 experience points. You have slain a 1st rank Xin tier warrior, gaining 2,000 experience points. Host realm upgraded to Xin tier, 4th rank. Experience needed for system-assisted upgrade to Xin tier, 5th rank, 1,007,000 experience points. Xin tier, 4th rank. Feeling the surging true essence within him, Qiao Yu cannot help but marvel at how swiftly he has ascended through this method. Utilizing luck points is not only wasteful but yields minimal enhancement. In mere minutes, he has dispatched several foes, propelling his realm to new heights, a truly exhilarating experience. Good, just a few more to go. The current situation is akin to darkness beneath the lamp. No one could fathom that someone would dare strike within the stronghold of the demonic faction. Although Chao Yu exercises utmost caution, ensuring no traces of blood are left behind, the demonic warriors, even if dull-witted, soon sense that something is amiss. The illusionist disguised as an elderly woman, Huan Ji, reacts swiftly, turning to Chao Yu and immediately warning her two companions, "Beware of what lies behind you." The two exchange glances, turning to assess the situation. Yet, they are met with an assassin clad in shadowy garb. Two palms striking their foreheads, a scream escapes, and they collapse, rendered immobile. The strings of the zither behind the beaded curtain snap, the leisurely music abruptly ceasing as a chilling atmosphere envelopes the area. Do you have slain a 10th rank yellow tier warrior, gaining 1,200 experience points? You have slain a 1st rank Xin tier warrior, gaining 2,000 experience points. The remaining few finally direct their attention toward Chao Yu. Their expressions a blend of astonishment and dread as they scan their surroundings, realizing that the others have seemingly vanished, reduced to lifeless corpses. Originally a dozen or so demonic warriors, only a handful remain. Who exactly are you? The corpulent monk, leading the group, glares fiercely at Chao Yu, his rage palpable. Your executioner, Chao Yu responds tersely, offering no superfluous words. He is well aware that villains often perish due to their verbosity. With a leap forward, he resumes his relentless harvest. These demonic warriors are now in a state of injury, their strengths significantly diminished. Moreover, with his recent ascension, they stand no chance against him. The rotund monk, clad in robes, is the mightiest among them, thus becoming Chao Yu's primary target. Raising his hand once more, he strikes, courting death. With palms pressed together, the monk channels his true essence, his body radiating a golden aura, exuding an air of solemnity. This is the monk's ultimate technique, the diamond body, which hardens the flesh and reflects damage. He had already employed this skill during their earlier clash. Yet, Chao Yu remains unfazed, indifferent to his martial skills. In the face of overwhelming strength, such techniques are futile. Furthermore, the monk has already exhausted much of his true essence. Even if he employs this technique now, its power is far from its peak. With a simple strike, devoid of any intricate maneuvers, Chao Yu's palm lands squarely upon the monk's heart. Puff. The monk stumbles back several paces, incredulity etched upon his face as he gazes at Chao Yu. The golden light enveloping him dissipates instantly, indicating that Chao Yu's strike has disrupted his technique. Remarkable, you survived. Your martial skill is rather intriguing. Chao Yu cannot help but commend the monk. At present, he stands at the 4th rank of the Xin tier, while this monk, injured, is at the 3rd rank. For him to withstand a blow is nothing short of miraculous. However, the monk disregards the code of martial ethics, offering no retort. Seeing that he is at a disadvantage, he attempts to flee. As long as I preserve my life, I shall not fear future troubles. Yet, escape is futile. Grasping the two nearest demonic warriors, he hurls them toward Chao Yu to temporarily obstruct this harbinger of death. Among them is the elderly woman, disguised as Huan Ji. The latter offers no resistance, seemingly surrendering. Should Chao Yu let his guard down and strike the elderly woman, he might fall prey to her cunning. After all, the antagonist female lead is a 7th rank Xin tier warrior, undeniably formidable. Thus, with a swift maneuver, Chao Yu dodges the illusionist. With a swift backhand, he struck down the innocent practitioner of the demonic path. There was no escape for you. Without hesitation, he charged after the rotund monk, who had already faltered and, burdened by his weight, could barely muster the agility to flee. In mere moments, Chao Yu caught up with him. As he descended, his palm landed forcefully on the monk's crown, extinguishing the last breath from his body, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. One Xin level 3rd rank warrior killed, gaining 5,000 experience points. Host's realm elevated to Xin level 5th rank warrior. Distance to system assisted upgrade to Xin level 6th rank. 4,210,000 experience points. Chapter 49. Lin Fan, Save Me. Additional update. The experience points gained from this portly monk were quite substantial. At this moment, Chao Yu had ascended to the Xin level 5th rank, augmented by the cultivation of the protagonist's techniques, rendering his power formidable. When did you discover my presence? The illusory princess ceased her charade, slowly straightening her posture. Although her exterior still bore the marks of age, her aura had transformed entirely. I knew of your arrival the moment you appeared. Your disguise holds no sway over me. Chao Yu faced his female lead, engaging in a normal conversation while effortlessly dispatching a few injured practitioners of the demonic path attempting to flee. He even kicked one lying on the ground, feigning death with the turtle-breathing technique. Flipping him over with ease. It was a joke. With the system monitoring, pretending to be dead was futile. However, he spared the trembling maids and the young lady playing the zither. They were merely commoners caught in the demonic path's web. I can see your skills are extraordinary. Acting at this moment suggests you do not intend to eliminate the others, but rather to recruit me as your subordinate? The illusory princess scrutinized Chao Yu with a hint of suspicion. Are you an assassin sent by the Demon Lord? The Demon Lord, a figure of great power in the demonic path. Even the blood demon, her father, could not contend with him. This individual had long sought to take the illusory princess as a concubine, aiming to augment his strength through her innate allure. However, such an act would render her a mere shell, her abilities siphoned away. Thus, the illusory princess had fled to Starfall City alone, without any guards, hoping to leverage her father's name to gather allies or pawns. The Demon Lord is a stranger to me, and I care not for his affairs, Chao Yu replied without formality. If that Demon Lord sought to harm his woman, they would eventually cross paths. When the time came, he would simply send him on his way. It was no trouble at all. After all, he was the great antagonist, able to handle the protagonist. Why should he fear a minor foe? Your tone is bold. What is your intent? The illusory princess dared not act rashly. It was evident that Chao Yu was no ordinary individual. However, his disdain for the Demon Lord suggested he was not aligned with him. Perhaps he could be persuaded to join forces. My objective has been achieved. You should be cautious, for the righteous alliance is just outside. Having spoken, Chao Yu turned and, employing his lightness skill, soared away, advising, beware of Lin Fan. Do not let any misfortune befall you. We shall meet again. As for why he did not take his female lead with him, it was because Chao Yu wished not to disrupt the established narrative. This woman had many schemes. Deviating from the plot would only cause her to remain on guard. Even if he brought her home, she would likely flee by dawn. The illusory princess would come to no harm. Her strength was considerable. Even the Demon Lord could not subdue her. According to the story, Lin Fan should not have been able to keep her at this juncture. The illusory princess felt somewhat dazed, but upon hearing the name of the Righteous Alliance, she understood the gravity of the situation. Those righteous individuals would show no mercy toward the demonic path. If captured by them, her fate would be sealed. At that moment, Chao Yu, who had already ascended to the rooftop, encountered an obstruction point. Two young men, barely in their 20s, wielding long swords, leaped onto the roof, blocking his escape. The encirclement of the Righteous Alliance had commenced. Demonic scoundrel, do not think to flee. With righteous indignation and unyielding spirit, it was clear they were promising figures of the righteous path. However, the next moment, one of the youths, still bewildered by the situation, suddenly found Chao Yu tossing something at him. A chilling sensation struck his forehead before he collapsed, providing a modicum of experience points to Chao Yu. It seemed the bravado of the opponent outweighed his actual prowess. The other young man, witnessing this, trembled in fear, unable to comprehend the ferocity of the demonic practitioner before him, whose power was dreadfully overwhelming. Lin Fan, save me, he cried out, calling for the protagonist's assistance. Yet, it was already too late. The next instant, he too lay lifeless upon the ground. Moments later, hearing the cries for help, Lin Fan appeared, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of anyone. Damn it, cursed demonic path. Two promising righteous youths, with whom he had just engaged, lay slain at his feet. Lin Fan seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless, unable to act. He could only suppress his fury for the time being. Meanwhile, Chao Yu remained hidden, utilizing his stealth skills, unwilling to depart. He was concerned for his female lead, and resolved to observe the situation. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, he might be compelled to intervene. United, they could withstand Lin Fan, and with some luck points yet unused, he had a fighting chance. Moreover, his techniques had been enhanced. He might not necessarily fall short against Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan's luck points were currently high, making it unlikely for him to be defeated. Lin Fan, oblivious to Qiao Yu's presence, gritted his teeth, searching desperately for the perpetrator. He hastened to the inn's courtyard, vowing that no demonic practitioner would escape. Yet, the sight of the corpses strewn about and the pungent scent of blood left him and the other righteous practitioners wide-eyed in disbelief. What on earth transpired? Why are these demonic practitioners dead? Lin Fan found it hard to believe. He had worked tirelessly to gather intelligence for this extermination, yet upon arrival, not only had he failed to capture a single demonic practitioner, but 2 members of the Righteous Alliance had also perished. This operation was an utter failure. Who had acted first, slaughtering these demonic practitioners? As he pondered, a familiar face seemed to flicker in his mind. Lin Fan could not help but scour the scene, searching amongst the corpses for the presence he suspected. Yet, despite his efforts, he found no trace of the individual he suspected. No, Lin Fan felt even more disheartened. This time, he had truly returned empty-handed, outmaneuvered by someone else. Lin Fan, there appear to be a few ordinary people here, likely captured by the demonic path. What should we do with them? The warriors of the Righteous Alliance gathered around him, encircling the area. Aside from the 2 slain allies, everyone else remained unharmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan turned to the individuals in question, scrutinizing them. An elderly woman and several maids, and young ladies devoid of any true essence, appeared to be mere commoners. Determine their identities. If they pose no threat, return them home. He issued a simple directive, making no further arrangements. As a righteous figure, Lin Fan maintained his integrity, showing compassion toward ordinary people and never resorting to unnecessary violence. He would even stand up to protect them, embodying the ideals of a protagonist. Just as he finished speaking, preparing to attend to other matters, he noticed a slight furrow in his brow. Slowly, he turned his gaze to the stooped elderly woman, his eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity. Chapter 50. Another ambush on the protagonist. Lin Fan halted in his tracks, his focus now fixed on the seemingly frail, white-haired woman. He noticed that the maids and young ladies were casting furtive glances in her direction, a hint of fear evident in their demeanor. Wait, he signaled, aware that this operation was under his command, and thus, everyone should heed his orders. Though unsure of the reason, they paused their investigation, clearing the way for Lin Fan. As he approached, sword in hand, he observed her closely on the surface. The elderly woman appeared unremarkable, a typical commoner. However, Lin Fan was no fool. He was not easily deceived. As he drew nearer, he discerned a faint aura of true essence emanating from her, skillfully concealed but not escaping his keen perception. Just as his hand brushed the hilt of his sword, the elderly woman swiftly produced a concealed weapon from her sleeve. Lin Fan reacted swiftly. For he was the protagonist, and ordinary means could not harm him. He sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Unfortunately, a righteous warrior behind him was not so fortunate. With a pained scream, he fell, the outcome of his fate uncertain. The illusory princess was equally taken aback. Her earlier assault had been a surprise attack, yet it had utterly failed to affect Lin Fan. Now, she understood why she had been warned to be cautious of this Lin Fan. He was indeed a formidable opponent. As such an unexpected event unfolded, the members of the Righteous Alliance swiftly began to assemble. Huan Ji recognized the urgency of the situation and understood that lingering here was inadvisable. Originally, the Righteous Alliance members had surrounded her, making escape a daunting task. Therefore, she resorted to disguising herself as an elderly woman to slip through unnoticed, waiting for an opportune moment to flee. Little did she know, her adversaries possessed keen eyes. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, she turned to leave. Thinking of escaping? The demonic path demands your life. With a swift motion, Lin Fan's sword sheath abruptly blocked Huan Ji's path. In the next instant, he charged forward with his sword drawn, immediately ensnaring Huan Ji and preventing her from evading. As Huan Ji reached for her waist and drew a soft sword to counterattack, the two engaged in a fierce duel. Sparks flying and the clang of metal ringing out, onlookers attempted to intervene, but Lin Fan reprimanded them, unwilling to allow any needless sacrifices. He understood that Huan Ji was no ordinary foe. Only he could subdue her. From his elevated vantage point, Qiao Yu easily discerned that although both combatants were at the 7th rank of the Shen tier, Lin Fan was evidently the stronger one, effectively overpowering Huan Ji. If the battle continued in this manner, It would not be long before Huan Ji succumbed to defeat. Lin Fan's strength exceeded Qiao Yu's expectations. However, something felt amiss. Why was Huan Ji unable to extricate herself? This diverged from the original narrative. Qiao Yu soon recognized the issue. Huan Ji was not the type to engage in senseless combat. She excelled in disguise and subterfuge. If given the chance to escape, she would never linger in a protracted fight with Lin Fa, and it appeared that his previous actions had eradicated her allies, leaving no one to impede Lin Fan's relentless pursuit. Qiao Yu made his assessment, mindful that he had just eliminated 2 young members of the Righteous Alliance. This had incited Lin Fan's wrath, compelling him to cling to Huan Ji like a rabid dog. Clearly, Lin Fan was furious. It seemed he needed assistance. He could not allow his heroine to face peril here. The plot required her to engage with him. After exchanging blows for a brief moment, Huan Ji found herself clashing with Lin Fan and sustaining injuries. It was evident that she could not endure much longer. Good job, Lin Fan. Eliminate this demon? Yes, kill her. Avenge those innocent lives. Several members of the Righteous Alliance cheered him on, urging him to hold nothing back. Regardless of the opponent's age or frailty, any affiliated with the demonic path must not be spared. Lin Fan echoed this sentiment, resolute in his belief that those tainted by the demonic path deserved death. Die, demonic fiend. Muttering such words, he prepared to launch another attack while Huan Ji realized the dire situation. This man was outrageously formidable, and she could not escape. Suddenly, Lin Fan halted, feeling an unsettling sensation wash over him. His face erupted with a series of red pimples and cystic acne. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Upon realizing the affliction upon Lin Fan's face, they recognized it as a venereal disease. A disgraceful condition for one of righteous standing. The members of the Righteous Alliance, possessing some medical knowledge, quickly identified Lin Fan's ailment as one typically contracted by frequent visitors to brothels. No, this is not a venereal disease. I have been poisoned, ambushed. I, Lin Fan, would never visit such establishments. Stop your nonsense. Furious, Lin Fan began to berate them. He had been entirely focused on battling the forces of the demonic path, and in a moment of negligence, the symptoms had resurfaced. The strange affliction within him inexplicably surged forth. Witnessing this, Huan Ji couldn't suppress her disdainful gaze, thinking to herself that righteous individuals were no different. Beneath their lofty exterior, they were just as prone to base desires. Yet, this presented an excellent opportunity for her, and she dared not hesitate. Seizing the moment while Lin Fan struggled to suppress his internal energy, she executed her light-footed technique and fled. Several righteous individuals attempted to intercept her, but they were effortlessly swept aside by her sword. By the time Lin Fan regained control, she had vanished without a trace. Damn it, how could you escape? Lin Fan bellowed in frustration, unwilling to concede defeat. He entrusted the aftermath to the other members of the Righteous Alliance and launched himself into pursuit, determined to catch her. Qiao Yu, observing from the shadows, finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had remained behind. Otherwise, unforeseen complications might have arisen. Although his intervention had altered some aspects of the narrative, he had successfully triggered Lin Fan's affliction to resurface, allowing the story to return to its intended course. Congratulations, host, for successfully ambushing the protagonist again, causing his venereal disease to relapse. Lin Fan's fortune value has been reduced by 100, repeated rewards diminished, and you have received the corresponding fortune value reward. Current Lin Fan fortune value, 8,700. Current host fortune value, 3,000. Chapter 51. My future wife. What's wrong with a kiss? Upon reviewing the system's notification, Qiao Yu felt a twinge of surprise. It turned out that repeatedly utilizing this skill to undermine Lin Fan and induce his venereal disease to resurface could consistently yield fortune value rewards. How splendid! As long as this man remained lax in his guard, he could be subtly undermined, leading to his inevitable humiliation. What a delightful prospect! Now that the plot had resumed its normal trajectory, it was time for Qiao Yu to engage in the narrative concerning his antagonist heroine. As the great villain, he certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Concealed in the darkness, he vanished without a trace, in Xingyun City. Under the cover of night, Qiao Yu, clad in a simple brocade robe, stretched lazily and took a symbolic sip of wine. According to the storyline, he had just concluded an evening of revelry with his companions and was on his way home. Along the way, He encountered the fleeing antagonist heroine, Huan Ji. Xiao Qingshan had surrounded the area, leaving Huan Ji with nowhere to escape. Thus, Qiao Yu merely needed to wait here. No further action was required. Huan Ji was astute and would not easily trust others. Their encounter was fortuitous, and Qiao Yu had saved her life. Through their mischievous interactions, he aimed to ensnare her in his grasp. Following the script, the situation would unfold simply. Qiao Yu had no desire to disrupt it. After all, this heroine was genuinely challenging to capture. Even with his exceptional light-footed technique, he could not match Huan Ji's frantic escape. After a brief wait, someone rushed toward him, clutching their chest in distress. Here they come. Seizing the moment, Qiao Yu darted from the side and collided directly with Huan Ji. Oh dear. My apologies, sister, are you all right? He feigned surprise and concern, inquiring about her condition. However, this target appeared quite different from his expectations. This woman was not the elderly woman he had anticipated, but rather a stunning, alluring lady. Clad in a sheer, strapless gown, she exuded the unmistakable aura of a courtesan. Had he miscalculated? A quick check of her identity through the system confirmed it. She was indeed Huan Ji, merely in disguise. Thankfully, he adapted swiftly to this unexpected change in the narrative. Regardless, encountering a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs was certainly preferable to an elderly lady, as a martial artist. Huan Ji was unlikely to be easily toppled. However, having just endured a battle and sustained injuries, she seemed unable to flee very fast. Nothing. I'm merely being pursued by a rogue. Could you possibly lend assistance? Qiao Yu's mind raced with ulterior motives. Recognizing her willingness to engage with him as a sign of her inherent kindness and discernment. Who dares to pursue you in Xingyun City? Do they not know who I am? Qiao Yu feigned anger. Adopting the persona of a villainous young master, I am not sure, but they certainly don't appear to be good people. Huan Ji refrained from revealing Lin Fan's name, knowing that he was affiliated with the Righteous Alliance and thus a figure of virtue. She feared that mentioning his name would lead Qiao Yu to betray her. Thus, Huan Ji seemed poised to employ her beauty as a tactic, willing to make a small sacrifice to preserve her life. Young master, you must help me. She leaned into Qiao Yu's embrace, feigning vulnerability. Indeed, the sensation of having an alluring woman willingly embrace him was quite pleasurable. Although he was aware she was acting, the experience felt genuine. She was his destined female protagonist, and how could he refuse? Fear not. With me, Qiao Yu. No one shall harm you today. He wrapped his arms around her, relishing the moment. Qiao Yu had no reservations. Huan Ji was not a paragon of virtue. She was drawn to bad boys, and if he didn't embody that, she would likely lose interest. Adhering to the persona of a righteous gentleman would be a grave miscalculation. In the narrative, Qiao Yu was far from virtuous, unapologetically indulging in his desires. Though she may claim to despise him, her natural allure was undeniable. Hello, my dear young master. How wicked you are. I find it utterly delightful, exclaimed Hu Injie, playfully patting Coy's restless hand with an air of flirtation. Wicked? Not wicked enough, Coy retorted, gripping Hu Injie's chin, his excitement palpable as he leaned down to plant a kiss on her lips. He decided to claim his villainous female lead's first kiss before anything else. Hu Injie was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for such boldness from the man before her. What began as mere playful banter had unexpectedly escalated. Yet, perhaps due to her own nature, she did not find this sensation unpleasant. In fact, she relished it with a smile, aware that the troublesome LNFN was pursuing her from behind. She dared not reveal her true self and continued to display affection towards Coy. How infuriating, so terribly wicked, she feigned annoyance, only serving to delight Coy further. Oh dear, are you blushing? Allow this young master to protect you. No one shall harm you, he declared with the flair of a dashing young lord. Coy then cornered Hu Injie against the wall, initiating a fervent embrace filled with kisses. She was his lead, after all. What was wrong with a few kisses and hugs? They were, in essence, husband and wife, and it was of no consequence. Hu Injie showed no signs of discontent. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Coy's back, appreciating the allure of her own enchanting form. Meanwhile, not far off, someone was swiftly approaching, employing light-footed techniques. Upon closer inspection, it was LNFN, sporting a few remnants of acne on his face. Where did that enchanting sorceress disappear to? he pondered, glancing around in confusion as he searched for any trace of the elusive woman of the demonic path. Just then, he noticed strange noises emanating from nearby. "Why, young master, how detestable," he muttered under his breath. As he peered into the dim light cast by the lanterns, he spotted a couple seemingly entangled in romance. Elfen shook his head in disbelief, thinking it utterly inappropriate for such displays in public. The world was indeed deteriorating, and morality seemed to have vanished. Just as he was about to turn away to continue his search for the sorceress, a nagging doubt crept in. Leaving without investigating felt somewhat careless. This demonic practitioner was known for her mastery of disguise. Perhaps he focused his gaze on the couple, drawing closer with his sword in hand. Seeing the man before him passionately kissing a striking beauty, Elfen could not help but swallow hard, envious of the scene. Clearing his throat, he politely interjected, "Excuse me, my good sir, may I have a word?" Just as he was about to speak further, he was met with a resounding slap as the man spun around, striking him without hesitation. Oddly enough, the action was not particularly swift, yet Elfen found himself unable to evade it. "You blind fool! Interrupting this young master's delightful moment deserves a beating," the man bellowed, his voice strikingly familiar. Elfen's mind conjured the visage of an irksome person, and he looked up to see Coy standing before him. Chapter 52. Toying with Elfen caught unawares and slapped. Elfen felt his anger surge as he realized it was none other than the detestable Coy. With his palm outstretched, he prepared to retaliate. After all, he had previously countered the head of the Lee family's slap without hesitation. "Oh, my dear brother Elfen, look at the commotion you've caused," Coy exclaimed with feigned surprise, releasing Huin-jae as he embraced Elfen warmly. "I must have had too much to drink tonight and didn't notice. Please, don't take it to heart." The embrace was overly familiar, akin to two brothers reunited after ages. Coy. Elfen's face twitched in irritation, completely unprepared for such an unexpected hug. His inclination to retaliate was thwarted, leaving him feeling trapped. The common saying suggests one should not strike a smiling face, and as a protagonist, he felt compelled to adhere to reason and propriety. It was a misunderstanding. The other party had already apologized. So what more could he desire? Unlike the head of the Lee family, this was not intentional. Though he suspected Coy might be practicing dark arts, he had no evidence to support such claims. Thus he refrained from acting against an ordinary person. "Don't be angry with your elder brother. I truly was unaware," Coy said, feigning regret as if he had committed a grave error. "However, you bear some responsibility. You knew I was here enjoying my time with your sister-in-law, yet you chose to intrude. How inappropriate! What a masterful deflection, placing the blame squarely on Elfen." Even Huin-jae, standing behind, was taken aback. Was it truly possible to handle the situation in this manner? Just moments ago, Elfen had exhibited formidable prowess, and to be so easily dismissed by Coy felt infuriating. Watching Elfen's frustration grow, Huin-jae felt a secret thrill. She could sense that Coy was not an ordinary man. Whether intentional or not, his actions effectively subdued Elfen. "Wait, Coy, you really should assess the situation before acting so impulsively," Elfen lamented, feeling unjustly wronged. He believed this incident to be entirely random. After all, he had approached in good spirits, and had even presented his face for greeting. Perhaps his focus on the alluring beauty had caused him to overlook the unfolding drama, leading to this unfortunate slap. "I drank too much. It was an accident. Please be understanding." As Coy spoke, he tightened his grip around Elfen and burped, the unpleasant scent wafting toward him. Elfen felt his stomach churn and a wave of nausea wash over him. "All right, I won't hold it against you. Just let me go." He swallowed his irritation, directing his gaze toward the captivating beauty, realizing that he should prioritize the matter at hand. He needed to investigate whether she was indeed the sorceress adept at disguises. Feeling the weight of Elfen's scrutiny, Huin-jae sensed danger. Recognizing the man's capabilities, she instinctively moved behind Coy, aware that Elfen seemed powerless against him for now. If she could seize this opportunity, perhaps she could secure her safety. Realizing this, Elfen suppressed his urge to act. Just as Coy released him, he noticed Elfen's gaze fixated on Huin-jae. "Hey, What do you think you're doing? Keep your eyes to yourself. This is my woman, your sister-in-law. Coy waved his hand in front of LNFN, a clear message that some things were not to be gazed upon. LNFN felt the heat of embarrassment rise. Coy, you misunderstand. I merely spotted a sorceress I was pursuing. She is skilled in disguise, so, upon hearing this, Coy feigned enlightenment. Huin-J, too, grew increasingly tense yet maintained her composure. Any normal person would have likely realized she was the very sorceress LNFN spoke of. However, Coy dismissed the matter entirely. I am here enjoying my time with your sister-in-law, not paying attention to anyone else. If you're looking for someone, go elsewhere. Oy waved his hand dismissively, pretending to know nothing. This, in turn, relieved Huin-J. Though she was uncertain of Coy's motives for concealing the truth, she appreciated the assistance he had unwittingly provided. It felt like a favor owed. Coy. Do you not understand? This woman could very well be the sorceress in disguise. I must investigate thoroughly. LNFN's expression grew stern. It seemed he would not be easily swayed by Coy's words. He was determined to uncover the truth. Investigate? How? Coy raised an eyebrow, displeasure evident on his face, his tone rising. LNFN remained calm. It's simple. All I need is to touch her face to see if she bears any signs of disguise. The sorceress was injured by me earlier. I must check her. Stop right there. A brother's wife should never be mistreated. What nonsense are you speaking? Coy interrupted, firmly rejecting the proposal. From a moral standpoint, it was utterly unacceptable. LNFN, as a righteous character, would never allow such indignities. Come on, Coy, you misunderstand. I only wish to ascertain if she is indeed a sorceress, nothing more. I have no intention of harming your sister-in-law. LNFN found himself at a loss for words. How was it that he had encountered Coy at such an inopportune moment, especially when the object of his suspicion was his partner? It was clear she bore the hallmarks of a courtesan, likely plucked from the brothels. If not for his pent-up frustration over the sorceress's escape, he might have simply walked away. Don't even try to deny it. Look at your face. Those signs of debauchery suggest you frequent such establishments, tending to the courtesan's business. Coy could not help but chastise LNFN, pointing at the remnants of his blemished complexion. That's not debauchery. I was merely set up. I am not ill, LNFN protested, his eyes darting with unease, convinced that his health was intact, attributing his appearance to some bizarre scheme rather than any ailment. The notion of venereal disease is utterly implausible. After all, during the descent from the mountain, those two sisters were truly gentle and beautiful, embodying the idyllic paradise in Lin Fan's heart, moments of sheer happiness. It is entirely unfathomable that they could have transmitted any illness to him. Rather, it simply appears to be some bizarre affliction at play. If only he could rid himself of such bodily oddities. Chapter 53 Lin Fan. Brother, I was wrong. Young master. He suffers from a venereal disease. Do not let him touch me. Huanji immediately interjected, turning sharply to hide behind Xiaoyu, using him as a shield against Lin Fan. It was not merely a strategic maneuver, but also a genuine desire to avoid Lin Fan's touch, for venereal disease is indeed quite repulsive, and contact with damaged skin does carry a risk of contagion. However, the ancients were oblivious to such knowledge. Anyone who beheld it would instinctively retreat, considering the afflicted as untouchable. Fear not, I am here, and I shall not permit anyone else to approach you. Turning back, he embraced Huanji, offering her tender protection. Huanji, ever perceptive, nestled against Xiaoyu like a delicate bird, exuding an air of softness. This sight provoked a visceral reaction in Lin Fan, who gritted his teeth in frustration yet felt powerless to act. Should they truly be mere mortals, any aggression on his part would violate his principles. Xiaoyu consoled the beauty in his arms before shifting his focus back to Lin Fan. My brother Lin Fan? I trust you are not afflicted with venereal disease, correct? However, you are to wed in just a few days. If the Liu family were to discover your reckless behavior, daring even to lay hands upon a brother's beloved, it would provide them with ample justification to call off the engagement. I gather you have no intention of proceeding with the marriage, do you? This left Lin Fan in a quandary. It must be said that Xiaoyu's words held substantial merit. He was set to propose to the Liu family soon, present gifts, and take the Liu family's second daughter as his bride. If this woman before him was not of the demonic path and he had indeed touched her, Chao Yu's uproar would undoubtedly escalate the situation. It could very well jeopardize his impending nuptials. It was evident that the Liu family had long desired to annul the engagement but lacked a suitable excuse. Perhaps I should escort this lady to Uncle Xiao. He can? Lin Fan found himself at an impasse, believing it prudent to have Xiao Qingshan address the matter. He possessed the unique ability to discern whether someone was of the demonic path. Xiao Qingshan's esteemed reputation was widely acknowledged, and his words carried great authority. Having him investigate would surely yield no complications. Huan Ji, sensing the tension, expressed her irritation. How long will you prolong this? Can you not see that we have matters to attend to? Chao Yu could no longer contain his rising anger. Brother, I am showing you leniency. Do you truly wish to provoke me? No, I merely seek to ascertain whether she is of the demonic path. I harbor no other intentions, Lin Fan insisted, hastily waving his hands. No other intentions? Very well then, investigate away. Seeing that Lin Fan, akin to a stubborn leech, could not be dissuaded, Chao Yu stepped aside. This left both Lin Fan and Huan Ji momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the abrupt change in dynamics. Before they could react, Chao Yu bellowed at the top of his lungs. Everyone, come quickly! Lin Fan from the Lin family is publicly harassing a virtuous woman. Come and witness this. He dares to lay hands upon a brother's beloved. Such depravity is simply intolerable. Several onlookers rushed to the scene, curious about the commotion, even in the late hours of the night. Stop shouting! Stop shouting! What are you yelling for? Lin Fan exclaimed, his heart racing with cold sweat. Good heavens, he had merely come to investigate whether this woman belonged to the demonic path. And yet it felt as though he were being accused of some heinous crime. He quickly covered Chao Yu's mouth, pleading, I was wrong, brother. I won't investigate anymore. Is that acceptable? Chao Yu, a notorious scoundrel, found Lin Fan's capitulation entirely predictable. Lin Fan perceived him as a rabid dog and immediately submitted. After all, if a crowd were to gather and word spread, his betrothal to the Liu family's daughter would be in jeopardy. Chao Yu winked and gently pushed Lin Fan's hand away from his mouth. You realize your error? Yes, I was wrong, brother. I truly understand my mistake. The brief exchange left Huan Ji stifling laughter. Utterly bewildered by Chao Yu's inexplicable charisma, managing to render a skilled individual entirely submissive without an ounce of defiance, her perception of him had shifted dramatically. She had initially thought him merely a lecherous fool devoid of talent, yet now recognized him as far more formidable. Having acknowledged his mistake, Lin Fan was urged to apologize to Huan Ji, who had been startled by his earlier actions. With a hint of ire, Chao Yu reproached Lin Fan. You frightened her. Apologize properly. As Lin Fan stood there, head bowed in submission, he suddenly shifted his demeanor. Without warning, he pointed his finger at Huan Ji's forehead in a swift motion. As if to strike die in that fleeting moment, life and death hung in the balance. However, just before contact, his finger halted mere centimeters from her skin, as if he were merely testing the waters, cautious of her true nature. Huan Ji remained motionless, her eyes wide with shock. In the next instant, she lunged into Chao Yu's embrace, exclaiming, You frightened me. This man is wicked. Young master, you must protect me. Despite her dramatic display, Huan Ji, as a skilled warrior, instinctively sought to evade the attack. However, she found herself unable to move, firmly held in place by Chao Yu's grip. Had she not been restrained, her true prowess would have undoubtedly been revealed. The individual who had instigated such a reaction was none other than the seemingly ordinary young master standing beside her. Huan Ji's heart raced with astonishment. She had not anticipated that the man she had encountered on the street was a formidable martial artist, potentially even of the demonic path, hence his willingness to assist her. Fear not, I shall protect you, Chao Yu declared, a fierce look in his eyes as he pointed a finger at Lin Fan. Lin Fan? What do you mean by pointing at her? I was merely gesturing. I meant no offense, Lin Fan replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Having entertained some dubious thoughts, he had been unwilling to let the matter of the demonic path slide so easily. Thus, he had taken the risk of employing a finger strike, but Huan Ji had displayed no inclination to evade. It was at this moment Lin Fan realized he had misjudged her. Chapter 54 I sincerely apologize. Miss Lin Fan, not one to lack decency, promptly expressed his contrition to Huan Ji. He understood that those of the demonic path could be ruthless, leaving no survivors. However, when it came to ordinary individuals, he would never exploit his abilities to bully them. Humph, libertine. Huan Ji remained nestled against Qiao Yu, feigning annoyance as she turned her head away. Despite her altered appearance, her charm and grace were undeniable. Not only did Qiao Yu admire her, but Lin Fan found himself captivated as well. Yet, in that moment, Lin Fan could only muster an awkward smile, having just offended her. The beautiful sister remained hidden within Qiao Yu's embrace, rendering him unable to see her. With a tinge of regret, he lamented the unfairness of such beauty being associated with the roguish Qiao Yu. Enough of this. I've already told you, she is your sister-in-law. Why do you still covet her? Qiao Yu tightened his grip around Huan Ji, determined to shield even the slightest glimpse of her fair skin from Lin Fan's gaze. He admonished, you should not be so preoccupied with trifles and seek to take advantage of others. You are on the verge of marriage. Shouldn't you exercise some decorum? I did not. Lin Fan protested, utterly bewildered as he shook his head in resignation. It was, in fact, Qiao Yu who was the libertine. He, the paragon of virtue, was now left to bear the brunt of the situation. With a sigh, he resolved to depart and seek solace elsewhere. Hurry along. For the sake of our brotherhood, I shall let this matter go today. But do remember to exercise caution in the future. Qiao Yu continued his tirade, unrelenting even as Lin Fan walked away, head bowed in defeat, quickly disappearing into the night. Once he was certain Lin Fan had vanished. The enchanting beauty in his embrace shifted her demeanor, adopting a more cautious posture, attempting to extricate herself from his grasp. Yet, Qiao Yu seemed prepared for this, his hands firmly securing her, preventing any escape. Now that he has departed, you still refuse to release me? Huan Ji spoke, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy. The art of seduction was still in play. It was evident to her that Qiao Yu was no fool. Possessing genuine skill and intellect, she was aware that he had deduced her identity as the witch Lin Fan sought. With Lin Fan gone, unimpeded by interruptions, their situation was quite favorable. Qiao Yu's lips curled into a smile as he spoke in a leisurely tone. Now that he is gone, our troubles have vanished, have they not? He leaned in closer, preparing to steal a kiss, fully aware that her current guise was still strikingly beautiful. However, even at this juncture, she continued to feign innocence. This enchanting lady appears to be quite the dramatist. Ah, Huan Ji extended a slender finger, placing it gently before Qiao Yu's lips, while subtly tilting her face to the side. Qiao Gongzi, you must think carefully. I am a demon of the dark arts, unflinching in the face of murder. Entangling yourself with me could very well cost you your life. As she spoke, her captivating gaze danced, her visage radiant as a peach blossom, exuding an irresistible allure. The unique nature of her being released an intoxicating aura the moment she made contact with Qiao Yu. In truth, she was covertly assessing his reactions. For now, it was clear that he bore her no malice. Otherwise, he would not have saved her just moments ago. Yet, the motives behind his actions still warranted careful scrutiny. Should he be in league with the demon lord, his intent to capture her could spell disaster. Qiao Yu, however, remained unfazed, firmly grasping the finger that Huan Ji had placed on his lips. I am unafraid. Otherwise, I would have handed you over to Lin Fan just now, rather than play along with your little charade. Assisting the dark arts while deliberately opposing the righteous sect, yet aiding me. Could it be that you have also cultivated demonic powers? Huan Ji continued her probing. If he were indeed of the dark arts, seeking to gain something from her, then his earlier actions held a degree of plausibility. Moreover, his current boldness, his intimate touches, suggested he was not merely a lackey sent to capture her. This left Huan Ji with a tinge of perplexity. What was this man truly about? That is not the case. I am neither a practitioner of the dark arts nor of the righteous path, merely an ordinary passerby. My reasons for saving you are not as complicated as you might think. Qiao Yu's enigmatic words only served to pique Huan Ji's interest further. I am quite curious. Might you share your reasons with me? Gongzi? Of course, it is solely due to your breathtaking beauty that I intervened. A beauty like yours should not meet an untimely end at the hands of Lin Fan. That would indeed be a tragedy. His eyes glimmered with affection as he unabashedly admired the villainess's beauty, eagerly anticipating the revelation of her true form, which he imagined to be even more stunning. Is that truly the reason? Huangji found it hard to believe. Yet, considering their chance encounter and her desperate flight, there was no indication of any premeditated arrangement. His behavior had been that of a lecherous man, captivated by her allure. Perhaps wishing to claim her for himself. This notion seemed plausible. You are indeed a man who understands the value of beauty. I express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention, but might you release me? It is rather inconvenient to converse in such proximity. She sought to distance herself from Chao Yu. After all, being held by him stirred her innate allure, causing her to feel somewhat unwell. It appeared that his unique constitution resonated with her own, resulting in a reciprocal effect she had never encountered before. This led her to suspect that he might possess one of the rare traits she had been searching for, a suitable partner for mutual cultivation. Letting you go is out of the question. One must always be grateful for favors received. If you were to leave, all my efforts would have been in vain. Chao Yu seemed completely oblivious to the concept of altruism, tightening his embrace further during their negotiation. From the outset, he had made it clear that he was drawn to her beauty, and thus expected something in return to allow her to depart. Then, Gongzi, what would you like in return? Huangji blinked her eyes, her voice laced with a sultry charm that was irresistibly tantalizing. Why, I would ask for nothing less than your devotion. Become my woman. Aside from you, I desire nothing else. Chao Yu's approach was refreshingly straightforward, revealing his mischievous side without pretense of virtue. Huangji had no objections to this. In fact, she found it rather appealing. Furthermore, Chao Yu's unique chaotic constitution made him ill-suited for righteous cultivation. But if he were to cultivate alongside her innate allure, their results would be extraordinary. Indeed, Huangji had already begun to sense that merely through kisses and embraces, his innate charm would unconsciously activate. Akin to the attraction between opposing magnetic poles, they were a match made in heaven, a pair designated by the author as the villainous leads. Tio, become your woman? Huangji was slightly taken aback, her laughter escaping as she found his boldness amusing. That is not out of the question, but I do have a small stipulation. If you can fulfill it, then I shall submit to you. What is your request? Speak freely. Chao Yu felt a spark of joy at her willingness to negotiate. It seemed his approach was indeed correct. This female lead was half-heartedly agreeing, contingent upon fulfilling her conditions. After all, she was a sorceress seasoned in the ways of the world. Expecting her to yield without some form of compensation would be utterly foolish. To steal her first kiss and share a few intimate moments was merely a product of circumstance. Preserving her maidenhood during their dual cultivation would maximize their potential. If you can procure the Demon Lord's yin-yang pearl, then I shall become your woman and we can cultivate together. What do you think? Chao Gongzi? Huangji's alluring wink made her proposition sound effortless, even as she began to weave grand ambitions. Yet, Chao Yu remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. Meeting her gaze for a moment, he finally spoke. The Demon Lord is a formidable foe, and the yin-yang pearl is his most prized possession. Such a request is not without its challenges. Gradually loosening his grip, he allowed Huangji to step away, leaving her feeling a touch disheartened, as if he had been intimidated by her earlier demands. Earlier, Lin Fan mentioned your mastery of disguise. You must be the elusive Huangji that the Demon Lord seeks. Chao Yu slowly unveiled her identity, prompting Huangji to drop her pretense. Indeed, I am Huangji. Are you afraid now? Finally free, Huangji sighed, recalling how he had just moments ago professed his desire for her to become his woman. Now, upon hearing the Demon Lord's name, he appeared intimidated. It seems I misjudged you for even considering such a request. Yet, Chao Yu was not swayed by her demeanor. In truth, they shared no real bond. It was perfectly reasonable for her to attempt to ensnare him. After all, she had navigated the treacherous waters of the dark arts for years without falling prey to naivety. Using him as a pawn to eliminate the Demon Lord could prove advantageous. If successful, he would rid himself of a formidable adversary, and obtaining the yin-yang pearl would allow for mutual cultivation, enhancing both their powers. Failure, however, would not result in any loss for him. This did not align with the original narrative, as Chao Yu had never been subject to such extravagant demands in the source material. Rather, after being saved, he had expressed his gratitude with a tome of demonic cultivation before departing alone. Driven slightly mad, he eventually chose the path of demonic cultivation, gaining strength. Shortly thereafter, the Demon Lord had come to Xingyun City to capture Huangji. only to be wounded and forced to flee by the unexpectedly formidable Lin Fan, leaving Qiao Yu to benefit from the situation. After acquiring the Yin-Yang Pearl, he would marry Huangji and begin their dual cultivation. Somewhat challenging, but I shall accept your proposition. You must remember your promise. Huangji, I await the day you become my wife. Qiao Yu, brimming with confidence, finally nodded in agreement. He knew well the narrative, and acquiring the Yin-Yang Pearl would not be insurmountable. Defeating the Demon Lord for experience points would be even more beneficial. I eagerly anticipate that day. Qiao Gongzi, I've received word that the Demon Lord will be arriving soon. We shall see what you are truly capable of, Huangji replied nonchalantly. This small locale was rife with hidden talents. And with figures like Qiao Yu and Lin Fan present, along with the Righteous Alliance, she felt no immediate need to flee. It seemed she intended to recuperate while setting a trap for the Demon Lord, inviting him to leap into danger. One could not deny her ruthlessness. The Demon Lord had underestimated her, failing to foresee that this seemingly insignificant place housed a protagonist like Lin Fan and a rival like Qiao Yu. The two of them had ultimately sealed his fate. After reaching such an agreement with Huangji, she did not linger, having sustained injuries that required proper healing. Soon, she vanished into the shadows. Qiao Yu, at this stage, could not compel her to remain by his side. This woman was fiercely independent. Even the Blood Demon and the Demon Lord could not bind her, let alone a mere stranger like himself. Savoring the sweet taste of their verbal sparring was already quite gratifying. It appeared that only after defeating the Demon Lord and obtaining the Yin-Yang Pearl could he truly secure her heart. Qiao Yu mused on this, having toiled through the night, and was finally able to return home to rest. Despite the hardships, his efforts bore substantial fruit. Not only had he elevated his own power, but he had also cunningly thwarted the protagonist, causing Lin Fan to suffer a relapse of his sickness, along with that slap and the narrative suppression, all of which had earned him 600 fortune points. He now possessed a total of 3,600 fortune points. In contrast, Lin Fan's luck value diminished by 600, settling at 8,100. Unbeknownst to both parties, their luck values gradually drew closer, the gap narrowing. Early in the morning, Qiao Yu, having only slept a few hours, rose with a refreshing spirit. Today bore some particularly special arrangements, namely, he had to concern himself with Lin Fan's marriage. Previously, he had concocted a rather ill-conceived plan to entrap Lin Fan, leveraging the engagement to ensnare the protagonist in a significant predicament. It was essential to find a suitable candidate for this undertaking, in the secluded and secure environment of the Qiao family's courtyard. For exquisite beauties were escorted in through the back door by a trusted confidant. The array of slender and curvaceous figures was indeed a feast for the eyes. They stood in a line, awaiting Qiao Yu's selection. Young master, all are present, reported the confidant, demonstrating reliability in his duties. These enchanting ladies, equally well versed in etiquette, graciously performed their salutations, their postures graceful. Qiao Yu scrutinized the four beauties carefully, examining them from head to toe. Thoroughly satisfied. They were not at all inferior to the courtesans of the Yihong courtyard, and their demeanor held an alluring charm. It was truly enough to make one swallow hard, the heart racing. Now, I must ask, are you certain these are all men and not genuine women? Qiao Yu inquired of his confidant, finding it hard to believe. These pretty boys were almost excessively beautiful, resembling women more than women themselves. Their slender waists, delicate hands, and fair faces were captivating. He contemplated finding a soft and delicate young man to substitute for the second daughter of the Liu family at the wedding, ensuring there were no blunders. After all, the marriage document contained a loophole, merely stating that the Liu family would marry a daughter to Lin Fan, without specifying which daughter. The omission of the second daughter, Liu Mu Shui, was indeed a lapse in judgment. A goddaughter is still a daughter. As long as the Liu family acknowledges one, they can simply change her surname to Liu. Furthermore, to silence Lin Fan and prevent him from causing trouble later. A young man was indispensable to that time. He would employ some tricks to temporarily bestow a bit of luck upon this young man, allowing for a seamless deception. Once Lin Fan joyfully carried the bride, veiled in red, back home to consummate their marriage, a group would then ply Lin Fan with wine on the wedding night. Once he was thoroughly intoxicated and entered the bridal chamber, the young man would make his move. By the following day, once the deed was done, Lin Fan would have no choice but to swallow his grievances. After all, Family shame must not be aired in public. If word got out that Lin Fan had been bedded by a young man, how could he ever show his face again? Chao Yu pondered, feeling a flicker of anticipation for Lin Fan's wedding. Chapter 56. The Sun's Bride according to your wishes, young master. All four are indeed men. There is absolutely no mistake. I can guarantee it, asserted Chao Yu's confidant, an odd smile quickly emerging on his face. If you have any doubts, you may invite them into your chamber to inspect them. Upon hearing this, the four lovely figures blushed, covering their mouths in giggles, exuding an abundance of charm. Clearing his throat, Chao Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable under their gazes, despite their beauty and alluring attire. Regardless of their exquisite looks and voluptuous figures, they remained unequivocally men, and the distinction between the sexes was substantial. This young master harbored no such inclinations, and he would not entertain any foolish notions. He lightly tapped the confidant's head with a fan to admonish him against such reckless talk. Standing tall and proud, projecting an image of a straight man, he then shifted his attention back to the four young men, scrutinizing them closely. The male rabbit's footsteps are elusive, the female rabbit's eyes are beguiling. As the two rabbits frolic on the ground, how can one discern their genders? The ancients were certainly not mistaken. It is indeed challenging to differentiate based solely on appearance. Not wishing to appear overly awkward by inviting them into a room for a thorough examination, he nevertheless devised a method to ascertain their genders. A direct system scan would unveil their detailed information. This proved to be quite convenient, as he observed them intently, moving about as if admiring their forms. These young men appeared bashful, adopting demure feminine postures. Once he received the results, Chao Yu nodded in approval. Well done. You shall be rewarded. In a display of generosity, he tossed out 2 sizable banknotes as a reward for their service. He was well aware that benefits were to be expected when one arranged matters for oneself, and he wished to impress upon these beauties the extent of his wealth. His lavishness undeniably captivated the attention of the four young men. Being women is far more troublesome and costly than being men. The expenses for cosmetics, jewelry, and fine fabrics would certainly amount to a substantial sum. Beauty requires financial support to maintain. They all needed these rewards, or they would not have sought out Chao Yu for a favorable arrangement. If they caught his favor, a bright future awaited them. Chao Yu was quite discerning, for after all, he was selecting a bride for his son Lin Fan. And the more beautiful, the better. Lin Fan was a man of considerable appetites. After arranging a romantic encounter for him previously, the lad had enjoyed a blissful couple of days. Now, he was determined to gift him a charming and delicate young man. He trusted that on the wedding day, Lin Fan would be thoroughly pleased. The young men were indeed impressive, with no flaws in their appearance or figures, and their voices were exceptionally melodious, with a pleasant fragrance wafting from them. Chao Yu felt certain that without utilizing the system, he would never uncover any issues. He instructed them to be sent to the Liu family to seek Liu Xiaojia. You 3 shall remain at my residence for the next few days. Ensure there are no mishaps. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. With that simple arrangement, Chao Yu had accomplished all necessary tasks. The reason for keeping the remaining 3 was not out of a desire for their beauty or any ulterior motives, but rather to prevent any leaks of information. They were to remain here until Lin Fan's wedding concluded before being allowed to leave. The individual showed no objections and behaved quite obediently. A young master from a prominent family like Chao Yu would surely not mistreat these individuals. They were all aware of their positions. Those selected were particularly astute, with a promising future ahead of them. Lin Fan, I have secured the most beautiful bride for you. You must cherish her well, he thought to himself, unable to suppress a smile as he anticipated the exquisite young man being taken to the Liu family. Meanwhile, on another front, achoo! Lin Fan sneezed violently, feeling an icy chill envelop him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Beside him, Xiao Qingshan couldn't help but express concern. Caught a chill. It's strange to be sneezing like that. The two, swords in hand, strolled leisurely down the street, engaged in casual conversation as they made their way toward the Chao residence. I'm fine. Perhaps someone is speaking ill of me, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, not giving it much thought. Nonsense. You're about to marry into the Liu family. Everyone is eager to extend their blessings. How could they possibly speak ill of you? Xiao Qingshan exclaimed enthusiastically, offering his congratulations. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Lin Fan's face. Indeed, being able to marry a daughter of the Liu family by virtue of a marriage document was undeniably a fortuitous turn of events. She was a daughter of luck, and marrying her would not only help rid him of certain peculiarities, but would also aid his cultivation and elevate his standing. This matter aside, Lin Fan reminded Xiao Qingshan, "When the time comes for the wedding feast, do remember to drink a few more cups." He extended the invitation with genuine warmth. "Of course, I'll be there, and I'll give you a generous red envelope to wish you early offspring." Xiao Qingshan responded with equal courtesy. However, as they conversed, Xiao Qingshan seemed to recall something of importance. "By the way, last night, what happened when you pursued that demon? Can you recount the details?" The previous night's operation had incurred significant losses. While it could not be wholly attributed to Lin Fan, he felt a lingering unease. The demon practitioners appeared to have perished at the hands of skilled fighters, most likely through assassination, and he was left wondering who was responsible. From the words of several maidservants and a young lady, no useful information could be gleaned, only that a masked figure was involved, their appearance entirely unknown. This individual had slain 2 members of the Righteous Alliance. And Lin Fan recounted the events of the previous night to Xiao Qingshan. After hearing the account, Xiao Qingshan turned his gaze to Lin Fan. "What is your perspective on this?" he asked, his tone calm. As if contemplating, "I cannot ascertain whether Qiao Yu has practiced demonic arts, but that woman should pose no issue. It is possible I misjudged the situation and nearly harmed an innocent at this point." Lin Fan recalled the disdainful gaze of that beauty from the night before, who had labeled him a lecher. Just thinking about it filled him with frustration. "You are mistaken. I find it quite suspicious." Xiao Qingshan replied with a smile, hinting at an alternative viewpoint. "Mistaken?" Lin Fan perked up, eager to understand what he had overlooked. A well-ordered individual does not simply vanish. Given your prowess, it would be difficult for them to escape. Indicating they must be nearby. "Are you suggesting?" Xiao Qingshan inhaled deeply. "Is it possible that you pursued the wrong target last night? The demon you chased wasn't that woman, but rather Qiao Yu." Chapter 57. An opportunity to eliminate the Qiao father and son Qiao Yu. Upon hearing that name, Lin Fan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It seems rather unbelievable, even quite marvelous. Could it be that the sorceress in question is indeed a woman? And one who possesses extraordinary skills in disguise? After inquiring with a few ordinary individuals afterwards, we surmise that this sorceress must be the renowned metamorphic enchantress. Lin Fan shook his head, feeling that this notion was somewhat implausible. "You are truly intelligent, yet your cleverness may lead to your own folly. Given that the metamorphic enchantress is adept at disguise and is well known, it is entirely possible that she is transformed into the likeness of Qiao Yu without our knowledge, effectively usurping his place." Xiao Qingshan's words struck a chord with Lin Fan, who began to see the merit in them. If this were the case, it would indeed be prudent to investigate Qiao Yu thoroughly. Even if he were not the enchantress, there exists a significant probability that he has cultivated demonic arts, as it would be inconceivable for his power to have surged so rapidly otherwise. With this resolve, Lin Fan's determination to accompany Xiao Qingshan to Qiao Yu's residence intensified. "I have sent someone to establish communication with Qiao Tian, and they confirmed that Qiao Yu has been behaving unusually of late. Previously unable to cultivate his physical constitution, he has now become a formidable warrior, suggesting that there is certainly something amiss." Xiao Qingshan continued to elaborate, deepening the enigma surrounding the secrets of Qiao Yu and piquing curiosity. "In that case, I must trouble you, Uncle Xiao. Please scrutinize this Qiao Yu thoroughly. If he is indeed a practitioner of the demonic path, I shall not show him any leniency," Lin Fan declared decisively. Without a trace of hesitation, that moment, having discreetly arranged for Lin Fan's bride, Qiao Yu was preparing to lounge comfortably in a recliner. Feeling rather leisurely, however, he too had received some intriguing news. Kai Dai leaned in closer, whispering fascinating tidings into Qiao Yu's ear. Upon hearing this, instead of feeling anger, Qiao Yu chuckled. "Ah, it seems the father and son of the Qiao family can no longer contain themselves. They are finally prepared to take action. I have been seeking a suitable excuse to eliminate them, and now the opportunity has presented itself. Young master, what shall we do now? Is there anything I can do to assist?" Kai Dai expressed her eagerness, seemingly keen to demonstrate her worth. Having revealed such useful information, she awaited Qiao Yu's promise of reward. "Indeed, I do have some tasks for you," he replied, retrieving a pouch filled with white powder. "You will need to find an opportune moment to discreetly sprinkle this on Qiao Tian." "What is this?" she inquired. "Do not question what should remain unasked. Simply follow my instructions." Kai Dai nodded, her curiosity piqued. Yet she maintained a serious demeanor, acknowledging, "I shall attend to it at once." She reached out to take the pouch from Chao Yu's hands, only to be pulled into his embrace, seated beside him. "Young master, what are you doing?" Kai Dai's cheeks flushed as she playfully protested. "Nothing much, merely wanting to convey that if you assist me diligently this time, I shall take you as my concubine and grant you the status of matriarch of the Chao family. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts, Kai Dai." Chao Yu subtly hinted, aiming to ensure her compliance. Though she was indeed obedient, he preferred to bind her with interest rather than emotions, for one could never truly gauge the intentions of a woman adept at masquerading, especially one who had thrived under the guile of Chao El for so long. "Rest assured, young master, I will not disappoint you. I am quite aware of who treats me well," Kai Dai replied, her eyes sparkling with ambition as she envisioned victory within her grasp. "Proceed with caution, though. Chao Tian possesses some skill. You are a clever woman. You should know how to act without raising suspicion." After issuing his instructions, Chao Yu released her, allowing her to depart, while he leisurely sipped tea and nibbled on pastries, patiently awaiting the arrival of Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan. In the original narrative, Xiao Qingshan is not only the head of the Zhangdao Alliance's branch in Xingyun City, but also possesses a unique technique that enables him to discern the true nature of most individuals upon mere contact. In rare cases, he must rely on the other party to channel their energy for verification. He has never erred in his assessments. With such a capability, Xiao Qingshan's visit to the Chao family could only imply one thing. He intended to ascertain whether the current heir of the Chao family had indeed practiced demonic arts. Given his meteoric rise in power, suspicion was only natural. However, no matter how he tested, it would be futile. Chao Yu had never dabbled in those nefarious practices. His rapid growth was indeed remarkable, yet not without its flaws. In due time, he would unmask himself, perhaps utilizing some auxiliary techniques for cultivation, akin to the dual cultivation methods with the antagonist female protagonist, the Enchantress, which might prove advantageous. Since opportunity had knocked, today he intended to reap the benefits from Lin Fan, while simultaneously eliminating the troublesome father-son duo of the Chao family. Thus, with this plan in mind, Chao Yu leisurely awaited their arrival. After the span of a fragrant stick of incense, a servant soon approached to announce, "The esteemed Xiao Qingshan of the Zhangdao Alliance and Lin Fan of the Lin family have come to pay their respects." At that moment, Chao Tian and Chao El had already rushed forward to extend their welcomes, eager to make a favorable impression. "Very well, since they have arrived, I shall make their acquaintance." Chao Yu stretched lazily before nonchalantly making his way toward the drawing room. Within the grand hall of the Chao family, Chao Tian occupied the principal seat, while Chao El stood beside him. The father and son duo were jointly hosting Xiao Qingshan and Lin Fan, both of whom were impeccably dressed and appeared revitalized. However, the hem of Chao Tian's garment bore evidence of dampness, as if a maid had inadvertently spilled tea upon him while passing by. With esteemed guests in attendance, he had no time to change and had hurriedly come to greet them. As he sipped tea, Chao Tian spoke gravely. "Chao Yu has indeed been behaving peculiarly of late, suddenly possessing the strength of a yellow-tier warrior and having injured me. In hindsight, it is highly probable that he has fallen into the demonic path. Indeed, you two cannot fathom the peril of the situation at that moment. Had I not acted swiftly to intervene, we might have fallen victim to that young man's treachery." Chao El chimed in, fanning the flames of concern, clearly anxious for Chao Yu's demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan exchanged glances, recognizing that Chao Yu was indeed suspicious, especially since even his own kin had raised doubts. Lin Fan spoke first. "If that is the case, we request that young Master Chao Yu join us, as we ought to investigate any potential issues." Feeling somewhat disgruntled toward Chao Yu, Lin Fan could not shake off a sense of disdain. Despite the pretense of brotherhood, there remained an undercurrent of animosity between them. However, Lin Fan's integrity prevented him from openly contesting the matter. "There is no need for an invitation. Since Brother Lin has come to my home as a guest, it is my duty as host to extend proper hospitality." With a cheerful demeanor, Chao Yu strode in from the entrance, as if greeting a long-lost brother, his warmth unmistakable. Chapter 58. Lin Fan visits Chao Yu now. As Lin Fan beheld Chao Yu's jovial expression, he felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Yet, he dared not exhibit the same disdain or arrogance as before, for his prior negligence had caused him to lose face in front of the female protagonist, leaving him at a loss for how to regain his standing. "Why, Brother Chao Yu, you are too kind. I have merely come to attend to some official matters, so please do not trouble yourself with such formalities. Lin Fan spoke in a composed manner, neither overly humble nor presumptuous. Even if Chao Yu had indeed practiced demonic arts, it was essential to adhere to decorum before resorting to confrontation, especially considering the Chao family's esteemed reputation. Chao Yu nodded, his gaze settling upon the imposing middle-aged man seated beside Lin Fan. What brings you here, Uncle Xiao? It must be something significant if you are present. This man, sturdy in stature and steady in breath, immediately captured Chao Yu's attention. Xiao Qingshan, a pivotal figure in the narrative, stood alongside Lin Fan as a staunch member of the Zhangdao alliance, renowned for his strength and unwavering righteousness. He had dedicated his life to battling evil, harboring a deep-seated hatred for malevolence. Regrettably, in the original tale, he ultimately met his demise, having dared to utilize his secret technique to probe Chao Yu's potential for practicing demonic arts. Upon discovering the truth, he fell victim to the now transformed Chao Yu. Young Master Chao need not concern himself. I am merely here to share a few words and inquire about certain matters. Xiao Qingshan downplayed the significance of his visit, expressing only a suspicion of Chao Yu's affiliations with the demonic path, lacking any tangible evidence to support such claims. As guests, they deserved proper treatment, and he insisted that they stay for dinner and drinks that evening. As Chao Yu extended warm hospitality, he approached the central area of the drawing room, where Chao Tian Saturday noticing Chao Yu's approach. Chao El swallowed hard, his gaze becoming evasive. However, bolstered by his father's presence, he straightened his posture. Chao Tian frowned, fixated on Chao Yu, yet remained silent. Perceiving his uncle's lack of decorum, Chao Yu boldly challenged him. What are you still doing sitting there? Move aside. That seat is not for you. He brazenly commanded Chao Tian to vacate his position, creating a scene that left Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan momentarily dumbfounded. They were taken aback by Chao Yu's audacity in treating his own uncle with such disdain. Chao Yu, you are being excessively presumptuous. Why must you usurp this place? Chao Tian attempted to assert his authority, his hand hovering over the table, yet he refrained from slamming it down, opting instead to reason with Chao Yu in an effort to salvage his dignity. The audacity to come here and occupy this position largely stems from the arrival of Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan. This is my territory. This room belongs to me. Your family resides next door? And you sit upon my chair. Do you truly question why? Chao Yu continued to speak without reservation, disregarding the presence of today's guests entirely. It mattered not who arrived. He had no intention of granting anyone a pleasant demeanor. After all, they were all doomed, so why bother with pleasantries? Chao Yu, you are going too far. Regardless of the circumstances, your father is still their elder. How can you? Chao El stepped forward, attempting to interject, but was silenced by Chao Yu's icy glare. With a hint of impatience, Chao Yu declared, Enough! I have guests to entertain today. You lot should distance yourselves and refrain from making a spectacle. His fists clenched, cracking ominously. Chao Tian had never endured such humiliation before. Mocked and insulted, he found himself utterly powerless. Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan exchanged glances, both sensing that Chao Yu's behavior was tyrannical. Yet, this was a matter of the Chao family, and the internal strife among family members was inherently brutal, rendering their involvement unnecessary. What struck them as peculiar was the stark contrast between the rumors they had heard about Chao Yu in earlier years and the reality before them. He was not only unrestrained at home, but exhibited a brazen arrogance. When Xiao Tian noticed his guests remained silent, he understood there was no reason for them to intervene. After enduring his frustration for a while, he could only widen his eyes and obediently rise, preparing to find a nearby seat to observe the situation. Just as he stretched his legs and took a step, he suddenly felt a sharp kick to his ankle, causing him excruciating pain. Caught entirely off guard, he fell to the ground. Oh dear, uncle, how clumsy of you. Did you hurt yourself? Chao Yu feigned concern, reaching out to assist Chao Tian. Meanwhile, he subtly pressed his palm onto Chao Tian's shoulder. Chao Yu, you! Chao Tian gritted his teeth. Having just fallen face first to the ground, it was clear that Chao Yu had deliberately kicked him, causing his fall, yet now he pretended to help him up, clearly intent on humiliating him. After all, Chao Tian was a martial artist. It wasn't an easy feat to make him fall. It was evident that Chao Yu had done this on purpose. Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan recognized the underhandedness of the act, discomfort evident on their faces. Father, are you all right? Chao El rushed over from the other side to help Chao Tian up, feeling indignant yet too intimidated to voice his grievances. Chao Yu was now devoid of any restraint, acting as he pleased, leaving them powerless. They could only hope that Xiao Qingshan might uncover something significant, for if there were any ties to the demonic path, Chao Yu would be doomed. With that thought, Chao Tian finally swallowed his indignation. "I'm fine," he shook his head, swallowing his grievances as he limped to a side seat. With the two of them moved away, the main seat finally became available. "I apologize for the wait, gentlemen." Chao Yu assumed the demeanor of a head of the family, restoring his previously cheerful expression. "I am unsure of the purpose of your visit today, but please, do not hesitate to share." Lin Fan turned his gaze toward Chao Yu, appearing quite direct. "It is as such. I recall that you were once unable to cultivate martial arts due to your constitution. How is it that you have not only become a martial artist in such a short time, but also possess considerable strength and impressive medical skills?" He sought to discern Chao Yu's response, as this query had lingered in his mind. It was precisely this mystery that led him to suspect whether Chao Yu had trained in demonic arts, resulting in such miraculous and rapid transformation. Upon hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, Chao Tian and Chao El, still simmering with anger, could not help but smirk slightly, eager to see how Chao Yu would explain himself. "Oh, is that what you wish to know?" Chao Yu replied nonchalantly, as if discussing trivial matters. Xiao Qingshan chimed in, "Indeed, please provide a suitable explanation. Otherwise, we are entitled to suspect that you have connections to the demonic path." Upon uttering the term demonic path, he scrutinized Chao Yu's expression for any sign of change. They had previously exposed numerous individuals hidden among ordinary folk, and they possessed some experience in this regard. Careful observation and meticulous verification could potentially reveal a flaw. A reason. Surely there is one, but why should I disclose it to you? Chao Yu feigned confusion, as if their intrusion into his home and immediate demand for an explanation was utterly absurd. His strength was a result of traversing realms and acquiring a system. This was the source of his power. How could he possibly divulge such information to them? Lin Fan, with a righteous demeanor, retorted, "Why should you refrain from speaking? If your conscience is clear, then recount the events that have transpired in your life. One who has never acted with malice need not fear the specter of guilt." "How easily you speak, Lin Fan," Chao Yu replied, shaking his head in disbelief, as though he had heard a grand joke. "Then why do you not share the secrets of your time on the mountain? What actually occurred? And how you achieved such a terrifying advancement in power in such a short span?" He deftly turned the tables, redirecting the heat of the conversation toward Lin Fan. Xiao Qingshan could not help but shift his gaze, intrigued to know the secrets behind Lin Fan's remarkable progress. Indeed, why had Lin Fan's strength skyrocketed to 7th rank within just half a year? It seemed almost absurd. Lin Fan's expression twisted in discomfort, as if he had been struck at a vulnerable point. "That is irrelevant to this matter, and furthermore, it is my personal affair." I refused to answer. This was a secret of the Lin family, upheld by ancestral teachings. The matters of the forbidden grounds could not be revealed. And thus, what extraordinary fortune I possess is my own secret. Why should I be obliged to share it with you? Chao Yu had anticipated such a response from Lin Fan, effectively silencing both him and Xiao Eld. After all, lying was a complicated affair, especially in the presence of two formidable opponents. The risks were immense. It was far more advantageous to turn the tables and ensnare them in the process. Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words, unable to mount a fitting retort. It must be said that Chao Yu's reasoning held merit. As a person of virtue, one cannot be overly aggressive in compelling others to divulge their secrets. Chao Xinzi speaks wisely. However, your rapid advancement is bound to arouse suspicion and curiosity. I wonder if you would dare to allow me to test you, to see if you have indeed trained in demonic arts? Xiao Qingshan did not take it to heart, merely noting that Chao Yu's tongue was quite sharp, seemingly more astute than before. "If I were to say I dared not, would you still proceed with your tests?" Chao Yu maintained a smile, exuding an air of calm and unperturbed confidence. Xiao Qingshan returned the smile in kind. No, since they were here, it was imperative to uncover the truth behind Chao Yu. The number of secrets and suspicions surrounding him made him a focal point of their inquiry. Indeed, let us investigate him and ascertain whether he is indeed associated with the demonic path. Chao Tian fanned the flames from the sidelines, barely able to contain his excitement. Chao Yu merely glanced at him peripherally, unconcerned, redirecting his attention back to Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan. Investigating is not an issue. But I am still the heir of the Chow family. Your casual suspicion and relentless probing imply a lack of regard for my status. Taking a deep breath, he continued, if I were indeed affiliated with the demonic path, then so be it. You may act as you wish, however, if I am not, should you not apologize for today's events? Chow Yu's assertion carried a certain weight. On the surface, it seemed to uphold the dignity of the Chow family and his own reputation. Yet, to Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan, it appeared to be mere sophistry, a ploy to evade their scrutiny. Very well. If you are not of the demonic path, then an apology from us would indeed be warranted. Lin Fan conceded, finding no fault in this reasoning. After all, he had acted with integrity. Should he have erred, acknowledging it and offering an apology was only right. Witnessing Lin Fan's principled stance and commitment to justice, Xiao Qingshan could not help but nod in appreciation. However, Chow Yu's next words caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. Lin Fan, do not speak so prematurely. Should your investigation reveal that I have not practiced demonic arts, I demand that you kneel and apologize to me. Each word was pronounced with precision, the emphasis on kneel resonating heavily in the air. The statement hung in silence, disbelief filling the room. Chow Yu had audaciously put forth such a demand. Chow Xianzi, is your request not excessive? Are you truly asking for someone to kneel before you? Xiao Qingshan found the notion absurd. Even if one were at fault, such a punishment seemed unwarranted. Chow Yu, am wagering my life for Lin Fan to kneel and apologize. This is an utterly unfair transaction. You persistently accuse me of being associated with the demonic path, yet you lack even this assurance? Chow Yu portrayed himself as a victim, his tone seemingly justified. Furthermore, his argument appeared sound, leaving no room for dispute. Chow Jia's young master, Chow Yu, found himself unjustly suspected of being involved in the demonic path, a claim that, if uttered, would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Although his standing in society was far from impeccable, the notions of a dandy and a practitioner of dark arts are two entirely disparate concepts. However, Chow Yu's recent demands only served to intensify the suspicions surrounding him. With relentless obstacles in his path, it was only natural for one to wonder if Chow Yu truly dabbled in the demonic arts. Even Lin Fan could not escape such thoughts, his gaze fixed upon Chow Yu, eyes ablaze with fury. Having been the first to voice suspicion, Lin Fan could not help but find the entirety of Chow Yu's behavior perplexing. If he were not involved in the demonic path, how could one explain the events that had transpired? Very well, I shall comply with your request. Should I be mistaken, I, Lin Fan, will kneel before you and offer my apology. Lin Fan stated with earnestness, adding, but if you truly have trained in demonic arts, you shall perish beneath my sword today. His words carried an undertone of lethal intent, revealing the gravity of his resolve. This only heightened the excitement of Chow Tian and Chow El, who believed that Chow Yu was indeed facing an insurmountable crisis. In their minds, it was evident that in his quest for power, he had resorted to practicing nefarious techniques. Chapter 60. You are too despicable. If Chow Yu were to die, it would be at the hands of Lin Fan of the Righteous Path Alliance, a circumstance that would absolve the Chow family of any responsibility. In a scenario akin to a clam and a snipe fighting, the fisherman would reap the benefits, a situation far too exquisite. Yet, upon hearing Lin Fan's declaration, Chow Yu remained composed, responding, there is no need for formalities, brother Lin Fan. I, Chow Yu, am a man of my word. Even if I were to possess a hint of demonic nature, I would bear no resentment should you choose to slay or harm me. He seemed to emphasize his integrity, asserting that he would acknowledge any word spoken. This was a subtle attempt to hold Lin Fan to his previous statement, to compel the latter to kneel and apologize, thereby undermining Lin Fan's fortune and suppressing him. Lin Fan exchanged a glance with Xiao Qingshan, both nodding in agreement that there should be no issues. With the conversation having progressed this far and Chow Yu willing to cooperate, Xiao Qingshan adopted a more rational demeanor. In light of this, young Master Chow, I must impose upon you. Regardless of how esteemed the Righteous Path Alliance's reputation may be, it could not act with impunity against an ordinary individual without just cause. There is no need for such formality. Please, Uncle Xiao, proceed. Aware of Xiao Qingshan's unique techniques, which could expose anyone who practiced demonic arts, Chow Yu felt no apprehension since he had never engaged in such practices. He stood confidently, allowing Xiao Qingshan to conduct his examination. Xiao Qingshan stepped forward, his demeanor calm. Extend your hand. We shall soon ascertain whether you are affiliated with the demonic path. Despite his earlier cordiality, should circumstances prove unfavorable, resorting to violence would not be out of the question. Lin Fan gripped his sword, ready to act at a moment's notice should Xiao Qingshan uncover any incriminating evidence. The Chao father and son were equally expectant, their gazes fixed intently upon Chao Yu, waiting for him to reveal himself, anticipating Xiao Qingshan to dispatch him, thus allowing them to reap the rewards. Chao Yu exhibited remarkable compliance, refraining from any suspicious or dangerous actions. He extended his hand as requested. Those practicing the demonic arts are often cunning, and despite Chao Yu's serene demeanor, Xiao Qingshan remained vigilant, gripping Chao Yu's wrist firmly. His strong hands, calloused from years of training, pressed against Chao Yu's wrist, causing a slight discomfort. Truly, a martial artist of his caliber must practice diligently every day. These calluses bore testament to his hard work and sweat. With focused intensity, he locked onto Chao Yu, a strange aura emanating from the latter. Chao Yu smiled in response, showing no signs of discomfort, merely sensing an unusual force enveloping his wrist. This, he presumed, was Xiao Qingshan's special technique for discerning demonic practitioners. Such methods exist within the martial world, and many in the Righteous Path Alliance possess similar, albeit less precise, techniques. Noticing that the examination had commenced, the onlookers grew tense. After a moment, feeling somewhat bored, Chao Yu yawned. "Uncle Xiao, have you not yet determined whether I have practiced demonic arts?" His casual inquiry belied any hint of anxiety. Others were equally intrigued, believing that after his compliance, results should be forthcoming. Yet faced with Chao Yu's nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Qingshan could only release his grip and respond candidly, "There is nothing amiss. I do not sense any abnormalities at this time." As an upright man, Xiao Qingshan would not falsely accuse another. And upon hearing this, Lin Fan's wariness began to dissipate, prompting him to entertain doubts. Perhaps Chao Yu had encountered some fortuitous circumstance that deviated from his initial assumptions. Had he misjudged the intentions of a gentleman with a narrow perspective? However, the Chao father and son held a different view. "Brother Xiao, please investigate thoroughly. It would be prudent to have him exert his power. Those involved with the demonic path are notoriously adept at disguise and deception, and he may possess hidden methods to obfuscate the truth," Chao Tian urged, fanning the flames of suspicion. Observing that Xiao Qingshan had already reached a conclusion yet remained unconvinced, he pressed on. While it was true that certain rare circumstances warranted such caution, Xiao Qingshan had indeed heard of techniques capable of beguilement but had yet to encounter them. Chao Yu turned to Chao Tian, extending a finger and smiling, seemingly amused by the latter's antics. Unfazed by the disdainful treatment, Chao Tian's eyes glinted with malice, fervently wishing for the revelation of some incriminating evidence. Recognizing the potential for such an outcome, Xiao Qingshan deemed it necessary to conduct further tests. "Young Master Chao, I must request that you channel your energy so I may ascertain whether your essence reveals any discrepancies." Chao Yu nodded, continuing to cooperate with enthusiasm. "Certainly, I shall comply." Upon uttering this, he began to circulate his energy, coming into contact with the peculiar force emanating from Xiao Qingshan. Initially intending to undergo a meticulous examination as before, he was unprepared for the overwhelming intensity of Xiao Qingshan's essence. The moment they connected, Xiao Qingshan sensed a shift in energy, prompting him to withdraw his force. Alas, it was too late. As he staggered back 2 steps, his hand went numb. "Uncle Xiao, are you all right?" Lin Fan rushed forward to support him. Alarmed and bewildered, he mistakenly believed that Chao Yu had launched a covert attack. "Chao Yu, you are despicable for ambushing Uncle Xiao." The Chao father and son, upon hearing this, could barely contain their amusement. To dare strike against a member of the Righteous Path Alliance effectively cemented their belief in Chao Yu's demonic affiliation. Just as Lin Fan prepared to retaliate for Xiao Qingshan's honor, Chao Yu shook his head in exasperation. "What nonsense! I did not lay a finger on him. Do not place the blame solely upon me." As Chao Yu clarified, Xiao Qingshan seized Lin Fan's arm. "It is indeed not Chao Yu's fault. He did not ambush me, rather, it was the sheer dominance of his essence that prevented me from adequately countering during the examination." Chapter 61. The hero's fortuitous aura is removed. Breathing unevenly, Xiao Qingshan turned his gaze towards Chao Yu, disbelief etched across his features. The young man was merely a year or 2 older than Lin Fan. How could he possess such unfathomable power? To elicit such a response, Chao Yu's mastery must be at least of the Xian grade. indicating that he practiced an extraordinary technique. And no wonder he had been reluctant to disclose his abilities. He harbored such secrets. Chao Tian and his son, along with Lin Fan, were momentarily taken aback by Xiao Qingshan's words. Though they had suspected Chao Yu's prowess, the reality was far more remarkable than they had imagined. Uncle Chao, does this mean there is indeed something amiss? Has he practiced demonic arts to attain his current strength? Lin Fan's curiosity intensified, eager to understand the changes that had manifested in Chao Yu and whether they were linked to the demonic path. The Chao father and son, equally wide-eyed, held their breath in anticipation, as this was their greatest concern. However, Xiao Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Chao Yu's technique is entirely legitimate and indeed formidable, yet it bears no connection to the demonic path. In fact, I would argue that only a person of righteous disposition and considerable talent could cultivate such abilities. With these words, clarity emerged from the confusion, leaving an air of incredulity. A person of righteous disposition? Chao Yu certainly possessed certain attributes of righteousness, but to claim he was entirely virtuous was absurd. Unable to contain his amusement, Chao Yu finally chuckled. See? I told you all along that I had not practiced demonic arts. I am a good person, yet you refuse to believe me. Now, with Uncle Zhao's endorsement, I hope you will cease to label me as a practitioner of the demonic path. Joy surged within him. As he had long desired to exchange some dual cultivation techniques from the system's shop. Although lacking the alluring physique of a phantom maiden, the other women do not fall short in their own advancements. For even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in augmenting enjoyment, rendering daily life more captivating. While my methods may be subtle, I must first surpass the challenge posed by Xiao Qingshan before contemplating such affairs. The potency of the opponent's secret arts is formidable. Should they uncover my intentions, the repercussions could be severe. Fortunately, that concern is now abated. Soon, Chao Yu will exchange for a suitable tome, inviting Kai Dai and Madame An to accompany him in practice. I was mistaken, utterly mistaken, Lin Fan murmured. With Uncle Zhao's testimony, the truth has now been fully revealed. Chao Yu's achievements today are the fruits of his own fortuitous encounters, not as I had previously imagined. Of course, I was wrong. The world does not revolve around you as its sole prodigy. Lin Fan, you have targeted me from the outset, believing me to be of the demonic path. Now that you have the truth, I trust you are finally disheartened? It seems that there is a tinge of regret in his tone as he shakes his head. Lin Fan clenched his teeth, slowly coming to terms with the unfolding reality. Despite finding Chao Yu rather disagreeable, he is not of the demonic path. According to Uncle Xiao, he even harbors righteous intentions. Why antagonism towards him, constantly interpreting his actions with malice, now appears to be the act of a petty person. Brother Chao Yu, please do not take offense. I recognize my narrow-mindedness. Upon my return, I shall reflect deeply and ensure such behavior does not repeat. Lin Fan is a man of integrity, one who acknowledges his errors. Thus, his previous disrespect towards Chao Yu is now expressed with genuine remorse. Observing Lin Fan's sincere demeanor, Chao Yu felt a surge of relief. Reflection is indeed necessary, yet has Brother Lin forgotten something? You just assured me that if I am not of the demonic path, you would. Chao Yu's words trailed off as his gaze fixed upon Lin Fan. To usurp the other's fortune, one must seize every opportunity to suppress him. Only by keeping the protagonist beneath my heel can I harness his fortune for my own. Lin Fan slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with fortitude, his grip on the long sword tightening. Yet he remained silent, caught in an awkward impasse. Chao Xianzi, although we have erred in this matter, Lin Fan has acted with the interests of the Righteous Path Alliance in mind, considering the safety of the citizens. Might I implore you to show leniency? A man's knee is worth gold. Let us resolve this matter amicably. Xiao Qingshan interceded on Lin Fan's behalf. Lin Fan, possessing a proud spirit, would find it disgraceful to kneel before Chao Yu. Is that so? Chao Yu blinked, choosing to spare Xiao Qingshan's pride, shifting the decision to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, what say you? Your lips and legs belong to you. I cannot compel you. Do as you deem fit. The reality stands clear. Should Lin Fan stubbornly refuse to kneel and apologize, Chao Yu truly has no recourse. Yet, the crux lies in the fact that Lin Fan is a principled man, valuing honor and integrity. He acknowledges his faults and bears responsibility. I, Lin Fan, am not devoid of shame. I will uphold my promises. Lin Fan's expression shifted, uttering such simple yet profound words. I in full view of everyone. he adjusted his white robes, bowed respectfully to Qiao Yu, and knelt down resolutely. Lin Fan. Such a swift and decisive action left Xiao Qingshan momentarily speechless, shaking his head in disbelief. Brother Qiao Yu, I misjudged you. You are indeed not affiliated with the demonic path. I sincerely apologize and hope for your forgiveness. Lin Fan earnestly conveyed his thoughts to Qiao Yu, devoid of any semblance of pretense. Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the protagonist, compelling him to kneel. Lin Fan's fortune value has decreased by 500. You have received the corresponding fortune value reward. Current fortune value of Lin Fan, 7,600. Current host's fortune value, 4,100. Lin Fan's fortune value has significantly diminished. His overwhelming fortune aura has been removed, and he can no longer gain fortune through the protagonist's fortune. Please continue to exert pressure on the protagonist in various aspects, lower his fortune value, and ultimately eliminate him. Witnessing his own fortune value plummet to 4,100. While Lin Fan's has dwindled by a third, even losing a portion of his aura, Qiao Yu felt a surge of elation. Continuing to suppress Lin Fan, he believed it would not be long before his fortune value diminished further, allowing him to eradicate Lin Fan entirely. Lin Fan, you truly are a man of your word. I, Qiao Yu, am impressed. With that, he stepped forward, assisting the kneeling Lin Fan to his feet. It was as if heroes recognized and valued each other. A true gentleman knows when to yield. Friends? The moment Qiao Yu laid eyes on Madamon, he was resolute in his decision to solidify that friendship. Qiao Xiong is too kind. The assisted Lin Fan regarded Qiao Yu with newfound respect, realizing the latter was not as odious as he had previously thought. Perhaps it was his own stubbornness that had led him to misjudge others as villains. Uncle Xiao had mentioned that the opponent's cultivation required a person of righteous spirit to practice. Trusting Xiao Qingshan, he would reflect accordingly. Chapter 62. Qiao Tian, I am wronged. Just as Qiao Yu and Lin Fan seemed to have resolved their differences and improved their relationship, Qiao Tian, who had been waiting to witness the unfolding drama, could no longer contain himself. How could he possibly be a good person? This cannot be right. Something must be amiss. Shouldn't we investigate further? He remained incredulous that Qiao Yu had achieved such strength solely through fortuitous encounters, leaning instead towards the belief that he had clandestinely learned demonic arts to attain his current prowess. Thus, he turned to Xiao Qingshan, hoping for a thorough re-examination. Qiao Xiong, are you questioning my abilities? I have already stated there are no issues. Scrutinizing further will yield the same results. Xiao Qingshan's displeasure was evident. He had employed this secret technique countless times without error, and there would be no mistakes now. If there were issues, they would be apparent. If not, one cannot arbitrarily accuse another of being of the demonic path. It was clear that Qiao Tian and Qiao Yu were at odds, with deep-seated conflicts. Yet, such matters were their own, and others need not interfere. Uncle, must you always target me? Why am I presumed to practice demonic arts? I am merely an ordinary person and have never dabbled in such things. Qiao Yu feigned innocence. Thus far, he had indeed not practiced any. However, the future remained uncertain. A dual cultivation technique devoid of drawbacks and side effects was certainly worth learning, likely to prove beneficial down the line. Impossible! You possess no innate talent for martial arts. How could you suddenly become so powerful? Qiao Tian pressed on relentlessly, feeling that he would miss the opportunity to eliminate Qiao Yu if he let this chance slip. Qiao Yu shared this sentiment. Silently, he activated a special ability, instilling a barely perceptible aura within the oblivious Qiao Tian. This was akin to the underhanded tactics he had previously employed against Lin Fan. Even the protagonist remained unaware. What chance did a mere supporting character have? Xiao Qingshan furrowed his brow, intending to further explain matters to Qiao Tian before departing with Lin Fan and ceasing to meddle. Yet, he suddenly sensed an intriguing aura emanating from Qiao Tian. However, it was fleeting, quickly masked, and lost to his perception. Xiao Qingshan's sensitivity to the essence of demonic arts far surpassed that of others. Even the slightest trace could not escape his notice. Qiao Yu refrained from taking further action. This was already sufficient, and overstepping could arouse suspicion. Uncle, what troubles you? You appear quite fearful. Lin Fan stepped forward. Noticing the shift in Xiao Qingshan's expression, as an aura of murderous intent began to surface, he immediately inquired about the situation. Though Lin Fan's perceptive abilities were commendable, Xiao Qingshan's unique skills were undeniably superior. Slowly, Xiao Qingshan leaned closer to Lin Fan, whispering softly that Chao Tian is suspicious. He seems to be of the demonic path. I must investigate him. Upon hearing Xiao Qingshan's words, Lin Fan's eyes widened, instantly invigorated. Initially, he had come to confront Chao Yu to investigate, but now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, he intended to conclude the matter. Why, then, was the focus now shifting to Chao Tian? Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not probe further. He trusted Xiao Qingshan's judgment. If he claimed there were no issues, there were none. If he asserted there were issues, there certainly were. While he could not hear their conversation, Chao Yu could easily guess its content. He smiled in response, eagerly awaiting the ensuing spectacle. Given Chao Tian's status, he had previously refrained from acting against him, allowing him to live a little longer. Yet now, the time had come to send him on his way. Of course, Chao Yu would not act directly. After all, he was his uncle. Such an act would taint his reputation. It would be better to have someone else do the deed, employing a blade to eliminate him without arousing suspicion. While an investigation was warranted, it would be conducted under the auspices of the Righteous Path Alliance to ascertain whether he had practiced demonic arts. Xiao Qingshan unexpectedly spoke up, indicating his intention to conduct the same examination on Chao Tian as before. This sudden announcement left the Chao father and son utterly bewildered. Uncle Xiao, is there some sort of mistake? Chao LV stepped forward to defend his father. Although Chao Tian was a martial artist, he had no connection to the demonic path, rendering any investigation unnecessary. The focus should have been on Chao Yu instead. Chao LV was still contemplating reclaiming his first love and could no longer endure the past. Whether it is right or wrong will soon be revealed, Xiao Qingshan asserted, taking steps closer to Chao Tian. What are you doing, Xiao Qingshan? Why are you checking me? This is absurd. Chao Tian felt that something was amiss and hurriedly tried to dissuade him, even addressing him by name rather than calling him brother as before. Xiao Qingshan fixed his gaze intently on Chao Tian. I merely wish to investigate. Why are you so anxious? Though he sensed no issues with Chao Tian and did not detect the slightest hint of demonic aura as he had earlier, Xiao Qingshan was determined to investigate thoroughly. He could not allow even a single demonic entity to slip through the cracks, as they were notorious for their heinous acts, often taking lives to enhance their own power. Allowing one to escape could result in the deaths of countless innocents. Why must you investigate me? This is utterly nonsensical, Chao Tian retorted, showing no intention of cooperating. He even suspected that Xiao Qingshan and Lin Fan had conspired with Chao Yu to stage a play in his home. Seeking to provoke him to he attempted to lead Chao LV away to a neighboring room. Chao Yu suddenly stepped forward, blocking their path. Uncle, why the rush? Are you feeling guilty and afraid of being discovered? His words dripped with sarcasm, leaving no room for escape. Chao Yu, stop talking nonsense. Who knows what tricks you are up to? I, Chao Tian, have a clear conscience and have never had any dealings with the demonic path. Spare me your theatrics. Chao Tian's demeanor hardened, resolute in his intent to flee the scene, fearing that the three of them were indeed colluding against him. However, it was Lin Fan who intervened next. Uncle Chao, it's just a simple test. It's nothing to be alarmed about. If we truly wrong you, we will certainly apologize. He seized Chao Tian's wrist, and no matter how much Chao Tian struggled, he could not break free due to the vast difference in their strengths. The disparity was akin to an ant attempting to resist a giant. Let go, Lin Fan, Chao Tian exclaimed. Lin Fan maintained his composure and smiled. Chao brother, it's merely a test. Why are you reacting so strongly? Surely you are aware of my reputation. He recognized that Xiao Qingshan was a figure of some renown, and if Chao Tian were not linked to the demonic path, it would not bode well if matters escalated. Initially intending to say more, his gaze fell upon Chao Yu, whose smile reminded him of the incident with the butterfly earlier when water had been splashed upon him. With a resigned nod, he acquiesced. Very well, since you insist, I shall allow your examination. But if no issues arise, you must investigate this Chao Yu thoroughly to discern if he is hiding any tricks. Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan exchanged no words, their attention shifting to Chao Yu, eager to hear his response. Xiao Qingshan believed there were no issues with Chao Yu, and that further scrutiny would yield the same conclusion. I have no objections, Chao Yu replied, appearing remarkably cooperative. He had no real concern, as his intent was merely to compel Lin Fan to kneel and apologize, thereby diminishing his luck. With that thought, Xiao Qingshan extended his hand. Grasping Chao Tian's wrist, the latter did not resist but turned his head away in displeasure, glaring at Chao Yu, whom he found exceedingly irritating. Deep down, he felt no guilt. After all, he practiced legitimate techniques with no ties to the demonic path. And he had seen through Qiao Yu's earlier ploys. The butterfly was merely an ordinary girl. How could she possibly deceive him, a martial artist? Have you discovered anything? Qiao LV, who had been silent, slowly spoke up. Curious about Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan's findings, Qiao Tian shot a disapproving glance at his son, feeling frustrated with his lack of support. Qiao LV lowered his head, silencing himself once more. Xiao Qingshan shook his head. Having conducted a thorough investigation, confirming that there was indeed no demonic energy present. For now, I have found nothing amiss. However, Qiao brother, please utilize your techniques. This was standard procedure, akin to how they had treated Qiao Yu earlier. Given the authenticity of his earlier sensations, even if they were minuscule, Xiao Qingshan felt he had not misinterpreted them. Seeing that nothing had been uncovered, Qiao Tian felt a wave of relief and nodded in agreement. Turning his attention back to Qiao Yu, noticing his peculiar expression, it dawned on him that Qiao Yu had indeed sought to undermine him, attempting to employ the butterfly to execute his scheme. Fortunately, he had detected it beforehand, thwarting Qiao Yu's devious plan. But just as Qiao Tian began to channel his techniques, and his faint energy started to circulate, Xiao Qingshan suddenly felt a reaction, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Ah, Qiao Tian, it appears you have been concealing a dark secret. You truly have been practicing demonic techniques? Gripping Qiao Tian's wrist tightly, Xiao Qingshan's demeanor transformed from cordial to grave. The mention of demonic techniques sent shockwaves through the room, including Qiao Yu, who staggered back in disbelief. What? Uncle, I never imagined you were truly affiliated with the demonic path. Why would you stoop to such a level? His face paled in horror. Father, is this true? Have you really been practicing demonic techniques? Qiao LV was equally bewildered, oblivious to this revelation. Enough. Do not speak such nonsense. I have never practiced anything of the sort. I am a respectable person and would never dabble in demonic arts. Qiao Tian shouted, attempting to defend himself. Yet, no amount of denial could alter the reality that lay bare before them. Enough. Though you concealed your true nature well, had it been anyone else, they might have been deceived. However, the faint trace of demonic energy in your techniques cannot fool me, Xiao Qingshan. Without mercy, he stripped away Qiao Tian's facade, at this juncture, to continue pretending was sheer folly. No, it's not true. I have never practiced. Qiao Tian protested, his wrist aching under Xiao Qingshan's grip. As a master of the Xian realm, any slight movement from Xiao Qingshan was beyond Qiao Tian's ability to withstand. Yet, a realization struck him. Qiao Yu, were you the one trying to set me up? But how could you? The butterfly's powder never touched me. His words only deepened the confusion. How could Qiao Yu possibly delegate such a task to the butterfly? She was merely an ordinary girl, and entrusting her with a martial artist's downfall was a recipe for disaster. He had only sought to test her loyalty to see if she would stand by him or play both sides. Now it seemed she had made the right choice, distancing herself from the Qiao father and son. Uncle, do not deflect. If you have not practiced demonic techniques, how could you possess such energy? The Righteous Alliance's Xiao Shu has already detected it. Your protests are futile, Qiao Yu replied, shaking his head in resignation, yet a smile lingered on his lips. Given the animosity evident between him and Qiao Tian, his delight was entirely understandable, as Qiao Yu asserted. Should the Righteous Alliance's Xiao Qingshan determine that someone was aligned with the demonic path, death would inevitably follow. There would be no exceptions. Qiao Tian was doomed today. Yet, as he contemplated this, Qiao Yu felt a twinge of regret. This ability to ensnare others, while impressive, could only be wielded against those significantly weaker than himself. A minor alteration to someone's energy could mislead others into believing Qiao Tian was affiliated with the demonic path. Otherwise, he would have preferred to unleash this strategy against Lin Fan, igniting a fierce conflict between him and Xiao Qingshan. Qiao Yu, you wish to harm me? Qiao Tian clenched his fists tightly, his heart seething with indignation upon hearing Qiao Yu's malicious remarks. However, he found himself utterly powerless against his adversary. At this moment, he was akin to a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to protect himself. Qiao Tian, come with us, Xiao Qingshan stated, not rushing to take action, but rather intending to escort Qiao Tian back in hopes of extracting more information regarding the demonic path. Following the thread might yield new discoveries. Though the likelihood of this was slim, Qiao Tian's strength was far too low. Know that I refuse to go. "You are mistaken, conspiring to harm me," Qiao Tian exclaimed, terror-stricken, fully comprehending that Xiao Qingshan intended to take him to a place where being identified as a practitioner of the demonic path would result in a dire fate. Death would be the least of his worries. Under intense interrogation, he would be subjected to cruel methods to extract valuable information, a fate worse than death. Despite being a low-level martial artist, Qiao Tian was not entirely oblivious to such matters. "You have no say in this," Xiao Qingshan declared, his gaze piercing like the blazing sun, determined to cleanse the world of all filth. This only intensified Qiao Tian's fear, despite being completely wronged. Beside him, Qiao El also attempted to intervene, grasping Xiao Qingshan's hand, refusing to let anyone take his father away. Such small gestures provided Qiao Tian with an opportunity to act. With a swift flick of his wrist, a hidden dagger shot forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at Xiao Qingshan's face. "Using a hidden weapon, you despicable coward, and you dare claim you are not of the demonic path." Such tactics were mere trifles. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. Attempting to kill someone of a higher level with such means was utterly futile. Yet, the intention was not to kill but to create a diversion. Allowing for an escape, he could not afford to be captured. Death would be a preferable alternative. This action indeed achieved its purpose. Xiao Qingshan had no choice but to release his grip to evade the attack. The proximity of their positions left Xiao Qingshan with little choice but to either be injured or evade. Seizing the moment, Qiao Tian swiftly gathered his wits, preparing to employ his agility to flee. Though he did not understand how things had escalated to this point, he knew staying would lead to certain death. Qiao Tian's desperate ploy was insignificant. Keeping him there was a simple matter. There was no need for him to dirty his hands with such tasks. Not when members of the Righteous Path Alliance were present. Attempting to flee? Lin Fan interjected with a fierce reprimand, moving with remarkable speed. It was known that even the elusive Huan Ji could not escape Lin Fan's grasp, let alone the weaker Qiao Tian. With a look of ferocity, Qiao Tian, feeling cornered and wronged, continued to hurl daggers at Lin Fan in a bid to buy time. However, Lin Fan was different. He harbored an intense hatred for the demonic path. Once caught, death was all but assured. Now, with Qiao Tian resisting, Lin Fan swiftly drew his sword, his actions a blurred. To an ordinary observer, Qiao Tian's movements would have gone unnoticed, yet he halted abruptly, blood gushing from his neck, splattering across Qiao El's face. Qiao El let out a ghastly scream, stumbling backward in shock, slipping and falling to the ground. In that moment, Qiao Tian's expression was one of unyielding defiance, yet strength soon ebbed from his body. Fixating on Qiao Yu, he opened his mouth as if to utter something, but at that moment, he resembled a deflated balloon, only able to clutch his neck in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. He slumped to the ground, quickly losing consciousness. Observing this scene, Qiao Yu remained impassive. After all, in the original narrative, the fate of the Qiao family was grim, ultimately perishing at Qiao Yu's hands, albeit at a later time when his true nature was revealed. Presently, Qiao Yu found the duo bothersome, seeing an opportunity to send them off early. The current situation was quite favorable, dying at Lin Fan's hands, with Xiao Qingshan from the Righteous Path Alliance present, left no doubt regarding their demonic affiliation. In other words, it would be a death without witnesses. "Uncle Xiao, are you unharmed?" Lin Fan sheathed his sword and promptly inquired about Xiao Qingshan's condition. Xiao Qingshan gazed at the lifeless body of Qiao Tian on the ground, feeling a twinge of melancholy but saying little. The earlier events could hardly be blamed on Lin Fan. The frequent use of hidden weapons by Qiao Tian justified the lethal response. Had Lin Fan allowed him to escape, innocent lives might have been at risk. That it's nothing. He could not have harmed me. Xiao Qingshan waved his hand, reassuring Lin Fan. Father? Father. Qiao El, regaining his senses, wept bitterly, crawling to his father's side, calling out for him. Unfortunately, the man lay dead, unable to fulfill his previous role of flaunting power and elevating him. Qiao Yu felt a pang of regret. This individual was merely an ordinary man, incapable of martial cultivation, devoid of true essence. Had he possessed such abilities, he could have been turned into a practitioner of the demonic path, joining his father in the afterlife, and the family would have remained intact. Xiao Qingshan and Lin Fan exchanged glances, maintaining silence as they approached Qiao El to assess whether he had been influenced by his father's actions, potentially having practiced demonic arts himself. However, after examination, They found him to be an ordinary person with exceedingly poor talent, seemingly unaware of the events transpiring around him. At that moment, Chow Yu stepped forward, speaking earnestly, "You too may take your leave. I will handle the subsequent matters." There was no hint of blame or other emotions. Those who practiced the demonic arts deserved death and were not worthy of sympathy. Chow El's current demeanor was entirely expected. "Very well, Chow Yu, you may deal with the aftermath. We shall not intrude further. Chow Yu, in a few days, my brother will be celebrating his wedding. I will send you an invitation. You must come and partake in the festivities." The two offered their farewells to Chow Yu, showing no regard for the deceased Chow Tian or the still sobbing Chow Tio them. This was not a significant matter. Although Chow Tian was a notable figure in Xingyun City, his sudden demise was not inconsequential, but with Xiao Qingshan and the Righteous Path Alliance's reputation, reporting the incident to the city lord would be a minor issue, unlikely to stir significant trouble. This was precisely the scenario Chow Yu desired, eliminating Chow Tian through the hands of others. Operating behind the scenes, he ensured that the flames of this incident would not reach him. Well done. Chapter 65. Testing the dual cultivation technique. After exchanging pleasantries with the two unwelcome guests, Chow Yu signaled for Kai Dai to escort them out. Upon seeing the lifeless body of Chow Tian on the ground, the maid exhibited a look of astonishment, unable to fathom that the once powerful figure in the Chow family had met such an effortless demise. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief for not having chosen the wrong side, as her actions had strictly adhered to Chow Yu's instructions. Otherwise, her fate might have been similarly grim. "Please, this way." Kai Dai maintained her composure, smiling as she graciously escorted Lin Fan and Xiao Qingshan. Xiao Qingshan merely nodded, leading the way, while Lin Fan's gaze lingered, captivated by the beauty before him. Having been nurtured by love and free from the burdens of servitude, Kai Dai had devoted herself to presenting herself beautifully for Chow Yu. At this moment, she embodied a stunning beauty, and the author had assigned a charming label to the protagonist, making its effect evident. Lin Fan felt an intense envy towards Chow Yu, astonished that his household harbored such a lovely maiden. Unlike his own Lin family, which had fallen into decline, lacking even a servant to command. Yet, with his impending marriage to a woman of great fortune, Lin Fan felt a renewed sense of optimism regarding the future. With head held high, he departed from the Chow residence, brimming with confidence. Observing Lin Fan's demeanor, Chow Yu smiled, feeling proud of his son. The young man he had chosen for him was equally beautiful, soft-hearted, and, given Lin Fan's penchant for beauty, would surely be well received. After bidding farewell to the two intruders, Chow Yu turned his attention to Chow El, who was still wailing like a sorrowful spirit. The sound of his lamentation struck a peculiar chord, evoking a desire to laugh. "Chow Yu, did you orchestrate this?" Chow El, blinded by rage, dared to confront Chow Yu. "You witnessed the events. Your father practiced demonic arts and was slain by Lin Fan. It bears no relation to me." Chow Yu responded with a smile, calmly elucidating the earlier incident, presenting a logical argument that seemed to absolve him of blame. After all, Chow Tian had merely stood there while Lin Fan had been the one to strike. Lin Fan. Chow El muttered the name with venom, etching the figure of his enemy into his memory. Though Chow Yu was despicable, Lin Fan was far more culpable. The vendetta for his father's death was insatiable. "Rest assured, I will ensure your uncle's body is buried with dignity. Chow El, you must temper your grief and refrain from thoughts of revenge. Lin Fan is not someone you can contend with." Chow Yu spoke with feigned kindness while subtly inciting Chow El's desire for retribution. With Chow Tian now deceased, manipulating this unrefined youth was a trivial task. However, killing him would only benefit this young man and create quite a bit of trouble. Chow Yu had a better plan. Upon hearing Chow Yu's words, Chow El glared angrily, yet he clenched his teeth and remained silent. His opponent appeared rather naive, truly deserving the title of a pure love warrior. With an utterly innocent heart, as his thoughts were clearly etched on his face, it was evident that he sought revenge against Lin Fan, and of course, after dealing with Lin Fan, this fellow would likely turn his sights on himself. But this was hardly a significant issue. As I always say, it is best not to dirty one's hands with murder, lest one attract unnecessary trouble. It would be wiser to employ another's hand to eliminate this pest. Meanwhile, I shall devise a plan to ensure he endures suffering and humiliation. Once I've savored my fill, then I shall see Chow El dead. Young master, the two guests have already departed. What should we do next? Kai Dai gracefully approached Chow Yu, seemingly eager to hear his thoughts. Chao Yu embraced Kai Dai, lifting her chin with one hand. Leave the ensuing matters to my servants. You need not concern yourself with them. Intentionally kissing her in front of Chao El, he savored the beauty that had begun to ripen. Young master, you are truly wicked. The second young master is still watching. Kai Dai feigned shyness, adopting a coy demeanor that was quite adept in allure. Observing this scene, Chao El seethed with rage, his anger intensifying. Yet, he was merely an ordinary man at present, utterly powerless to retaliate. Even his most beloved woman now belonged to Chao Yu, leaving him with no recourse. Furthermore, his father had already passed away. He had lost his support within the Chao family and was not in a position to pursue women. Seeing her in such a state brought him a perverse sense of satisfaction. He resolved to let her live for a few more days, then dig a pit for her to fall into. When the time came, this man would be left without a grave, and it would be entirely justified. What a splendid plan. Supporting Kai Dai's waist, Chao Yu returned to his chambers, no longer lingering in the current setting. Now that he had successfully passed the trial set by Shaoqing Shan, he could exchange for the dual cultivation techniques from the system shop and commence his training. Although these were dark arts, a small portion bore minimal side effects and proved quite effective, enhancing the pleasures of married life. Exchanging for cultivation was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Once he acquired Huanji, he anticipated even greater rewards. Young master, do not forget what you promised Kai Dai. She has followed your commands, and now the entire Chao family is yours alone. Once your plans come to fruition, do not cast aside Kai Dai in favor of the three beauties in the back courtyard. Reclining on the bed, she struck a languid and enchanting pose, playfully blinking and pouting, seemingly inviting Chao Yu to acknowledge her. Chao Yu first closed the door, then, as he shed his outer garments, he smiled and responded, "Fear not. From this moment forth, you shall be my concubine in due time. I shall take a legitimate wife and bring you into my household. Henceforth, you may oversee certain affairs of the Chao family. As for the three beauties, you need not concern yourself. I have other arrangements." Chao Yu believed Kai Dai to be reasonably loyal, thus he intended to bestow her some rewards. Everything he had promised would be fulfilled in full measure. There was no need to elaborate on the three young men. Such matters were best kept from her. Moreover, Chao Yu had little interest in the family properties of the Chao clan. For power was of utmost importance, he was preoccupied with dealing with Lin Fan and had no time for the domestic affairs of the Chao family. Entrusting these matters to his woman seemed a prudent choice. He doubted any issues would arise. Should Kai Dai ever dare to betray him, eliminating her would not pose a challenge. Nevertheless, she was a clever woman, and as he had treated her well, he believed she understood who would secure her future. Young master. Husband, let me serve you well today. Even after you marry, you must continue to cherish me. Kai Dai began to pout and vie for his affection, though she remained oblivious to who would ultimately become the true mistress of the Chao family. At this stage, it mattered little. As long as she remained in favor, she would strive to keep Chao Yu's attention on herself, ensuring her own rewards would multiply. Oh, you truly are a little enchantress. Chao Yu swallowed hard, leaning down to kiss her. This increasingly beguiling beauty needed to be cherished. He intended to use the technique he had just exchanged to test its effects. Chapter 66. Meeting Madam, and the technique Chao Yu exchanged was called Luan Feng Pei Yuan Gong. The name seemed rather unremarkable, yet the technique possessed certain intricacies. It ranked among the top dual cultivation methods, quite commendable, though not the most formidable. He chose this one primarily because it bore no side effects. While demonic arts could provide rapid and substantial enhancements in a short time, their drawbacks were glaring. They could drive a person mad, lead to extreme behavior, or alter one's character. Such occurrences were commonplace. It was a double-edged sword that required careful handling. Kai Dai, her complexion flushed, rose from her slumber at dawn, finally beginning to assist Chao Yu in donning his garments, fulfilling her duties as a concubine. Chao Yu grasped her delicate hand, his eyes filled with affection. This technique is simply marvelous, he couldn't help but exclaim, his gains far exceeding his expectations. In terms of realm benefits, there was little to be gained. As Kai Dai was an ordinary woman devoid of any true essence, the results of dual cultivation with her were to be expected. Yet, the pleasures derived from the technique were undeniably profound. No wonder those in the demonic path were so drawn to practicing dark arts, particularly the flower-picking rogues, who were rampant at that moment. Chao Yu understood the sheer magnitude of joy this technique could provide. He found himself at a loss for words to describe it. Seemed he would become reliant on Luan Feng Pei Yuan Gong, continuing his practice indefinitely. The adage that once one entered the demonic path, they would remain bound to it for life, was not without merit. Attempting to cease practicing such arts through sheer willpower was an impossibility, even though Chao Yu believed his self-control to be strong. He found himself unwilling to relinquish it. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly excited at the thought of what it would be like to be with Huan Ji, envisioning a scene of exquisite beauty, just as he had promised. Kai Dai had followed him, and thus she would not be deprived of the benefits. Although he had yet to formally marry her, he had already begun to entrust her with overseeing certain business and financial matters of the Chao family. The servants and steward now looked to her for guidance. Chao Yu preferred not to expend his time and energy on such affairs, so he allowed this woman to manage them. Having gained power, wealth, and even status, Kai Dai was extraordinarily exhilarated, transforming from a servant into nobility. She had soared to new heights, akin to a phoenix. It felt like a dream. Fortunately, this woman remained grounded, aware that all her fortunes were tied to Chao Yu. Thus, she endeavored to win his favor, especially upon learning of the 3 stunning beauties residing in the back courtyard, which heightened her sense of urgency. She became increasingly compliant and perceptive, understanding how to please Chao Yu. Apart from indulging in leisure with Kai Dai, Chao Yu found himself with little else to occupy his time at home. He would carve out moments for daily training, fortifying his realm and familiarizing himself with his techniques, hoping for new insights. However, unlike before, he refrained from using fortune points to exchange for experience elixirs to elevate his realm. Now, with only slightly over 1,300 fortune points available for consumption, he could not afford to squander them as he had previously. Utilizing the system's enhancement features was undoubtedly the quickest and most effective means of advancement. As for Chao Tian, there was nothing particularly noteworthy, since Lin Fan was the one who had slain him, and with Shao Qing of the Righteous Path serving as a witness, Chao Tian's association with the demonic path was firmly established. There was no chance for a retrial. The city lord had no intention of investigating further, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. After all, Shao Qingshan's reputation was formidable. He had maintained a clean record in managing the demonic path and would certainly not have executed an innocent. Chao El wept as he collected Chao Tian's remains and arranged for a grand funeral, hoping to lay his father to rest. Regrettably, no one was willing to undertake such a task, nor did any guests arrive to offer condolences. It was understandable. No one wished to be associated with those of the demonic path. Perhaps with sufficient monetary incentive, someone brave would come forward to assist with Chao Tian's final rites. Chao Yu found little interest in this matter. Rather, he was inclined to seek an opportunity to deal with Chao El, eliminating him to prevent future complications. This would require patience, but he would soon prepare a pitfall to ensure the young man met his demise. Daytime was filled with such mundane trivialities, and by night, he continued practicing Luan Feng Pei Yuan Gong with Kai Dai, living a carefree and indulgent life. The following day, however, brought a noteworthy event. Chao Yu received a red wedding invitation. Delivered by a messenger sent by Lin Fan. It appeared the man had begun preparations for his wedding and had sought the hand of a lady from the Liu family in just a few days. He would be marrying the Liu family's young lady, or rather, taking a remarkably beautiful young man as his bride. The thought of the comical scene during the wedding night made Chao Yu chuckle uncontrollably. Having stationed spies to monitor Lin Fan constantly, he had a firm grasp on all of the man's movements. Today, Lin Fan had important matters to attend to, preparing for the wedding and procuring various items. Likely occupied until nightfall. Once Lin Fan departed, Chao Yu's thoughts turned to his alluring aunt, eagerly anticipating her arrival. As I reflect on the situation, it seems that the emotional turmoil afflicting Madame and should be manifesting these past few days. Why has she not sent anyone to summon me? Chao Yu couldn't help but murmur to himself. The last time, Lin Fan had interrupted the budding relationship between himself and Yun, leaving Madame Anne's affliction largely unresolved. Thus, it stands to reason that she must be suffering greatly these days. Perhaps she is enduring the pain in silence, allowing the distress to wreak havoc within her body, yet has not sought his assistance. Chao Yu surmised that this predicament was likely due to Lin Fan. Madame Anne is a virtuous woman, steadfast in her principles, who has not sought the company of another man despite her husband's passing many years ago. It was merely by chance that he had entered her life, leading to their current entanglement. This simply cannot stand. I must go and check on her. Noticing that there was still ample time before Lin Fan would return home. At least 3 or 4 hours, Chao Yu, unable to bear the thought of Madame and suffering, deemed it necessary to maintain their connection as a safeguard for his own future. Without further deliberation, he resolved to visit the Lin residence that afternoon, bringing gifts to pay his respects to Madame, and Lin Fan had borrowed 300 taels from him recently, which would come in handy now. Chao Yu strode confidently, instructing the coachman to take him directly to the Lin household. Unabashedly, it mattered not that Lin Fan might be home. Even if he were, Chao Yu had a legitimate reason to visit. Returning a debt is only right. He could collect a bit of interest, engage in heartfelt conversation with Madame Lin, and nurture their bond. Was that not entirely reasonable? Young master, shall I wait for you to return directly today? The coachman inquired. Recalling their previous encounter and eager to conclude his shift. You may either wait here or return. Just remember to be back this evening, Chao Yu instructed, sensing he might linger for quite some time but was unable to stay overnight. The coachman nodded in understanding, settling down to rest nearby rather than wandering about. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Chao Yu found the main gate ajar, an unusual sight, for it had always been tightly closed before. Rumor had it that a widow's home was fraught with complications. With Lin Fan away honing his skills in the mountains and Madame and possessing such captivating beauty, caution was certainly warranted. As he stepped into the courtyard, he beheld Madame and in the garden. Her expression melancholic as she gazed at the red apricots on the wall, lost in thought. Chapter 67. Madame Lin, I am enamored with you. And Yun was extraordinarily beautiful, having been renowned for her allure even in her youth. Now, she exuded a mature charm, embodying both purity and sensuality. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples at the peak of sweetness. At this moment, with a hint of makeup enhancing her delicate features, she wore a pink embroidered dress that accentuated her graceful curves, exuding an enchanting aura. Truly, she was a remarkable woman and the first to capture Chao Yu's heart upon his arrival in this tale. She was entirely different from Kai Dai, each possessing their unique merits. Yet both left an indelible impression on him. Regrettably, circumstances prevented them from being together, and often he found himself enduring the pangs of longing in silence. Madam, he softly called, uncertain of what thoughts occupied her solitary musings in the pavilion. Chao Yu, what brings you here? Madame responded, her surprise evident as her eyes lit up upon seeing him, a smile instinctively gracing her lips, dispelling her earlier sorrow. Yet, almost immediately, her expression shifted, as if a troubling thought had crossed her mind. Her smile fading into a more composed, even somber demeanor. I was merely worried about you, Madame, and thought to bring some gifts to check on your well-being. Chao Yu replied warmly, stepping closer with genuine concern. How have you been feeling? At the sound of his caring inquiry, a flicker of emotion stirred within Madame Anne's composed faade. Her beautiful eyes briefly met his, lingering for a moment. I am well. Truly, your concern is appreciated, she managed, though something unspoken hung in the air. Chao Yu perceived that she was harboring something within her heart, unwilling to confide in him. Madam, the last time I was unable to fully alleviate your affliction. You must be in considerable discomfort these days. How can you claim to be well? He spoke plainly, cutting through the pretense. The emotional poison she bore was insidious. For an ordinary person lacking true essence, it was insurmountable. He had already mitigated much of it, yet a trace remained within Yun's being. Although he possessed the ability to eradicate it entirely, he had no intention of doing so. For he wished to cultivate a lasting bond with her, one that transcended mere remedy. I can endure it. This poison will not claim my life, I assure you. I am fine. Madame unclenched her teeth, striving to maintain a faade of indifference. Yet, Chao Yu understood the intermittent agony of the emotional poison, which was likely already tormenting her. Even as she feigned strength, he gently set down the gifts. Swiftly approaching her, taking her hands in his, Madam, what are you saying? If one is ill, they must seek treatment. Denying the ailment will not do. Caught off guard by his grasp, and Yun looked up, locking eyes with him. Her heart racing and breath quickening. She withdrew her hands, turning slightly away from him. I know my own body. Though the poison is indeed distressing, I can bear it. We must not be as reckless as before. It should end here. Yun avoided meeting his gaze, her words tinged with a hint of finality, as if she sought to sever their connection. Madam, why is this so? I only wish to help you. Why do you distance yourself from me? Chao Yu, fully aware of her sentiments, recalled how she had once invited him into her home, her alluring presence in the candlelight etched in his memory. Revealing her willingness to be with him, albeit now hindered by some obstacle. Chao Yu, our circumstances are different. You are the heir of the Chao family, and I belong to the Lin family, even if it is for the sake of your health. If Lin Fan were to discover this, he would not hesitate to harm you. And Yun spoke urgently, her concern for his safety palpable. The events of the last encounter had evidently left her shaken, rendering her hesitant to rekindle their connection. Madam, I am unafraid. I do not care for the consequences, Chao Yu declared resolutely. You are single, and I am unmarried. Even if we were to marry, there is no law against it. What is there to fear? Does Lin Fan intend to control such matters as well? His tone was unwavering, showing no regard for Lin Fan's potential wrath. Should he seek to harm him, it would depend on the protagonist's capability. Hearing Chao Yu's candid declaration, even if it was an impulsive utterance, the notion that he would marry her without concern for her past moved in Yun deeply. Though not speak such nonsense. A person of your status should wed a lady of noble birth. How could someone like me possibly compare? And Yun's expression turned pensive. If she had encountered Chao Yu when she was still of marrying age, perhaps they could have forged a happy life together. Yet fate had dealt her a harsh hand, and her marriage to the Lin family was not of her choosing. Now that she had met someone she could connect with, she dared not pursue it further, lest he be harmed. Chao Yu, upon hearing her sentiments, recognized his chance. Without hesitation, he enveloped Yun in his arms from behind, holding her tightly. Hey, what are you doing, Chao Yu? This is most improper. If someone were to see us, it would invite scandal. And Yun, startled by his sudden embrace, flailed her hands in a futile attempt to push him away, anxious about the implications of their closeness. Lin Fan was not to be trifled with. Should he learn of this, Chao Yu would surely face dire consequences. Even if their relationship was innocent, being two unattached individuals, Lin Fan would undoubtedly object. Madam, you are a wonderful woman, and I hold deep affection for you. I wish to be with you. Grant me this chance, Chao Yu professed earnestly, shedding the pretense he had maintained while aiding her previously. However, with her reluctance to accept his help, feeling she could endure the poison alone, he resolved to play the card of emotion. What are you saying? You love me? Chao Yu, you are becoming increasingly absurd. Wasn't this merely about helping me with the poison? And Yun's cheeks flushed, her words a blend of protest and undeniable attraction. Truth be told, as a woman in her 30s, she had never experienced the warmth of a man's embrace or heard declarations of love. In a marriage arranged by her parents, happiness had always eluded her, and she had never known the affection of a partner. Now, with Chao Yu illuminating her life and offering her a taste of happiness, how could she not be drawn to him? Yet, she found herself caught in a web of denial, struggling against her own feelings. Chapter 68. I am enamored with you, and desire to be with you. A graceful maiden is a gentleman's ideal partner. Madam N's exquisite beauty and gentle nature make my affection entirely reasonable. Chao Yu did not shy away from expressing his feelings directly to Yun. Recognizing that she was no naive girl and that any coyness would be counterproductive, Yun has remained single for many years, and the presence of a vigorous young man is undeniably alluring to her. The saying at 30, one is as fierce as a tiger. At 40, as cunning as a wolf is not merely a casual remark. If Yun were truly insightful, she would not spend her days in a state of melancholy. Seated here like a stone gazing at the horizon, Chao Yu, you mustn't speak nonsense. If Lin Fan were to find out, it would lead to serious consequences, amorous, and feigned anger, her tone laced with playful reproach. It seems that this is indeed the greatest emotional knot for her. That scoundrel Lin Fan absolutely forbids anyone from drawing near to Yun, let alone allowing other men to become involved with her. Even if they are single, this aspect aligns with the original narrative, as Lin Fan has numerous confidants. Yet he has never considered Mrs. a lifetime of solitude for such a beautiful woman, confined within the gilded cage of the Lin family. How lamentable. I am not afraid. Even if Lin Fan discovers it, I would still declare my affection for you, wishing to be with you. Chao Yu insisted, for Mrs. An held immense significance in his life. She was not only the first woman he encountered in this world, but also someone who could bring him great benefits, even serving as a life-saving ace. Embraced from behind by Chao Yu, Mrs. An's heart seemed to waver slightly. Why are you so stubborn? Are you not afraid of death? The willingness of a man to sacrifice his life for a woman is profoundly moving. Of course, I fear death. If Lin Fan truly intends to kill me, would you stand by and watch? Chow Yu posed a crucial question, eager to discern his standing in Mrs. An's heart. He sought to ascertain whether his life-saving card could be of value during critical moments. How could I let Lin Fan harm you? You saved my life, and we share a bond as husband and wife. Even if this were to be discovered, I would risk my life to save you. Mrs. An stated earnestly, revealing her innermost thoughts. No matter the circumstance, she would not allow Lin Fan to harm Chow Yu, unless that rascal were to strike her down first. Given that Mrs. An is willing to protect him with her life, so filled with loyalty and affection, what do I have to fear? I wish to be with her for eternity. Chow Yu tightened his embrace, drawing this gentle, considerate, and loyal woman closer to him. Lin Fan would never suspect that Yun could be so easily intercepted by him, and that he could even turn it against Lin Fan. Please, no more talk of this. It is impossible for us. Let us forget what has transpired. Mrs. An shook her head, still stubborn, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. It appeared that she had reached her emotional limit, her psychological defenses beginning to crumble. Chow Yu had initially hoped to win her over today to avoid further complications, but it seemed that her mindset had yet to shift, requiring more effort on his part. Even if it seems impossible, you must allow me the opportunity to assist you in purging the poison from your body. Chow Yu remained unhurried. The poison within her persisted. As long as there was a chance, he could continue to cultivate their relationship. Women are inherently auditory creatures. By uttering sweet words repeatedly, he believed she would eventually succumb to his charm. Purging the poison is one matter. But if you develop feelings, we shall only sink deeper into this predicament. What then? And Yun longed to rid herself of the poison, for the persistent pain was unbearable. This could not continue. I have already grown deeply attached to you. Mrs. Un. I merely wish to assist you. Once the poison is gone, should you still refuse me, I shall remain silent and keep my distance. The words of Chow Yu, couched in a strategy of retreat to advance, were not taken lightly. Dealing with a woman who is disingenuous in her feelings is exceedingly simple. Mrs. An hesitated, uncertain whether to acquiesce to Chow Yu or resolutely reject him. Mrs. An, please understand my earnest intentions. I am solely concerned for your well-being, unwilling to witness you suffer. Chow Yu continued to play the emotional card, aware that she was sensitive and tender-hearted, unable to withstand such a barrage of sweet words. Well, very well, but we must agree that once the poison is purged, this shall be the end of it. We cannot continue down this path. After much contemplation, Mrs. An ultimately nodded, her heart yielding to compassion. Of course, Mrs. An, I, Chow Yu, am a man of my word and will not go back on it. As he spoke, he leaned down to kiss the fragrant side of Mrs. An's face, startling her like a frightened rabbit, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. Not here. If someone sees us, there will be gossip. Mrs. An glanced around, clearly anxious. Although she and Chow Yu were engaged in a free romance, the fear of public opinion loomed large. Understood, my lady. A smile adorned Chow Yu's face, fully comprehending that she was concerned for his reputation as an unmarried nobleman. He swept her into his arms as if she were a princess, and amid her startled exclamations, he carried her into her chamber. He gently placed the blushing Yun upon the bed, closed the doors and windows, and began to practice the newly learned technique of Luan Feng Pei Yuan Gong to bring her joy by alleviating her poison. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. As awareness returned, dusk had already set in. Mrs. An, how do you feel now? Is your body improving? On the opulent bed, Chow Yu cradled her, inquiring with tender concern. Mrs. N, being a delicate woman, undoubtedly experienced discomfort from the poison. Chow Yu felt guilty for not being able to relieve her suffering in the past few days. Today, he wished to make amends, hoping to facilitate her recovery. Thank you for your efforts today. I feel that the poison within me has diminished. With a couple more treatments, I should be fine. As she spoke, Mrs. N slowly extricated herself from Chow Yu's embrace. Appearing somewhat bashful, yet her gaze remained fixed on him, clearly reflecting reluctance and affection, even as her words remained cold. Chapter 69. The purging of the poison completed, my lady. Chow Yu began, intending to utter sweet words to keep her enchanted by his affection. However, now that her condition had improved, and Yun was striving to avoid deepening their emotional connection, rationality took precedence for the moment. All right, let us speak of it another time. Lin Fan is returning soon. We must hasten to dress, lest he catch us and bring trouble upon ourselves. An Yun's expression was filled with concern, wishing not to repeat the previous incident. Fortunately, that day had grown late, obscuring their actions. Mrs. An hurriedly dashed out, firmly grasping Lin Fan to prevent any encounter with Chao Yu, allowing him to depart unscathed. Should they cross paths, the outcome was uncertain. Regardless of who might suffer, and Yun could not bear to see harm befall either side. Very well, I shall rise now. Though the chamber was fragrant, Chao Yu knew it was inappropriate to linger in Yun's room. If Lin Fan returned and discovered him, it would be challenging to explain. Although Yun was now his, willing to protect him with her life, he still sought to avoid any confrontation. A trump card could remain unused, but it must not be absent. However, my lady, would it be permissible for me to stay for dinner at your home tonight? I truly relish the dishes you prepare. Nowhere else can I find such flavors. Chao Yu contemplated staying, even if only for a meal, as he had not eaten all afternoon, having focused solely on assisting Yun. After a moment of silence, Yun, initially inclined to refuse for his safety, reconsidered upon recalling the toll he had taken for her sake. Her naturally soft and tender heart ultimately led her to nod. Very well, you may stay tonight, and I shall personally prepare a meal for you. With a smile, she even tenderly used her handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Chao Yu's brow, showcasing her nurturing nature as a wife. This gesture enchanted Chao Yu, who felt himself captivated by her attentive care. Just then, Lin Fan's voice echoed from the hall. Mother, mother. His voice was bright and joyous, suggesting he had encountered something delightful and was eager to share it with her. This time, Chao Yu was different from before. With his enhanced abilities and having just completed the task of purging Mrs. An's poison, he was far more sensitive to sounds. Hurry, Lin Fan is back, Yun urged, anxious that the two might clash because of her. Chao Yu would certainly not allow her to be put in a difficult position. Wasting no time, he swiftly donned his garments. After tidying up his appearance and even going so far as to eliminate the lingering scent of cosmetics from his person, he finally stepped out of the room. He was preparing to meet Lin Fan in the grand hall. Lin Fan, my brother, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chao Yu exclaimed as he entered the lobby from the backyard, immediately addressing Lin Fan with a brotherly familiarity. They each began to discuss their own matters, without any rush. Hey, Chao Yu, what brings you to my home? Lin Fan's smiling countenance suddenly froze, exhibiting a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that the figure emerging from his backyard was not his mother, but rather Chao Yu, a person he found somewhat annoying yet also somewhat admirable. The latter had already confirmed that he was not of the demonic path, which meant Lin Fan could no longer view him through a biased lens as he had previously done. Fanner, Chao Yu came specifically to see you. Since you were not at home, I took the liberty of entertaining him, and Yun hurriedly interjected, her tone tinged with a hint of guilt, though she endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor in her explanation. At that moment, Yun appeared rejuvenated, her complexion much improved, and her overall mood significantly uplifted. She seemed to have regained several years of youthfulness, yet her mature charm remained, rendering her even more captivating. Although they walked side by side, there was no outward indication of impropriety. Lin Fan, too, found it impossible to think ill of the situation, or perhaps he simply did not consider it at all. Chao Yu, why have you come to see me before my wedding has even commenced? Despite having sent an invitation to Chao Yu to attend his wedding, the event was still several days away. What could possibly prompt such an early visit? Surely it had to do with financial matters. Unfazed by Lin Fan's confusion, Chao Yu remained entirely composed. After all, why else had he previously lent Lin Fan money, if not to seize a critical opportunity to manipulate him? He had intended to be present when Yun was around, ensuring he had a valid reason to visit, and even if Lin Fan were at home, it would not raise any suspicion. Ah, so it is indeed about money. Lin Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling the last time he had borrowed 300 taels from Chao Yu at the night market to purchase an item of fortune, which ultimately proved useless, a minor setback. Nevertheless, the debt remained, and Lin Fan was a man of his word, a person of integrity. Even without a written agreement, he would never default on his obligations. However, the current circumstances were somewhat precarious. as he found himself short on funds. Even the money for his wedding preparations had been borrowed, and repaying Chao Yu would only exacerbate his financial woes. Money? What money? And Yun inquired, her eyes reflecting confusion. As if unaware of any financial dealings between the two, she was eager to ascertain the truth of the matter. Oh, it's nothing. Mother, I owe Chao Yu 300 taels. I borrowed it from him when purchasing some items. And I promised to repay him, Lin Fan replied candidly, not hesitating to clarify the situation, as there was nothing illicit about the transaction. Upon hearing this, Yun turned her gaze toward Chao Yu. Her thoughts unspoken but palpable. 300 taels was neither an insignificant nor an exorbitant sum, and she suspected that Chao Yu had lent it to Lin Fan perhaps out of regard for her. After all, his previous declarations of affection had deeply touched her heart. She had believed that Chao Yu held her in the highest esteem, thus going to great lengths to assist Lin Fan in hopes of winning her favor. If the two were to unite, perhaps Lin Fan would not oppose their relationship. However, Chao Yu had not considered this angle. His sole intent was to manipulate Lin Fan. It's merely a trivial matter. Although I came here regarding the money, it is not to demand repayment, but rather to ascertain whether you are in need of any financial assistance. Chao Yu chuckled amiably, stealing a glance at Yun. His smile suggesting that he intended to alleviate Lin Fan's burdens rather than impose upon him. This gesture warmed Yun's heart, making her feel profoundly moved. She recognized the lengths to which this man would go to support Lin Fan.